Greetings from the WPA. Letters. 25% of workers in the United States were unemployed during the height of the Great Depression. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's administration created the Works Progress Administration, WPA. It employed over 8 million people in construction and arts projects from 1935 to 1943.
April 10th, 1937. Butte, Montana. Dearest Rose, I'd say I've been meaning to write you for ages, and I think of you often. But I know you loathe that sort of servile sentimentality, and I wouldn't want to wrangle about it next time we meet. Mo and I were just talking about when the three of us were together in Chicago. We got to reminiscing, and soon we were goofing around like we used to. We must have reverted halfway to infancy. He said you're working for the Works Progress Administration in New York. I've been writing for the WPA myself. Things got worse in Chicago after you left. I was in and out of odd jobs, mostly out of them, and I moved back to Montana. I stayed in Missoula for a bit, at my parents' house, which is the same citadel of good manners and polite conversation that I remember. I'm grateful they took me in, but I felt uncomfortable about it. I don't know why I should feel like a laggard when everyone else is out of work too, but it really got me down and put me in a churlish state of mind. After weeks of grumpily hovering around the house, I found work at a ranch that provided room and board. When that job ended, I lucked into some work for the WPA. I'm writing objective descriptions of town, countryside, and work projects. I watched construction on the Fort Peck Dam. Now I'm in Butte, climbing through rubble and machinery at the copper mines nearby. By official decree, I'm here to record facts and figures, but I can't resist interviewing the miners. And I believe this is the best writing work I've done. I'll send you an excerpt once I've written more. Send a letter if you can, or maybe I'll come see you in New York when I'm done with Butte. Yours, Henry.
June 3rd, 1937, New York City, New York. Dear Henry, it's been hard times out east too, and worse this year. Just after it had seemed the country was groping its way back to normalcy. The only artists I know making a living with their art are working for the WPA, and I'm lucky to be one of them. I've done a series of woodcuts for posters and may soon have a chance to collaborate with another painter on a mural for a hospital. Some of the work that the WPA artists produce is very good, but I haven't spent as much time worrying about plaudits and praise as about keeping the work lined up. Around 2,000 New York artists are working for the Federal Arts Project this year. The pay's not much, but I wonder what I'd be doing without it. Wonder is the beginning of wisdom, but that's the kind of wisdom I'm happy to put off. Just back from waiting on the predictably long line for our paychecks. It's become a social event. We pass the time chatting about painting and jostling each other out of line for a laugh. I can hardly imagine you in New York, but that doesn't preclude your arrival. Love, Rose.
Adage. Adage. Adage is a noun meaning a proverb or wise saying. Poor Richard's Almanac is the source of many familiar American adages. Or, a stitch in time saves 9 is an example of an adage. Now let's hear you say adage. Try the word again. Bonanza. Bonanza. Bonanza is a noun that has several meanings, including a rich mass of ore, something very valuable, a source of wealth, and a very large amount. In 1857, 2 brothers prospecting in Nevada stumbled on the largest silver bonanza ever discovered. Or, the Internet provides people from all walks of life with a veritable bonanza of useful information. Now you try bonanza. One more time. Churlish. Churlish. Churlish is an adjective meaning lacking politeness and sensitivity, or rude. Someone you know may be of a decidedly churlish disposition. Or a spoiled child might be given to churlish outbursts of temper. Now it's your turn. Say the word churlish. And again. Citadel. Citadel. Citadel is a noun meaning a fortress protecting a city, or any strong and commanding place. The Acropolis served as Athens' citadel in wartime. Or a famous medical center might be described as a citadel of hope for victims of cancer. Now you say citadel. Repeat the word. Collaborate. Collaborate. Collaborate is a verb meaning to work with or work together. A writer will often collaborate with an illustrator to create a children's book. Similarly, members of both political parties may collaborate on effective budget-cutting legislation. Your turn. Say collaborate. Once again. Decree. Decree. Decree functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun meaning an order having the force of law. The Emancipation Proclamation is an example of a presidential decree. Or decree can be used as a verb meaning to issue an order having the force of law, or to command firmly. Someone you know may always dress as fashion decrees. Now let's hear you say decree. Try the word again. Discordant. Discordant. Discordant is an adjective meaning disagreeable in sound or conflicting. The cries of seagulls and the honking of car horns are usually discordant. Similarly, it is rarely easy to reconcile the discordant demands of the parties involved in a labor dispute. Your turn. Say discordant. One more time. Evolve. Evolve. Evolve is a verb meaning to develop gradually or to rise to a higher level. Over the years, a small family-owned business may slowly evolve into a giant corporation. Or, some of our most far-reaching laws have evolved from individual responses to personal misfortune. Now let's hear you say evolve. And again. Excerpt. Excerpt. Excerpt has two uses. It can function as a noun meaning a passage from a book, article, or the like. A newspaper might print excerpts from the President's State of the Union address. Or, excerpt can be used as a verb that means to select for quoting. A popular new novel may be excerpted for serialization in a magazine. Well, it's your turn now. Say excerpt. Once more. Grope. Grope. Grope is a verb meaning to feel hesitantly with the hands, or to search uncertainly. A person who is about to fall may grope wildly for something to hold on to. Similarly, a child may grope for an explanation of a beloved pet's unexpected death. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word grope. Once again. Hover. Hover. Hover is a verb meaning to float or hang over, or to move back and forth uncertainly. Banks of large, dark clouds usually hover overhead before a shower or thunderstorm. By the same token, a patient with a high fever may hover between sleep and wakefulness. Now you try the word. Say hover. Once more. Jostle. Jostle. Jostle is a verb that has several meanings, including to make one's way by pushing, to bump against, and to vie for. Rowboats moored to a dock may jostle against one another when the sea is rough. Similarly, a faded old photo may jostle a person's memory. Now let's hear you say jostle. Try the word again. Laggard. Laggard. Laggard functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun, meaning a person who moves slowly. A group of hikers may have to stop every now and again so laggards can catch up. Or laggard can be used as an adjective that means falling behind or slow to respond. A newly elected mayor may prove somewhat laggard in fulfilling campaign promises. Now you say laggard. Repeat the word. Plaudits. Plaudits. Plaudits is a noun meaning applause or enthusiastic praise. A famous singer may bow deeply as she accepts the plaudits of a cheering audience. Or a novel may receive the plaudits of the critics. Now it's your turn. Say plaudits. And again. Preclude. Preclude. Preclude is a verb meaning to make impossible, prevent, or shut out. Failure to register automatically precludes a person from voting in an election. In like fashion, some vaccines reduce, rather than preclude, a person's chances of infection. Now you say preclude. Try the word again. Revert. Revert. Revert is a verb that means to return or go back. The British colony of Hong Kong reverted to Chinese rule in 1997. Or, farmland that is neglected for a long period of time may slowly revert to wilderness. Well, it's your turn now. Say revert. One more time. Rubble. Rubble. Rubble is a noun meaning broken stones or bricks, or ruins. Air raids may reduce a great city to nothing but rubble. Or, the medieval kingdoms of Western Europe were built up out of the rubble of the Roman Empire. Now you say rubble. Repeat the word. Servile. Servile. Servile is an adjective with several meanings, including relating to a slave, behaving like a servant, lacking spirit, or abjectly submissive. The Bible admonishes us to do no servile labor on the Sabbath. Or a person's attitude toward those in authority may be exceedingly servile. Now it's your turn. Try to say servile. Once more. Vigil. Vigil. Vigil is a noun meaning a watch, especially at night, or any period of watchful attention. Students may organize a candlelight vigil for world peace. Or new members of the early Christian church were normally baptized during the Easter Vigil. Now you say vigil. And again. Wrangle. Wrangle. Wrangle functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb meaning to quarrel in a noisy way, to obtain by argument, or to herd. Representatives of labor and management may spend long hours wrangling over the terms of a new contract. Or wrangle can be used as a noun meaning a noisy quarrel. A controversial piece of legislation may lead to an unseemly wrangle on the Senate floor. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say wrangle. Once again.
Instant Cash. Expository Essay. Who can imagine life today without an automated teller machine? ATM. They are available in bountiful numbers throughout the world. Yet that virtually indispensable dispenser of cash is less than half a century old. The first mechanical cash dispenser was the brainchild of an enterprising Turkish-American inventor, Luther George Simjian. His 200 patents included devices such as flight simulators, a meat tenderizer, and self-posing portrait cameras. When the idea of an automated banking machine struck him, he registered 20 patents before any bank agreed to give it a trial run. It is easy to assume that the inventor of such a popular machine was laughing all the way to the bank. Simjian's cash machine, however, did not prove durable. Within 6 months of its installation in New York City in 1939, the device was removed due to lack of customer acceptance. It was not until 1967, nearly 30 years later, that Barclays Bank, in a gingerly launch, cautiously rolled out a self-service machine in London, England, that proved successful. The mechanism was relatively primitive, at least by today's standards. The first cash machines relied on customers' use of prepaid tokens to retrieve envelopes with a fixed amount of cash inside. Soon afterwards, many other banks became avowed champions of the cash machine. The bank's ostensible rationale was customer service, but it would be foolish to minimize the many advantages that cash machines proffered to the banks themselves. By the late 1970s, the highest fixed cost for the average large bank was its branches. The greatest variable cost and detriments to profits were its staff. Cash deposits and cash withdrawals accounted for a veritable glut of a typical bank's transactions. With their perennial frugal eye, bank accountants swiftly recognized that self-service operations could reduce branch staff costs by 70%. Experts quickly determined that public acceptance of ATMs pivoted on convenience, simplicity, speed, security, and trust. Location in particular was a key factor. For maximum efficiency, ATMs had to be located near public transport or in a shopping mall, not at a branch. The busier and more congested the location, apparently, the better. Now, roughly 75% of all cash dispensed by banks to their customers comes from cash machines. Devices that were originally spurned by the public are now venerated as essential institutions. Public acceptance of deposits by machine was significantly slower than customers' usage of ATMs for withdrawals. In general, it seems that customers still prefer and trust an over-the-counter transaction for deposits. The future of the ATM seems assured. However, cash machines pose some interesting unanswered questions. Will banks succeed, for example, in persuading their customers to veer away from long-ingrained habits and to utilize ATMs as often for deposits as for withdrawals? Will banks develop oblique advertising pitches ingeniously slotted into the ATM program and calculated to exploit revenue opportunities? And what about security? An intriguing option is the issue of biometrics for customer identification. Everyone today knows about the problem of passwords. There are simply too many of them in people's lives. So the possibility that customers will be able to identify themselves at the neighborhood ATM by, say, using a fingerprint on the screen or through face recognition, biometrics, might herald a real improvement. Biometrics bid fair to invalidate the cunning plans of wanton imposters. Now firmly established, ATMs may have an interesting future ahead of them.
Antics. Antics. Antics is a plural noun meaning ridiculous or unpredictable behavior. Most parents love to record the antics of their children in photographs or on videotape. Or, tabloid newspapers usually devote a lot of space to the antics of the rich and famous. Now here we go. Let's hear you say antics. And again. Avowed. Avowed. Avowed is an adjective and participle meaning declared openly and without shame. You may join a gym for the avowed purpose of keeping fit. Or, an avowed conservative would probably want to limit many types of government spending. Now you say avowed. Try the word again. Banter. Banter. Banter functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb meaning to exchange playful remarks. Talk show hosts routinely banter with their sidekicks and guests. Or banter can be used as a noun meaning talk that is playful and teasing. Two athletes might engage in some light-hearted banter before getting down to serious competition. Now it's your turn. Say banter. And again. Bountiful. Bountiful. Bountiful is an adjective meaning given freely or plentiful. Students may benefit greatly from the bountiful advice of a dedicated teacher. Similarly, farmers may reasonably expect a bountiful harvest after a wet spring and a hot summer. Now you say bountiful. Repeat the word. Congested. Congested. Congested is an adjective and participle meaning overcrowded or filled to excess. A highway may be crowded with traffic without necessarily being congested. By the same token, during an attack of bronchitis, a person's respiratory passages become congested with mucus. Your turn. Say congested. Once again. Detriment. Detriment. Detriment is a noun that has several meanings, including harm or loss, injury, a disadvantage, and a cause of harm or loss. It is difficult to exaggerate how much of a detriment cigarette smoking can be to a person's health. Or, a public figure cannot easily survive a scandal without some detriment to his or her reputation. Now let's hear you say detriment. Try the word again. Durable. Durable. Durable functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective meaning sturdy or lasting a long time. Most outdoor furniture is built to be both durable and rust-proof. Or durable can be used as a plural noun meaning consumer goods used over a period of years. An economist might predict a drop in the price of durables in the future. Your turn. Say durable. One more time. Enterprising. Enterprising. Enterprising is an adjective meaning energetic or showing boldness and imagination. Marco Polo was just one enterprising Venetian merchant seeking to open up new trade routes to the east. Similarly, an enterprising theater company may prefer to produce works by new or little-known playwrights. Now let's hear you say enterprising. And again. Frugal. Frugal. Frugal is an adjective with several meanings, including economical, avoiding waste and luxury, poor or meager. During a drought, people are usually advised to be frugal in their use of water. Or, your mom's boss may be exceedingly frugal with compliments. Now you say frugal. Repeat the word. gingerly. Gingerly. Gingerly can be used as both an adjective and an adverb, meaning with extreme care or caution. Drill sergeants are not usually known for their gingerly treatment of new recruits. Or, a soldier should pick his way through a minefield very gingerly. Now it's your turn. Say gingerly. Try the word again. Glut. Glut. Glut can function as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to provide more than is needed, or to fill to the point of overstuffing. Cheap imitations of expensive designer goods usually glut store shelves during the holiday season. Glut can also be used as a noun, meaning an oversupply. Movie critics may be at a loss to explain a sudden glut of interest in films about the 1930s. Now let's hear you say glut. Repeat the word. Incognito. Incognito. Incognito functions as three parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective or adverb, meaning in a disguised state or under an assumed name. The person you sit next to on an airplane may turn out to be a celebrity incognito. Incognito can also be a noun, meaning the state of being disguised or a person in disguise. A writer of popular spy novels may describe his main character as a master of incognito. Now you try the word. Say incognito. Once more. Invalidate. Invalidate. Invalidate is a verb meaning to make valueless or to take away all force or effect. Evidence of jury tampering usually constitutes grounds for invalidating the verdict in a lawsuit. In like fashion, serious flaws in logic are usually sufficient to invalidate an argument. Now you say invalidate. Repeat the word. Legendary. Legendary. Legendary is an adjective meaning described in well-known stories or existing in old stories rather than in real life. The island of Ithaca is the legendary home of the great hero Ulysses. Or, the Amazons were a legendary tribe of fierce female warriors who lived in Asia Minor. Now it's your turn. Say legendary. And again. Maim. Maim. Maim is a verb meaning to cripple or disable. A gas leak may cause an explosion that kills or maims dozens of people. In like fashion, loss of a key advisor might maim a candidate's bid for election. Now you say maim. Repeat the word. Minimize. Minimize. Minimize is a verb meaning to make as small as possible, or to make smaller than before. We should not attempt to minimize the negative effects of smoking. Or, it is difficult to minimize the pain that a child feels at the death of a beloved pet. Well, it's your turn now. Say minimize. And again. Oblique. Oblique. Oblique is an adjective meaning slanting or indirect. A painting may consist of a series of brightly colored lines at oblique angles to the top of the canvas. Or, a candidate who doesn't want to offend voters is likely to give oblique answers to sensitive questions. Now you say oblique. Repeat the word. Veer. Veer. Veer is a verb meaning to change direction, turn aside, or shift. A communications failure at air traffic control may cause an airplane to veer off course. By the same token, conversation around a dinner table may veer aimlessly from one topic to another. Now it's your turn. Say veer. Once more. Venerate. Venerate. Venerate is a verb that means to regard with reverence or to look up to with great respect. Many people around the world venerate the memory of Mother Teresa of Calcutta. Or, many Native Americans venerate the customs of their ancestors. Now you say venerate. And again. Wanton. Wanton. Wanton can function as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective meaning reckless, heartless, unjustifiable, or loose in morals. Wanton acts of terrorism may continue to hamper peace efforts in a region. Wanton can also be used as a noun meaning a spoiled, pampered person, or a person with low morals. An author may describe the villain of her new novel as a fearless wanton. Let's hear you say wanton. Repeat the word.
Grand Colombian Carnival unites the world. Press release. For immediate release, World's Columbian Exposition to open. Chicago rolls out red carpet for world visitors. Chicago, Illinois. Drum roll, please. After years of prodigious preparation and immense hard work, the World's Columbian Exposition, celebrating the 400th anniversary of Christopher Columbus's landing in America, opens to the public on May 1st, 1893. It's spectacular. It's audacious. It's like nothing you've ever seen before. Come one, come all, and experience the great World's Fair on the shores of Lake Michigan. President Grover Cleveland will be on hand to officially cut the ribbon. Hundreds of thousands of electric light bulbs will light up the night sky and illuminate the buildings. There will be exhibits from each state in the Union and from many foreign countries that show the relevant inventions, achievements, and wares of each. Commercial, agricultural, scientific, and artistic industries will be represented. Flags of the world will be tethered together in harmony. It promises to be the greatest monument to human progress witnessed thus far. But the fair will offer much more than homage to hard work and ingenuity. The organizers have amassed a plethora of captivating sideshows and entertainment. The Midway Plaisance has been allotted as a site for musical reviews and street buskers, dancing, and carnival rides, including Mr. George Ferris's magnificent Chicago Wheel, standing 250 feet tall and offering a bird's eye view of the fair. There is sailing on the lake and lagoons and gondola rides on the Venetian waterways and canals. A long moving sidewalk along the lakefront pier will take you to the casino for just a nickel a ticket. Norway is sending a life-size model of a Viking ship, and the Liberty Bell is traveling from Philadelphia aboard a flatbed rail car. Pyrotechnics and fireworks will herald the arrival of a replica of Columbus's vessels from Spain. Plus, the Hall of Agriculture will feature an 11-ton monster cheese sent by Canada and a 1,500-pound chocolate Venus de Milo. No sampling allowed. For the ladies, an added enticement is the Women's Building, designed by Miss Sophie Hayden, who graduated from Massachusetts Institute of Technology with a degree in architecture, the only woman to date to do so. And the Horticultural Hall is a paradise of exotic plants and flowers. Also not to be missed, the Court of Honor, at the center of the expo, known as the White City for its luminous white buildings. New York, St. Louis, Washington, D.C., and our own hometown vied for the honor of hosting the exposition, and Chicago won. Some were skittish. Could Chicago pull it off? After the city suffered such devastating losses in the Great Fire 2 decades earlier. Skeptics voiced concern. One wag said the choice of Chicago was as mad as a March hare. And while it is true that planners grappled with delays, bad weather, and myriad logistical nightmares, prominent leaders and ordinary citizens worked in unison to make the exposition a success. An elite group of TARP architects, led by Daniel Burnham, designed the 200 magnificent exposition buildings. These designers chose a classical architectural theme, which vexed and perturbed a few willful modernist planners, but pleased the majority. Renowned landscape designer Frederick Law Olmsted, creator of New York's lush Central Park, laid out the fairgrounds at Jackson Park, and it will be a most welcome addition to the city's panorama. From our perspective, admittedly biased, the Windy City is the perfect choice to host world visitors and celebrate our age of innovation and prosperity. The discovery of America deserves a splendid commemoration, and all indications point to a grand triumph.
Allot. Allot. Allot is a verb meaning to assign or distribute into shares. Guests at a diplomatic dinner party, for example, may be allotted seats according to rank. Similarly, you may have trouble finishing a standardized test in the time allotted. Now you say allot. Repeat the word. The next word is amass. 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 Amass is a verb meaning to bring or come together. A person may spend a lifetime amassing earthly treasures, or a multinational mining company may amass a huge stockpile of mineral resources all over the globe. Well, it's your turn. Say amass. Once again. Audacious. Audacious. Audacious is an adjective meaning bold, adventurous, or recklessly daring. A brilliant general may devise an audacious plan for defeating the enemy. Or, a newly elected senator may give an audacious speech. Now let's hear you say audacious. And again. Comply. Comply. Comply is a verb meaning to yield to a request or command. Child psychologists advise parents to comply with an infant's needs as much as possible. Or, a tenant may sue a landlord for failing to comply with the terms of a lease. Now you say comply. Repeat the word. Devoid. Devoid. Devoid is an adjective meaning not having or using. A room that is devoid of light and fresh air is unhealthy. Or, a critic might remark that a popular TV sitcom is devoid of humor and good sense. Your turn. Say devoid. And again. Elite. Elite. Elite functions as two parts of speech. It can be a noun meaning the choice part of a group. Many of Washington's power elite have permanent homes in Georgetown. Or, elite can be an adjective meaning superior. An elite force of troops may lead the assault on an enemy position. Now you say elite. Repeat the word. Grapple. Grapple. Grapple also functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun that means an iron hook used to grab or hold. A rescue team may use a grapple to lift a beam off an earthquake victim. Or grapple can be used as a verb meaning to come to grips with or fight with. In medieval romances, knights often have to grapple with dragons or other strange beasts. Your turn. Say grapple. One more time. Incapacitate. Incapacitate. Incapacitate is a verb meaning to deprive of strength or ability, or to make legally ineligible. A computer virus can incapacitate an entire network. Or, blindness or other disabilities should not incapacitate anyone from voting. Now you say incapacitate. Repeat the word. Instigate. Instigate. Instigate is a verb meaning to urge on or stir up. Some people just love to instigate trouble. Similarly, those who instigated the plot were quickly arrested, tried, and condemned to death. Now let's hear you say instigate. And again. Longevity. Longevity. Longevity is a noun meaning long life or long duration. Scientists are now studying the relationship between human longevity and various climatic conditions. Or, the longevity of a popular comic strip may be attributed to witty storylines. Now it's your turn. Say longevity. One more time. Myriad. Myriad. Myriad can function as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective that means in very great numbers. A symphony may be famous for its myriad tones and harmonies. Myriad can also be used as a noun meaning a very great number. A saltwater aquarium may contain a myriad of colorful tropical fish. Now you try the word. Say myriad. Once more. Perspective. Perspective. Perspective is a noun meaning a point from which different things are viewed, or the appearance to the eye of various objects at a given distance. You may advise a friend to look at a problem from a different perspective. Or, the use of perspective usually gives a painting the illusion of depth. Now you say perspective. Repeat the word. Perturb. Perturb. Perturb is a verb meaning to disturb greatly or to throw into confusion. Your conscience may be perturbed by something you have done. Or, a vivid nightmare may still perturb you long after you have awakened. Now you say perturb. Repeat the word. Prodigious. Prodigious. Prodigious is an adjective meaning immense in size or degree. A tiny computer chip can store a prodigious amount of information. Or, raising the pyramids was a prodigious feat of engineering for the ancient Egyptians. Now it's your turn. Say prodigious. And again. Relevant. Relevant. Relevant is an adjective meaning connected with or related to the matter at hand. An English teacher might instruct student writers to include only relevant details in their essays. Or, a student might find a particular newspaper article especially relevant to his or her life. Now you say relevant. Try the word again. Skittish. Skittish. Skittish is an adjective that has several meanings, including extremely nervous and timid, extremely cautious, and unstable. What a skittish person needs is encouragement, not ridicule. Or, a child who has had a frightening experience in the water may be skittish about going back into a pool. Now you say skittish. Repeat the word. Tether. Tether. Tether can function as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun that means a rope used to fasten something to a fixed object, or the outer limit of strength. An astronaut may be attached to a space vehicle by a long, flexible tether. Tether can also be used as a verb meaning to fasten with a rope or chain. A child may tether the family dog to his or her wagon. Now you say tether. Repeat the word. Unison. Unison. Unison is a noun meaning a sounding together or agreement. A clergyman may ask the members of his congregation to recite a psalm in unison. Or, a crowd of striking workers may shout slogans in angry unison. Now it's your turn. Say unison. Once more. Vie. Vie. Vie is a verb meaning to compete or to strive for victory or superiority. A pair of twins may vie for the attention of their parents. Similarly, ambitious employees may vie for raises and promotions. Now you say vie. And again. Willful. Willful. Willful is an adjective meaning stubbornly self-willed or done on purpose. A trainer may enjoy the challenge of breaking in a willful horse. Or, a judge might fine a parent for willful neglect of his or her children. Well, you know the drill by now. Let's hear you say willful. One more time.
Tony Cade Bambara. Author profile. Tony Cade Bambara, 1939 to 1995, wore many hats during her lifetime. Writer, editor, teacher, filmmaker, activist, and social worker. Born in Harlem, she came of age during the civil rights movement and the stirrings of feminism. Bambara deplored social injustice. Her disapproval spurred her to work hard to oust injustice from American society. Her career united diverse interests in a single-minded effort to build and bolster equality and tolerance. As a young woman, Bambara lived in New York City. She gained a faculty position at Livingston College, a new unit of Rutgers University designed to serve underprivileged students. She achieved academic recognition by editing the landmark anthology, The Black Woman, 1970. This collection featured poems, essays, and stories by stellar African American writers, including Alice Walker, Audre Lorde, and Nikki Giovanni. When one peruses the anthology today, it is hard to imagine that no one before Bambara had attempted such a project. 2 years later, Bambara mustered a group of short stories for her publication entitled Gorilla, My Love. It decisively annulled any doubt that Bambara was a major new voice in American fiction. The stylistic traits that her work was prone to are clearly visible: urban settings, first-person narrators, the theme of community, and an uncanny mastery of the spoken word. For Bambara, urban language was far from frivolous. Instead, she used it to plunge the reader into a real and edgy world. Bristling with sassy humor, Bambara's leading characters are often young black girls who refuse to knuckle under to prejudice or disrespect. Strong and self-reliant, they feel no qualms about talking back, as is shown by Squeaky, the narrator in one of Bambara's best-known stories, Raymond's Run. Squeaky may not have been born on Easy Street, but as portrayed by Bambara, she possesses a wealth of wisdom and compassion at an early age. During the 1970s and 1980s, Bambara sustained a hectic schedule of teaching, writing, and social and political activism. Her first novel, The Salt Eaters, 1980, focuses on a fictional community organizer, Velma Henry. After suffering a nervous breakdown, Velma seeks recourse with an untraditional healer. In the novel, Bambara presents illness and pain as metaphors for social and political oppression. Health issues obsess many of the characters. The novel presents multiple perspectives and an intricate experimental structure. The Salt Eaters won the American Book Award and the Langston Hughes Society Award in 1981. During this period, Bambara was also active in documentary film work. Such films, she felt, could shake up indifferent viewers who had become blasé or staid about injustice and inequality. Her script for the film, The Bombing of Osage Avenue, 1986, received Best Documentary Awards from the Pennsylvania Association of Broadcasters and the National Black Programming Consortium. It was also during this period that Bambara began the novel that many critics consider her masterpiece, Those Bones Are Not My Child. Harrowing and suspenseful, the novel presents a city caught in the grip of political and racial tensions. Sadly, Bambara did not live to complete this work. She died of cancer on December 9, 1995. The Nobel Prize-winning novelist Toni Morrison, ever solicitous of her good friend Bambara, saw the book through to publication. Bambara's work remains popular and is often included in anthologies of notable stories for young adults.
Annul. Annul. Annul is a verb meaning to reduce to nothing, to make ineffective, or to declare legally invalid. Our courts have the power to annul any confession obtained under duress. Or, the passage of time might annul one's memories of a petty quarrel. Now you try to say, annul. Repeat the word. Blasé. Blasé. Blasé is an adjective meaning indifferent or bored. A teenager might try to act blasé when test results are being announced. Or, a famous series of movies featured a blasé detective named Nick Charles. Now you try blasé. One more time. Bolster. Bolster. Bolster functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb that means to support or give a boost to. A coach may try to bolster the confidence of a team that has suffered a string of losses. Or, bolster can be used as a noun, meaning a long pillow or a supporting post. A nurse may place a bolster behind the back of a bedridden patient. Now it's your turn. Say bolster. And again. Deplore. Deplore. Deplore is a verb, meaning to feel or express regret or disapproval. An editorial might deplore the effects of crime on people living in the inner city. Or, an activist must not only deplore a social injustice, but also work to correct it. Now you say, deplore. Repeat the word. Frivolous. Frivolous. Frivolous is an adjective meaning of little importance or not meant seriously. A mayoral candidate may anger voters by raising frivolous issues. Or, the screwball comedies of the 1930s are examples of frivolous but clever entertainment. Your turn. Say frivolous. Once again. Muster. Muster. Muster functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to bring together for service or battle, to summon, to amount to. A principal may muster a corps of volunteers to tackle the problem of low reading scores. Muster can also be used as a noun that means a list of men for military service or a gathering. An officer might read the company muster while his troops stand at attention. Now let's hear you say muster. Try the word again. Nonentity. Nonentity. Nonentity is a noun, meaning a person or thing of no importance. A mystery writer might surprise readers by making a seeming nonentity the perpetrator of the crime. Or, a critic might dismiss a famous celebrity as an intellectual nonentity. Your turn. Say nonentity. One more time. Obsess. Obsess. Obsess is a verb, meaning to trouble, haunt, or fill the mind. Someone who is obsessed by past mistakes may have trouble making decisions about the future. Or, people who are obsessed with cleanliness may repeatedly wash their hands. Now let's hear you say, obsess. And again. Ornate. Ornate. Ornate is an adjective meaning elaborately decorated or showily splendid. An old leather-bound book may be printed in an ornate typeface. Or, the ornate mansions of Newport, Rhode Island were regarded as merely summer cottages by their wealthy owners. Now you say, ornate. Repeat the word. Oust. Oust. Oust is a verb, meaning to remove or drive out. A whole nation may rise up to oust a power-hungry dictator. Similarly, the teenage newcomer ousted the veteran champion in a tough 5-set tennis match. Now it's your turn. Say, oust. Once again. Peruse. Peruse. Peruse is a verb meaning to read thoroughly and carefully. A person who holds shares in a certain company may peruse the financial page of the newspaper every day. Or, before you sign a contract, you should take the time to peruse the fine print. Now you try the word. Say, peruse. Once more. Porous. Porous. Porous is an adjective meaning full of tiny holes or able to be penetrated by air or water. Clothing woven from natural fibers is usually porous, no matter how tight the weave. Or, moisture may ooze from the porous rock walls of a tunnel. Now let's hear you say, porous. Try the word again. Promontory. Promontory. Promontory is a noun, meaning a high point of land extending into water. A house perched on a promontory may topple into the sea if it is hit by hurricane-force winds. Similarly, someone might stand on a promontory to get a clear view of the surrounding area. Now you say, promontory. Repeat the word. Prone. Prone. Prone is an adjective meaning lying face down or inclined or likely. The victim of a hit-and-run accident may lie prone in the street. Or, a child who is prone to throwing tantrums may have a difficult time in school. Now it's your turn. Say prone. And again. Qualm. Qualm. Qualm is a noun meaning a pang of conscience or a feeling of faintness or nausea. Parents usually have serious qualms about leaving their children in the care of strangers. Or, a timid person might have qualms about walking down a deserted street late at night. Now you say, qualm. Try the word again. Recourse. Recourse. Recourse is a noun, meaning a person or thing turned to for help, or the act of seeking help. If you're having trouble with a new computer, your best recourse may be the dealer's service department. Or, an accomplished musician may be able to play a complicated piece of music without recourse to the score. Well, it's your turn now. Say recourse. One more time. Residue. Residue. Residue is a noun, meaning a remainder. Some kinds of soap may leave a filmy residue in the tub. Or, 4/5 of the millionaire's fortune went to his wife and the residue to charity. Now you say residue. Repeat the word. Solicitous. Solicitous. Solicitous is an adjective, meaning showing concern, or fearful and anxious about something. No one is more solicitous than the parent of a sick child. Or, nature, like a solicitous mother, has showered vast resources on the United States. Now let's hear you say, solicitous. Once more. Staid. Staid. Staid is an adjective meaning serious and dignified, or quiet or subdued in character. The staid atmosphere in a courtroom may reflect the seriousness of the case on trial. Or, the husband in Ibsen's A Doll's House is usually played by a staid Victorian gentleman. Now you say, staid. And again, sustain. Sustain. Sustain is a verb with several meanings, including to support, to suffer, to withstand, and to affirm the validity of. During the long course of the Great Depression, it was difficult for many people to sustain belief in the American dream. Or, most buildings in the old part of the city sustained severe damage in the earthquake. Say, sustain. Once again.
Reality check. Persuasive essay. Can we please write an epitaph for reality TV? It's been a controversial, even volatile issue since the very first reality shows appeared. Are the programs harmless escapism and fun, as their many fans claim? Or are they mean-spirited, vulgar displays that deserve our disdain? Some believe there's ample evidence that reality TV is contributing to the dumbing down of America. Let's get real. Reality TV isn't going away anytime soon. And reality programs, whether they're off-the-wall dramas or over-the-top competitions, are massive moneymakers that pulverize competing shows in the ratings. It's not plausible that TV executives will pull the plug on their cash cows. But reality shows are proliferating at an alarming rate. More and more outrageous scenarios and crazy ideas, often aimed at the most plebeian tastes, are being given the green light. Standards are at an all-time low. Show directors create contrived situations. Let's send the cast to Italy and unleash our heroes on an unsuspecting populace. Or, let's put a bunch of troubled people in proximity and see what happens. Some programs are clearly facetious and lighthearted, but others leave us shaking our heads at the producers' indiscriminate lack of judgment, good taste, and values. Meanwhile, reality shows that pit people against each other can be downright cruel. Participants are required to undergo humiliating trials and perform risky stunts as they vie for cash and prizes. We watch contestants cower in fear as they confront writhing snakes, poisonous spiders, and other terrifying things. Or we cringe as they break down in tears in reaction to verbal abuse hurled at them by egotistical experts. Viewers are left wondering if the unprincipled show creators have an ethical bone in their bodies. Just how real are these people and their adventures? Evidence indicates some shows are scripted, or at least mapped out ahead of time. It's pretty obvious that most are playing to the camera. Ordinary people become instant celebrities, but they're often exploited by the media and don't know how to handle their fame. The message is faulty. You don't have to work hard or be talented to achieve success. You just need to land on a reality show. It's not that easy. They're living in a fool's paradise. As for rehab shows, watching minor celebrities, or D-listers, act out like toddlers and throw tantrums and scheme is like watching a train wreck in slow-mo. We can't turn away. There's intrigue. It's addictive. Just be sure to come back after the commercial break to see the next shocking and outlandish revelation. Reality show devotees argue that there's nothing wrong with giving people what they want. Others make the case that only snobs put down reality TV. And they can always change channels if they don't like what's on. But when more people tune in to watch a reality star get married than watch the nightly news, or when more people can name the cast of a reality show than can name their own state's senators, our society is in big trouble. We're experiencing reality overload, and it is time for a reality check. The Federal Communications Commission should assert its jurisdiction and put the brakes on the worst aspects of reality TV. proponents of free speech might be aghast, but the National Freak Show needs to be tamed.
Addendum. Addendum. Addendum is a noun meaning a thing that has been added. Here are a few ways in which addendum can be used. Rather than having its own plot, the sequel seemed like just an addendum to the original movie. My mother explained that now that I am older, I will be getting an addendum to my list of chores. Now you say addendum. Try the word again. Addendum. Addendum. Addendum is a noun meaning an appendix or addition to a book or written document. Here are a few ways in which addendum can be used. Many popular novels contain an addendum that includes a reader's guide. The magazine reprinted the original article with an addendum that updated some of the information in it. Now you say addendum. Try the word again.
Aghast. Aghast. Aghast is an adjective meaning filled with amazement, disgust, fear, or terror. The destruction wrought by Hurricane Andrew left us all aghast. Or, the world was thoroughly aghast at the horrors in Hitler's death camps. Now you say aghast. Repeat the word. Now let's say the second word in Unit 5. It is ample. Ample. Ample is an adjective meaning more than enough, or large and spacious. You may have ample reason for deciding not to pursue a career in medicine. Or, a small apartment may not have ample storage space. Now you try ample. One more time. Apparition. Apparition. Apparition is a noun that means a ghostly figure or an unexplained or unusual appearance. Hamlet was urged to avenge his father's murder by the apparition of the murdered man himself. Similarly, in Melville's novel Moby Dick, the apparition of the great white whale suggests the presence of evil. Now it's your turn. Say apparition. And again. Assert. Assert. Assert is a verb meaning to declare or state as truth, or to put forward forcefully. At a family court hearing, both parents may assert their claim to sole custody of their children. Or, it is important for adolescents to find safe ways to assert their growing need for independence. Now you say assert. Repeat the word. Cower. Cower. Cower is a verb meaning to crouch or shrink away from in fear or shame. An animal that has been abused may cower when approached quickly or unexpectedly. Or, a lost and frightened child may be found cowering in an abandoned building. Your turn. Say cower. Once again. Disdain. Disdain. Disdain functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to look upon with scorn, or to refuse scornfully. Someone with whom you have quarreled may disdain your attempt at reconciliation. Disdain can also be used as a noun that means a feeling of contempt. A career criminal may show complete disdain for the law. Now, let's hear you say disdain. Try the word again. Epitaph. Epitaph. Epitaph is a noun meaning a brief statement written on a tomb or gravestone. Horsemen Pass By is part of the famous epitaph on the tomb of the Irish poet William Butler Yeats. Similarly, you might wonder whether an epitaph can say anything truly meaningful about a person's life. Your turn. Say epitaph. One more time. Ethical. Ethical. Ethical is an adjective meaning having to do with morals, in accordance with standards of right conduct, and requiring a prescription. Physicians and surgeons are frequently faced with difficult ethical decisions. In like fashion, a member of Congress may be charged with questionable ethical practices. Now let's hear you say ethical. And again. Facetious. Facetious. Facetious is an adjective meaning humorous or not meant seriously. A lawyer may lose the respect of a jury by making facetious comments about a witness's appearance. Or, a politician's answers to reporters' questions may be decidedly facetious. Now you say facetious. Repeat the word. Inaudible. Inaudible. Inaudible is an adjective meaning not able to be heard. A speaker's voice may be inaudible at the back of a large auditorium. By the same token, crime labs use new sound-enhancing devices to bring out previously inaudible background noises on calls to 911. Now it's your turn. Say inaudible. Once again. Indiscriminate. Indiscriminate. Indiscriminate is an adjective meaning without restraint or control, or unselective. A person's choice of reading materials may be wholly indiscriminate. Or, the damage wrought by a tornado is always indiscriminate. Now you try the word. Say indiscriminate. Once more. Word 12 deserves special attention because it has two pronunciations, intrigue and intrigue. Which pronunciation you use depends on how the word functions in a sentence. Let's see how this works. If word 12 is being used as a noun, meaning crafty dealings or underhanded plotting, it is pronounced intrigue. Intrigue. The internal politics in a modern multinational corporation may rival the intrigue at the court of an oriental potentate. Similarly, writers of spy thrillers usually excel in creating an atmosphere of intrigue and threat. Well, it's your turn now. Say intrigue. Once more. The other pronunciation of word 12 is intrigue. Intrigue. This pronunciation is used when word 12 functions as a verb, meaning to form and carry out plots, or to puzzle or excite the curiosity. Mary, Queen of Scots, was accused of intriguing against the life of her cousin, Elizabeth I of England. Or, the title of a book may be designed to intrigue prospective readers. Now you try intrigue. Try it again. Word 13 is jurisdiction. Jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is a noun meaning an area of authority, or the right to administer justice. A defendant is usually prosecuted in the jurisdiction where the alleged crime took place. Similarly, the Supreme Court has jurisdiction in matters of constitutionality. Now you say jurisdiction. Repeat the word. Plausible. plausible. Plausible is an adjective meaning appearing true, reasonable, or fair. The plot of a movie may be plausible, even though it is set in the distant future. Or, a defense attorney may present a plausible alternative to the prosecutor's version of a crime. Now it's your turn. Say plausible. And again. Plebeian. Plebeian. Plebeian functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective, meaning common or vulgar, or belonging to the lower class. To bring realism to a part, an actor may use a plebeian accent. Plebeian can also be used as a noun that means a common person or a member of the lower class. In Shakespeare's plays, a plebeian is more likely to be a comic than a tragic figure. Now you say plebeian. Try the word again. Prodigal. Prodigal. Prodigal also functions as two parts of speech. It can be an adjective meaning wastefully extravagant or generously abundant. An ecologist might warn against being overly prodigal with our natural resources. Or prodigal can be a noun, meaning one who is wasteful and self-indulgent. Not all families are willing to welcome a prodigal back into the fold. Well, it's your turn now. Say prodigal. One more time. Proximity. Proximity. Proximity is a noun meaning nearness or closeness. Townspeople might be concerned about the proximity of high-voltage cables to their homes and businesses. Similarly, the proximity of the group of whales to our boat gave us a rare opportunity to observe their behavior. Now you say proximity. Repeat the word. Pulverize. Pulverize. Pulverize is a verb meaning to grind or pound to a powder, or to destroy or overcome. A cook may use a mortar and pestle to pulverize whole spices. Or, a champion tennis player may be able to pulverize her opponent with a powerful service game. Now let's hear you say pulverize. Once more. Volatile. Volatile. Volatile is an adjective meaning highly changeable, tending to become violent, or changing readily from the liquid to the gaseous state. A series of public opinion polls may show unusually volatile voting patterns in a certain area, or a freight train may be transporting volatile chemicals from one part of the country to another. Now, by now you know the drill. Say volatile. Once again.
Diary of a Young Migrant Worker. Diary entry. This is a fictional diary of 12-year-old Eudora Soto Vega, a Mexican-American girl in a family of migrant farm workers in California in 1940. The family lived in temporary camps and moved from farm to follow seasonal work, picking crops. September 15th, 1940. We are now on an enormous farm in the San Joaquin Valley, picking cotton. My brother Emilio is back after picking grapes in Napa. The long, hot days in the fields picking avocados and cantaloupes made us tired because we started at 5 in the morning. The Anglos ostracize campesinos, and we stay in our own camps, sometimes living near an irrigation ditch. We use the ditch water for all our needs, and Mama said this is why many get sick. The other farm workers don't live like kings, but at least their camps have toilets and running water. October 5th, 1940. A few of the Anglo kids around here are nice, but most are aloof and ignore us. And some are just plain mean. I'm jealous of a girl who flaunts her new jacket, basking in compliments, Well, my shoes are 2 sizes too small. My mother called California the land of milk and honey, but I am more forthright. How can such a bountiful place be so cruel? We are scapegoats when anything goes wrong. Like yesterday, one of the bushels of cotton went missing. The foreman blamed my father, but we all know it was the foreman's nephew who misplaced it. November 8th, 1940. We are camped at another farm, 20 miles north, picking peas. The rain is leaking through our shack's roof of burlap and palm leaves and onto my diary. It's one of the many defects of our little dwelling, but at least the rain gives us a chance to rest. My name, Eldora, means golden, and Papa said he wanted to instill pride in me by giving me a name with significance. I try to remember that when I see signs like this one at the park. For white people only. Mexicans and Filipinos keep out. December 1st, 1940. Our genial neighbor, Senora Medina, has set up a taqueria for the workers. She is getting a little old for field work, but she wants to help the community, for in time of test, family is best. There was only enough corn dough for 1 taco each, and I am abashed to admit I took a second one. Senora Medina caught me, and I'm scared of repercussions, so I'll hide until things blow over. December 6th, 1940. I heard Mama telling Papa she had a premonition. Something terrible would happen. And she was right. Our old car broke down, and now it's propped up on bricks because Papa sold the tires. Mama tries to hide her anguish, but she is worried because we can be repatriated to Mexico at any time, especially if we can no longer get from place to place. We were all born here, but we have no papers to prove it, and many others have already been sent back in a purge of Mexican and Mexican-American workers. Officials say they want to keep the few jobs for real Americans. That's why Papa won't join a strike, even though he agrees with the strikers, because he can't risk being arrested. December 20th, 1940. Everyone says to stop dreaming, but I am resolute. When I am grown, I will have a little house, and it will be more than a shack made out of cardboard boxes. I will have a garden, too, and I will go to school, and my children will not have to work like my brothers and sisters, and I must.
Abashed. Abashed. Abashed is an adjective and participle meaning embarrassed or ashamed. The parents of a child may be constantly abashed at his or her behavior in public. Or an actor may be abashed by the lukewarm notices he or she receives. Now you say abashed. Repeat the word. Aloof. Aloof. Aloof is an adjective meaning withdrawn or standing apart from others. A person's manner may be excessively aloof. Or, an idealist may find it necessary to remain aloof from the temptations of politics. Now you try aloof. Try the word again. Anguish. Anguish. Anguish functions as 2 parts of speech. It can be used as a noun, meaning great suffering or distress. Can you imagine the anguish Beethoven felt at the loss of his hearing? Or, anguish can be used as a verb that means to be deeply tormented by pain or sorrow. The tragic loss of an only child will deeply anguish any mother's heart. Now you say anguish. Repeat the word. Word 4 deserves special attention because it has 2 pronunciations: articulate and articulate. Which pronunciation you use depends on how the word functions in a sentence. Let's see how this works. If word 4 is being used as a verb, meaning
to pronounce distinctly, to express well in words, or to fit together into a system, it is pronounced articulate. Articulate. A speech therapist may ask a client to articulate a sentence slowly. Similarly, a good witness will be able to articulate all the details of what she heard and saw. Well, it's your turn now. Say articulate. Once more. The other pronunciation of word for is articulate. Articulate. This pronunciation is used when word for functions as an adjective, meaning able to use language effectively or expressed clearly. The spokesperson for a major clothing manufacturer may be charming and articulate. Or, it is important to be well-groomed and articulate during a job interview. Now you try articulate. Try it again. Bask. Bask. Bask is a verb meaning to be in pleasant warmth or to take pleasure from. Vacationers to the Caribbean may bask on the tropical beaches for days on end. Or, a celebrated athlete would be foolish to bask for too long in the glow of past achievements. Now it's your turn. Say bask. Once again. Like word for, word 6 has two pronunciations: defect and defect. Which pronunciation you use depends on how the word functions in a sentence. Accordingly, if word 6 is being used as a noun, meaning an imperfection or flaw, it is pronounced defect. Defect. Defects in the finish of an antique table may lessen its value considerably. Or, we must try to remedy defects in our laws. Well, it's your turn now. Say defect. One more time. However, when word 6 functions as a verb, meaning to desert a cause or organization, it is pronounced defect. Defect. During the Cold War, many Soviet artists defected to the West. Similarly, Benedict Arnold defected to the British cause during the American Revolution. Now you try defect. And again. Finesse. Finesse. Finesse functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun, meaning delicate skill, or tact and cleverness. The stock in trade of a good diplomat is infinite finesse in difficult situations. Finesse can also be used as a verb that means to accomplish something by cleverness, good judgment, or skillful evasion. A talented negotiator may be able to finesse a deal even when the parties involved seem hopelessly deadlocked. Your turn. Say finesse. One more time. Flaunt. Flaunt. Flaunt is a verb meaning to wave showily or to display in an offensive way. Celebrities who flaunt their talents and accomplishments can be decidedly obnoxious. Or, patriotism involves more than just flaunting the flag on the 4th of July. Now let's hear you say flaunt. And again. Forthright. Forthright. Forthright is an adjective or adverb meaning frank, direct, or straightforward. A person may be of a practical and forthright turn of mind. Or, the president of a large corporation may sketch out his or her plans for the future in a clear and forthright manner. Well, it's your turn now. Say forthright. Repeat the word. Genial. Genial. Genial is an adjective meaning cordial or pleasantly cheerful or warm. Flight attendants usually go out of their way to be genial and helpful to the passengers they are serving. Or, after dinner, you and your host may retire to the library for a bit of genial conversation. Now it's your turn. Say genial. Once more. Instill. Instill. Instill is a verb meaning to add gradually or to cause to be taken in. Parents always try to instill a sense of right and wrong in their children. Similarly, a leader's inspiring words may do much to instill hope in a discouraged people. Now you try the word. Say instill. Once more. Ostracize. Ostracize. Ostracize is a verb meaning to exclude from or send away. In tribal societies, the chiefs and elders may ostracize a person who violates the laws of the community. Or, we should never ostracize a person simply because he or she is different. Now let's hear you say ostracize. Try the word again. Premonition. Premonition. Premonition is a noun meaning a forewarning or a foreboding of a future event. A blizzard on Thanksgiving Day may be a premonition of a long, hard winter. Or, in ancient times, nightmares were often interpreted as premonitions of disaster. Now you say premonition. Repeat the word. Pseudonym. Pseudonym. Pseudonym is a noun, meaning a pen name. An English teacher might ask the class to discuss why some writers use pseudonyms. Or, the Bronte sisters all published their novels under male pseudonyms. Now it's your turn. Say pseudonym. Once again. Purge. Purge. Purge can function as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to wash away impurities, or to clean up. Lady Macbeth found she could not purge the guilt of her soul by washing her hands with water. Or, purge can be used as a noun that means the process of getting rid of something or someone decisively. Joseph Stalin often used purges to eliminate potentially dangerous political rivals during the 1930s. Now you say purge. Try the word again. Rehabilitate. Rehabilitate. Rehabilitate is a verb meaning to make over or restore. Historians sometimes try to rehabilitate the reputations of public figures who were undervalued during their lifetimes. Similarly, it is sometimes difficult to rehabilitate a person who has been injured severely in a traffic accident. Well, it's your turn now. Say rehabilitate. One more time. Repercussion. Repercussion. Repercussion is a noun, meaning an effect or consequence, or an echo or reverberation. A skyrocketing deficit is usually a repercussion of excessive government spending. Or, a scientist may explain that an aftershock is a normal repercussion of an earthquake. Now you say repercussion. Repeat the word. Resolute. Resolute. Resolute is an adjective meaning bold, determined, or firm. A general may be impressed with the resolute fighting spirit of the enemy's troops. Or, a lawyer may remain resolute in his or her commitment to defending the poor and the powerless. Now it's your turn. Try to say resolute. Once more. Retentive. Retentive. Retentive is an adjective meaning able to hold or keep, or retaining knowledge easily. Some kinds of fabric are more retentive of stains than others. Or, sometimes the brain's retentive powers are truly amazing. Now you say retentive. Once again. Scapegoat. Scapegoat. Scapegoat is a noun meaning a person or thing carrying the blame for others. Hitler made the Jews the scapegoats for all of Germany's social and economic ills after World War I. Similarly, in the past, evil counselors were often made the scapegoats for royal failures or reverses. Say scapegoat. Once again.
The Discriminating Pigeon, magazine article, by C.W. Songur. The attribute of intelligence is a difficult aspect of animal life to measure. Predatory behavior, courtship rituals, nesting instincts, and many other phenomena are relatively easy to describe. But there is no single accepted definition or doctrine of intelligence. Nevertheless, scientific experiments have demonstrated sophisticated learning, memory, and problem-solving behavior in a variety of animal species. The chimpanzee remains the acme of animal intelligence, with other exotic creatures, including dolphins and elephants, not far behind. Less well known is the remarkable intelligence of the unassuming pigeon. Experiments investigating pigeon intelligence date back 60 years. Few people would list the bird among the world's smartest animals. Some might even belittle the pigeon in this regard. But one has to give credit where credit is due. The body of evidence is growing so fast that scientists in the field of animal cognition are practically wallowing in data on the mental feats of these familiar birds. The results increasingly convey an impression of the pigeon as a curiously discriminating critter. Experiments dating back to the 1980s indicate that pigeons perform better than most animals on the mirror test. This test determines whether an animal can recognize its reflection in a mirror. Humans, chimpanzees, and other apes recognize their reflections without prior training, as do elephants and dolphins. Pigeons require training before they associate their reflections with their bodies. Nevertheless, that they can be trained to perform this way makes pigeons unusual. Of course, scientific interpretations of the mirror test have wavered over the years. But the study of self-recognition in animals reached a new juncture with experiments in which pigeons were alternately shown live and pre-recorded video images of themselves. The results, published in 2008 by Koji Toda and Shigeru Watanabe, indicate that pigeons can learn to distinguish between live and pre-recorded images of themselves. Self-recognition in pigeons remains a controversial issue, but these experiments support scientists who take a stance in favor of the claim that pigeons have a kind of self-awareness. Professor Watanabe heads the Brain and Evolution Unit of Japan's Keio University. Decades of research into animal minds are housed behind his beaming eyes and jaunty smile. Among Watanabe's and his colleagues' most intriguing work are experiments in which pigeons were trained to distinguish between paintings by Picasso and paintings by Monet. The trained pigeons could discriminate between paintings by the two artists with remarkable accuracy. In another experiment, pigeons were taught to distinguish between two groups of paintings by children. The first group of paintings had been judged by observers as good paintings, while the second group had been judged as bad. The pigeons quickly learned the difference and accurately distinguished between good and bad when shown new paintings. These experiments are remarkable, but there's little chance that pigeons will replace human art critics in making distinctions between the tawdry and the tasteful. The pigeon's ability to discriminate between different kinds of paintings, like its self-recognition, depends on prior training. Left on their own, pigeons don't recognize themselves in mirrors or seem to care much for art. Considerations like these might diminish our awe at the pigeon's mental powers. But there's no chance that the bird's brainy reputation will be entirely ravaged. The facts are in, and the pigeons have earned a place in the ranks of our planet's intelligent animals.
Acme. Acme. Acme is a noun, meaning the highest point. A musicologist might regard Mozart's later symphonies as the acme of the classical style. Similarly, some gymnasts reach the acme of athletic performance before the age of 18. Now let's hear you say, acme. Try the word again. Word 2 deserves special attention because it has two pronunciations, attribute and attribute. Which pronunciation you use depends on how the word is being used in a sentence. Let's see how this works. If word 2 is being used as a noun, meaning a quality belonging to something, it is pronounced attribute. Attribute. The ability to communicate with patients is an important attribute in any doctor. Or, absent-mindedness is an attribute commonly associated with professors. Well, it's your turn now. Say attribute. Once more. The other pronunciation of word 2 is attribute. Attribute. This pronunciation is used when word 2 functions as a verb, meaning to assign to or credit with. A journalist might attribute the decline in the crime rate to more effective policing. Or, a scholar may attribute a newly discovered piece of 18th century music to Mozart. Now you try attribute. Try it again. Belittle. Belittle. Belittle is a verb, meaning to make something appear smaller than it is, or to refer to in a way that suggests lack of importance. Rivals often spend a good deal of time belittling each other. Or, to belittle one's own talents is neither healthy nor virtuous. Now it's your turn. Say belittle. And again. Convey. Convey. Convey is a verb with several meanings, including to transport, to transmit, to communicate, and to transfer ownership to. Your mom and dad may rent a moving van to convey your furniture to your new home. Similarly, a painter may convey emotions through the presence or absence of color. Now you say convey. Repeat the word. Doctrine. Doctrine. Doctrine is a noun meaning a belief, principle, or teaching, or a system or formulation of such beliefs. A historian may refer to the doctrine of manifest destiny when explaining America's westward expansion, or a preacher might deliver a sermon on some aspect of the doctrine of original sin. Your turn. Say doctrine. Once again. Word 6 has two pronunciations, excise and excise. Which pronunciation you use depends on how the word functions in a sentence. Accordingly, when word 6 is being used as a verb, meaning to remove by cutting, it is pronounced excise. Excise. A clergyman might urge the members of his congregation to excise selfishness from their hearts and minds. Or, a coach might instruct the members of a football team to excise the word defeat from their vocabulary. Well, it's your turn now. Say excise. Once more. When word 6 functions as a noun, meaning an indirect tax on the manufacture, sale, or distribution of a commodity or service, it is pronounced excise. Excise. In the old days, one of the agencies of the British government was called the Bureau of Customs and Excise. Similarly, Congress may raise excises on various commodities in order to promote sound health policies. Now you try excise. Try it again. Exotic. Exotic. Exotic is an adjective meaning foreign, charmingly unfamiliar, or strikingly unusual. A novel may have an exotic setting. Or, during a trip to the Far East, a traveler may be serenaded by bands playing all kinds of exotic musical instruments. Your turn. Say exotic. One more time. Haggard. Haggard. Haggard is an adjective meaning thin, pale, and careworn, or wild-looking. You would expect someone who had been up all night to look haggard and spent in the morning. Or, the look in a person's eyes may be haggard or hollow. Now let's hear you say haggard. And again. Jaunty. Jaunty. Jaunty is an adjective meaning lively, easy, and carefree in manner, or smart or trim in appearance. The main character in a play may be a charming youth with a jaunty personality, or a person may enter a room in a jaunty manner. Well, it's your turn now. Say jaunty. Once more. Our next word is juncture. Juncture. Juncture is a noun meaning a joining together, the point at which two things are joined, or any important point in time. The city of Pittsburgh is located at the juncture of the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers. Or, the loss of a full-time job may come at a most unfortunate juncture in a person's life. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word juncture. Once again. Menial. menial. Menial functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective meaning lowly or humble. Someone may start in a menial position and slowly work up the corporate ladder. Menial can also be used as a noun that means a servant who does the humble and unpleasant tasks. The great noblemen of bygone days were accompanied on their travels by a host of servants and menials. Now you try the word. Say menial. Repeat the word. Next up is parry. Parry. Parry also functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to ward off or avoid. A politician may be adept at parrying reporters' questions. Or parry can be used as a noun that means a defensive move in fencing and other sports. In fencing, a parry must be timed perfectly if it is to be effective. Now let's hear you say parry. Try the word again. Predatory. Predatory. Predatory is an adjective meaning preying on, plundering, or piratical. Predatory creatures play an important role in maintaining the ecological balance of an area. Similarly, the Vikings' predatory raids on England did not cease until well into the 11th century. Now you say predatory. Repeat the word. Ravage. Ravage. Ravage functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb that means to destroy, lay waste, or ruin. A tornado can ravage the landscape more thoroughly than an advancing army. Ravage can also be used as a noun, meaning ruinous damage or destruction. Government officials may promise to help people rebuild after the ravages of a flood. Now it's your turn. Say ravage. And again. Stance. Stance. Stance is a noun, meaning a way of holding the body or an attitude or position on an issue. A ballet dancer assumes a particular stance just before performing a series of steps. Or, despite pressure from special interest groups, a senator may refuse to alter her stance on a controversial issue. Now say stance. Try the word again. Tawdry. Tawdry. Tawdry is an adjective meaning showy and flashy, but lacking in good taste. Soap operas usually feature somewhat tawdry storylines. Or, popular tourist attractions sometimes prove to be tawdry and overpriced. Your turn. Say tawdry. One more time. Turncoat. Turncoat. Turncoat is a noun, meaning a person who switches to an opposing side or party. Benedict Arnold is still the most famous turncoat in American history. Or, the psychology of the turncoat has been explained in terms of a family culture of lies and betrayal. Now you say turncoat. Repeat the word. Unassuming. Unassuming. Unassuming is an adjective meaning modest. The brilliant physicist Albert Einstein had an unassuming air. Or, a person may give an unassuming account of what is actually a very impressive record of achievement. Now it's your turn. Say unassuming. Once more. Wallow. Wallow. Wallow functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to roll about in a lazy, clumsy, or helpless way, to overindulge in, or to have in abundance. On our vacation, we wallowed in every luxury our cruise ship had to offer. Or, wallow can be used as a noun that means a wet, muddy, or dusty area used by animals as a bath, or a state of moral or physical collapse. After a week of heavy rain, the backyard may look like a pig's wallow. Now you say wallow. And again. Waver. Waver. Waver is a verb meaning to move to and fro, or to show a lack of firmness. Brightly colored kites may waver in the gentle wind. Or, a politician may never waver in his or her commitment to the fight for social justice. Say, waver. And again.
Aquatic robotics, technical essay. 2/3 of Earth's surface is covered with water. Human beings have yet to infiltrate most of this unexplored and cryptic terrain. Instead, their most important proxies underwater are robots. The field of undersea robotics has grown rapidly in recent years. It is now an essential part of ocean exploration. At the very foundation of robot design is the performance of tasks that are difficult, repetitive, or dangerous. These same words describe undersea exploration. For example, the important missions of marine research often require a descent to great depths. Vast areas of the ocean floor remain inaccessible to humans, no matter what protective attire they wear or equipment they use. And no eager explorer, however fervent, would carry out a deep diving stint lasting months at a time. Robotics engineers began to pick up on these challenges in the 1990s. They channeled their efforts into developing 3 divergent types of undersea robots. One type is a remote-controlled vehicle that is towed behind ships. Another type is really a miniature submarine that carries a human crew and is equipped with robot arms. A third type of robot is fully autonomous, carrying out a survey in an unflagging fashion that no human could hope to match. Undersea robots are designed to aid humans in a variety of endeavors. Some of these are ecological. For instance, an early objective of the Odyssey robot series that was developed at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology was to investigate the decreasing number of humpback whales on Stellwagen Bank, a large underwater plateau at the mouth of Massachusetts Bay. Another Odyssey mission took the robot to the bottom of the Labrador Sea between Newfoundland and Greenland. There, even the notoriously rough winter weather could not nullify the robot's mission to explore ocean oxygenation. In this process, surface waters in high latitudes near the poles become oxygen-rich, but also cold and dense. The cold, dense water plummets to the bottom in plumes, where it provides energy for many kinds of life. Without Odyssey's assistance in such missions, human efforts would have been to no avail, given the conditions. The latest Odyssey robot can even hover in place, like a helicopter. It can be controlled remotely with a joystick. Scientists are not the only ones using aquatic robots. Undersea robots are also important for military uses. The robot crab Ariel, for example, may be used to clear mines from minefields that abut the shore. No obstacle or crevice stops Ariel. Few humans would remain calm and stoical performing such a hazardous duty. Military robots are also used to find enemy submarines and to protect coastal areas. At present, there is virtually no perceptible limit on the array of uses for undersea robotics. The British independent robot AutoSub 4, for example, has been used to explore herring behavior in the North Sea and to locate valuable metals at the bottom of a Scottish lake. Tethered underwater vehicles, called ROVs, have assisted marine archaeologists in locating and exploring shipwrecks, including that of the Titanic. And after the massive Gulf oil spill disaster in 2010, cleanup analyses and efforts relied heavily on ROVs. It is safe to proclaim that undersea exploration in the 21st century will increasingly be the domain of robots, as they go where humans cannot hope to follow.
Abut. Abut. Abut is a verb, meaning to join at one end, or to support. In many neighborhoods, sleek new apartment buildings abut houses built in the 19th century. Or, the flying buttresses that abut the side walls of a Gothic cathedral support the weight of the roof. Now let's hear you say abut. Try the word again. Attire. Attire. Attire functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun, meaning clothes or apparel. These days, sports attire can be very expensive. Or, attire can be used as a verb that means to dress or adorn. An actor playing a king may make his entrance attired in royal robes. Now you try attire. One more time. Avail. Avail. Avail also functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to be of use or benefit to, or to make use of. People looking for employment may avail themselves of online sources of job information. Avail can also be used as a noun that means use, benefit, or value. Even anti-lock brakes are of little avail on roads covered with invisible black ice. Now you say avail. Repeat the word. Crony. Crony. Crony is a noun, meaning a very close friend, a pal, or a chum. A high school reunion is a good place to renew a friendship with a former crony. Or, one of the president's cronies may be accused of having too much influence on executive decisions. Now it's your turn. Say crony. And again. Cryptic. Cryptic. Cryptic is an adjective, meaning puzzling or mystifying. The reply to a question may be cryptic. Or, a telephone message may be cryptic. Your turn. Say cryptic. Once again. Divergent. Divergent. Divergent is an adjective, meaning going in different directions, differing from each other, or departing from convention. Two friends may take divergent paths in life. Or, in a true democracy, divergent groups are not only tolerated, but also protected. Now let's hear you say divergent. Try the word again. Enmity. Enmity. Enmity is a noun, meaning hatred or ill will. The deaths of Romeo and Juliet come as a result of the enmity between the Montagues and the Capulets. Or, in the story of Cain and Abel, the Bible dramatizes the tragic enmity of brother against brother. Your turn. Say enmity. One more time. Fervent. Fervent. Fervent is an adjective meaning very earnest, emotional, passionate, or extremely hot. A war-weary populace may express a fervent wish for peace. Or, a shy suitor may compose fervent love letters that he is afraid to deliver. Now let's hear you say fervent. And again. Gaunt. Gaunt. Gaunt is an adjective meaning thin and bony, or bare and barren. You may have seen the gaunt bodies of famine victims in news photographs. Or a landscape may appear gaunt and desolate after a forest fire has swept over it. Now you say gaunt. Repeat the word. Infiltrate. Infiltrate. Infiltrate is a verb meaning to pass through or gain entrance to gradually or stealthily. Some corporations may hire people to infiltrate their competitors in order to obtain vital trade secrets. In like fashion, government agents may attempt to infiltrate radical organizations thought to be a threat to national security. Now it's your turn. Say infiltrate. Once again. Nullify. Nullify. Nullify is a verb meaning to make of no value or consequence. A single setback does not usually nullify years of hard work and planning. Or, an unexpected increase in population may nullify the hard-won economic gains of a third-world country. Now you try nullify. Once more. Perceptible. Perceptible. Perceptible is an adjective, meaning capable of being grasped by the senses or mind. The effects of some kinds of pollution may be barely perceptible for a long period of time. Or, signs of mental or emotional distress in someone may not be perceptible to an untrained observer. Now let's hear you say perceptible. Try the word again. Plummet. Plummet. Plummet functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to plunge straight down. After reaching an all-time high, prices on the stock market may suddenly plummet. Or, plummet can be used as a noun that means a weight fastened to a line. In the old days, sailors used a line and plummet to measure water depth. Now you say plummet. Repeat the word. Proclaim. Proclaim. Proclaim is a verb meaning to declare publicly or officially. On the death of her half-sister Mary in 1558, Elizabeth I was proclaimed queen. By the same token, a candidate for public office may caution his or her staff not to proclaim victory until the last vote has been counted. Your turn. Say proclaim. And again. Proxy. Proxy. Proxy is a noun, meaning an agent or substitute, or a written permission allowing one person to act in another's place. Your mom may ask someone she trusts to be her proxy at the auction if she cannot be present in person. Or, the power of attorney is a kind of proxy often used to accomplish particular business transactions. Now you say proxy. Try the word again. Rankle. Rankle. Rankle is a verb, meaning to cause anger, irritation, or bitterness. Betrayal by a friend can rankle more deeply than an attack by an enemy. Or, cruel words said in anger may rankle in a person's heart for a lifetime. Now it's your turn. Try the word rankle. One more time. Scavenger. Scavenger. Scavenger is a noun, meaning a person who collects usable items from waste materials, or an animal that feeds on refuse or dead bodies. A flea market is a paradise for scavengers of all kinds. Or, scavengers such as carrion beetles and hyenas are among nature's #1 recyclers. Now you say scavenger. Repeat the word. Stint. Stint. Stint functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb that means to limit or to be frugal.
A young married couple may have to stint on luxuries in order to save for their first house. Stint can also be used as a noun, meaning a limit or restriction, a fixed share of work or duty, or a period of activity. In Israel, all young men and women are expected to do a stint in the armed forces. Your turn. Say stint. Once more. Stoical. Stoical. Stoical is an adjective meaning self-controlled or not showing feeling in response to pleasure or pain. Soldiers are usually expected to exhibit a stoical indifference to the horrors of combat. Or, many portraits of Abraham Lincoln suggest a stoical personality with hidden depths of feeling. Now you say stoical. And again. Unflagging. Unflagging. Unflagging is an adjective meaning tireless or continuing with vigor. A runner may be unflagging in her determination to win a gold medal at the Olympics. In like fashion, a prosecutor may fire questions at the accused with unflagging energy. Say unflagging. And again.
Tecumseh of the Shawnee. Biographical sketch. The great Shawnee leader, Tecumseh, Shooting Star, was born in 1768 in Ohio country. Like the land he was born to, the 45 years of his life were marked by war. Control of the fertile region had been contested for centuries, even before Europeans arrived. By the time Tecumseh was born, the British were the region's dominant power. British settlement continued to expand westward, encroaching on tribal lands. Irritated tribal leaders chafed at the expansion, and some sought to fend off the tide of settlers with violence. One of these leaders was Tecumseh's father, who was killed in a battle with the British in 1774. Soon after, the Shawnee sided with the British against the American colonies in the Revolutionary War. When the Revolutionary War ended in 1783, Tecumseh was 15 years old. American forces continued to clash with tribes in Ohio and the surrounding region in a prolonged conflict referred to as the Northwest Indian War. Tecumseh fought in many battles and became the leader of a band of Shawnee warriors. The Northwest Indian War ended in 1794, with the Native Americans forced to capitulate and hand over most of the Ohio lands to the United States. Tensions between the native tribes and settlers cooled. Many tribal leaders even encouraged their people to adopt aspects of the settlers' culture. This period of relative calm did not last long. Many Native Americans remained disgruntled at the spread of settlements and the now predominant U.S. authority that allowed settlers to take land with impunity. A true warrior never seeks glory, but by 1808, Tecumseh had emerged as a leader of renown. He traveled throughout the region to build an alliance strong enough to confront the United States. In his new role as a political leader, Tecumseh was a prodigy. He was a talented and disarming speaker, full of poise and purpose. Endowed with an impressive physique, he presented a charismatic mien. He won thousands over to his cause. Tecumseh's Confederacy, as it came to be known, drew together many tribes. The situation grew dire with the signing of the Treaty of Fort Wayne, which opened some 3 million acres of land to U.S. settlers. Tecumseh and 400 warriors met with Governor William Henry Harrison of the Indiana Territory to demand the treaty be nullified. When Harrison refused, Tecumseh headed south to recruit more allies for his confederacy. Tribal forces carried out scattered raids on white settlers. While Tecumseh was away, Harrison led about 1,000 militia and army troops to Prophetstown. There he defeated the main force of Tecumseh's Confederacy at the Battle of Tippecanoe on November 7, 1811. Memory of that victory would serve Harrison well decades later as he sought to become the 9th president. Tecumseh, on the other hand, saw his plans begin to go awry. The Confederacy, bludgeoned by the defeat, would now take more time to develop. As Tecumseh set out to rebuild the Confederacy, the War of 1812 broke out between Britain and the United States. The conflicts in the Northwest were one of the leading causes of this war, as many in the United States blamed the British for inciting the Indians to violence and supplying them with firearms. Tecumseh sided with the British and helped them defeat the Americans at Detroit. About a year later, Tecumseh was killed during the Battle of the Thames on October 5, 1813. His Confederacy surrendered soon after, giving the United States control over the Northwest frontier.
Apt. Apt. Apt is an adjective meaning suitable, fitting, or likely, or quick to learn. A commencement speaker's remarks about sticking to one's goals may be very apt. Similarly, an apt student may be able to master a foreign language quickly. Now let's hear you say apt. Try the word again. Awry. Awry. Awry can be used as an adverb or an adjective, meaning in a turned or twisted position, or wrong. A thunderstorm that rips through a town may leave awnings torn and signs awry. Or an experiment may go awry because of unforeseen circumstances. Now you try awry. One more time. Bludgeon. Bludgeon. Bludgeon can be used as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun that means a short club used as a weapon. A person wielding a bludgeon may be indicted for assault with a deadly weapon. Or bludgeon can be used as a verb meaning to strike with a heavy club, or to use strong argument to gain a point. Some talk show hosts attempt to bludgeon their guests into agreeing with their ideas. Now it's your turn. Say bludgeon. Repeat the word. Capitulate. Capitulate. Capitulate is a verb meaning to give up or surrender. A poorly trained army may capitulate when faced with a more seasoned and determined enemy. Or, during the Great Depression, Franklin Roosevelt urged Americans not to capitulate to fear. Now you say capitulate. Repeat the word. Our fifth word is chafe. Chafe. Chafe functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb meaning to warm by rubbing, to wear sore by rubbing, to feel annoyance, or to strain against. Wool is a fabric that may chafe sensitive skin. Chafe can also be used as a noun that means a sore or injury caused by rubbing. A tight saddle may cause a painful chafe on a horse's back. Your turn. Say chafe. Once again. Defile. Defile. Defile also functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb meaning to destroy the purity of, or to march in a single line. The mayor of a town may express outrage at vandals who defile local cemeteries. Or defile can be used as a noun that means a narrow passage. A defile leads to the royal burial chamber in the Great Pyramid of Giza. Now let's hear you say defile. Try the word again. Dire. Dire. Dire is an adjective meaning causing fear or suffering, warning of trouble to come, or demanding immediate action to avoid disaster. Cassandra is the prototype of the person whose dire warnings are seldom heard. Similarly, after months of drought, the town's water supply was in a dire state. Your turn. Say dire. One more time. Disarming. Disarming. Disarming is an adjective meaning tending to get rid of unfriendliness or suspicion, or charming. A salesperson's presentation may be so disarming that you end up buying something you don't need. Or a well-timed and disarming remark may prevent a conflict. Now let's hear you say disarming. And again. Disgruntled. Disgruntled. Disgruntled can be used as a participle or an adjective, meaning in a bad humor, discontented, or annoyed. It may be difficult for the owner of a shop to appease a disgruntled customer. Or a candidate for public office may be disgruntled with the results of a recent opinion poll. Well, it's your turn now. Say disgruntled. Once more. Encroach. Encroach. Encroach is a verb meaning to advance beyond the usual limits or to trespass. An animal that encroaches on another animal's territory during the breeding season is asking for trouble. Or the sea may encroach on low-lying areas of the coast. Now you say encroach. Repeat the word. Endow. Endow. Endow is a verb meaning to furnish with. Wealthy alumni may endow scholarships at the colleges or universities they attended. Similarly, only nature can endow a person with good looks. Now you try endow. Once more. Fend. Fend. Fend is a verb meaning to ward off or to manage. A self-defense course can teach you how to fend off a mugger without risk to yourself. Or Oliver Twist describes the lives of orphans fending for themselves in Victorian London. Now let's hear you say fend. Try the word again. Impunity. Impunity. Impunity is a noun meaning freedom from punishment. Criminals should never be permitted to operate with impunity. Or, we cannot allow individuals or corporations to damage our environment with impunity. Now you say impunity. Repeat the word. Mean. Mean. Mean is a noun meaning manner, appearance, or expression. A child with a polite mien may endear her or himself to parents and teachers. Or a reviewer might describe a veteran actor as having the mien of an Old Testament prophet. Your turn. Say mean. And again. Penal. Penal. Penal is an adjective meaning having to do with punishment. Our jails and penitentiaries are penal institutions. Or a particular writer may be a noted authority on penal law. Now you say penal. Try the word again. Pertinent. Pertinent. Pertinent is an adjective meaning related to the matter at hand, or to the point. A remark may not be pertinent to the topic under discussion. Similarly, a court clerk is expected to tag all pertinent evidence in a particular lawsuit. Well, it's your turn now. Say pertinent. One more time. Predominant. Predominant. Predominant is an adjective meaning the greatest in strength or power, or most common. The United States remains the predominant force in the sport of basketball. Or stress may be the predominant cause of a great variety of ailments. Now you say predominant. Repeat the word. Prodigy. Prodigy. Prodigy is a noun that has several meanings, including something wonderful or marvelous, something monstrous or abnormal, an unusual feat, or a child or young person with extraordinary ability. Caesar's assassination was foretold by many strange and frightening prodigies. Or the youthful Mozart was universally regarded as a prodigy. Your turn. Say prodigy. One more time. Recluse. Recluse. Recluse is a noun meaning a person who lives shut up or withdrawn from the world. During the last years of her life, the great film star Greta Garbo was a virtual recluse. Similarly, for 2 years, Henry David Thoreau lived as a recluse in a cabin at Walden Pond. Now you say recluse. and again. Renown. Renown. Renown is a noun that means fame or glory. During his lifetime, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow was a poet of great renown. In like fashion, Jonas Salk won worldwide renown for the development of a vaccine against polio. Say renown. Once again.
The Adventures of Narvaez and Cabeza de Vaca in the New World. Historical nonfiction. On June 17, 1527, the Narvaez expedition departed from Spain to claim Florida for the Spanish crown. By this time, Spain's transition from European kingdom to global empire was well underway. The Spanish were experienced seafarers and colonizers, and by all accounts, the Narvaez expedition was devised in accord with the best practices of the day. The risks entailed in such ventures remained high, however. The Narvaez expedition was a veritable disaster. 5 ships set out that day, carrying 600 men led by the conquistador Panfilo Narvaez. After 3 months at sea, the fleet landed on the island of Hispaniola. While the officers procured horses and ships, about 100 men deserted. Weeks later, the expedition arrived at Cuba. At least 80 men, 2 ships, and many supplies were lost to a hurricane. More bad weather vexed the fleet as it sailed around the Cuban coast, and dexterous navigation proved no match for the elements. The battered fleet reached the Florida coast in April 1528 with a crew of about 400 men. They bartered with the native villagers, exchanging beads and cloth for food. The villagers must have felt some trepidation at the Spaniards' arrival, as they abandoned the village overnight. The Spaniards soon encountered another village, where they heard rumors of gold to the north. Narvaez decided to split the party, sending 300 men north by land to ferret out the rumored gold, and the rest to sail up the coast. One officer, Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, argued that it would be wiser to keep the group together. Narvaez overruled the dissenter and upbraided him with a curt reply, accusing him of cowardice. It was a rash decision that the travelers would come to rue, but they knew little then of the impending challenges. The 300 men who headed north never saw their ships again. They encountered hospitable villagers who supplied them with food, but they found no cities of gold. Drained of vitality by guerrilla attacks, food shortages, and disease, the expedition returned south. There, the exhausted men built crude boats, hoping to reach Spanish settlements in Mexico. Most of the men, including Narvaez, died during this desperate journey. About 80 men, including Cabeza de Vaca, landed on an island inhabited by the Karankawa tribe, who enslaved the Spaniards. After a harsh winter, only 15 members of the expedition remained. They learned to live among the Karankawa as captive medicine men, practicing the art of healing, moving with their captors between the island and the mainland. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Unable to convince the other Spaniards to escape, Cabeza de Vaca set off on his own into the wilderness. He roamed some 150 miles along the coast, making a living as a trader. In the summer of 1532, he encountered 3 other survivors of the expedition who were slaves of a local tribe. Cabeza de Vaca joined these men in captivity, and the 4 planned their escape. Their chance came in the spring of 1535. While their captors were engrossed in a feast, the 4 Spaniards escaped into the desert and headed south for the Rio Grande. Months later, they stumbled upon a party of Spanish slave hunters who led them to Mexico City. Nearly 9 years after the Narvaez expedition had set out from Spain, the journey of these 4 final survivors had finally reached its end.
Accord. Accord. Accord functions as 2 parts of speech. It can be used as a noun that means agreement or harmony. A person's professional behavior may not be in accord with company regulations. Or accord can be used as a verb, meaning to agree or to grant. The demands of a high-powered job may accord a busy executive little time for relaxation. Now you say accord. Repeat the word. Barter. Barter. Barter also functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun meaning an exchange in trade. Before the advent of money, barter was the usual method of exchanging goods and services. Or, barter can also be used as a verb meaning to exchange goods. During colonial times, Native Americans usually bartered furs for European products they desired. Now you try barter. One more time. Curt. Curt. Curt is an adjective meaning short or rudely brief. A general's orders may be decidedly curt. Or a sales clerk may be curt and unhelpful. Now it's your turn. Say curt. And again. Devise. Devise. Devise is a verb meaning to think out, plan, figure out, or invent. Researchers may devise a safe and reliable method for overcoming jet lag. Or, you may devise your own costume for a Halloween party. Now you say devise. Repeat the word. Dexterous. Dexterous. Dexterous is an adjective meaning skillful in using hands or body, or clever. An audience may be thrilled by a gymnast's dexterous performance on the balance beam. Similarly, a novelist may be noted for his or her ability to devise dexterous twists and turns of plot. Your turn. Say dexterous. Once again. Engross. Engross. Engross is a verb meaning to occupy the complete attention of. You were engrossed in the newspaper when I entered the room. Or, a person may be engrossed in the pursuit of excellence. Now let's hear you say, engross. Try the word again. Word 7 deserves special attention because it has two pronunciations. Entail and entail. Which pronunciation you use depends on how the word functions in a sentence. Let's see how this works. If word 7 is being used as a verb, meaning to put a burden on or involve, or to restrict ownership by limiting inheritance, it is pronounced entail. Entail. Climbing Mount Everest may entail more hardship than many would-be mountaineers anticipate. Or, investing in the stock market may entail losses as well as gains. Well, now it's your turn. Say entail. Once more. The other pronunciation of word 7 is entail. Entail. This pronunciation is used when word 7 functions as a noun, meaning a restriction on property ownership by limiting inheritance. A landowner may place an entail on the family estate. Similarly, a will may contain a surprising entail that none of the heirs welcomes. Now you try entail. Try it again. Ferret. Ferret. Ferret functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun that means a kind of weasel. It may be illegal to keep a ferret as a pet in a city apartment. Or, ferret can be used as a verb meaning to hunt out or to torment. TV detectives can usually be counted on to ferret out the guilty party in a case. Now let's hear you say ferret. And again, habituate. Habituate. Habituate is a verb meaning to become used to, or to cause to become used to. A person may be so habituated to lying that he or she no longer knows how to tell the truth. Or one of your neighbors may patiently habituate his or her dog to walking on a leash. Well, it's your turn now. Say habituate. Once more. Impending. Impending. Impending is an adjective and a participle meaning about to happen or hanging over menacingly. Trial reporters may try to predict the outcome of an impending verdict. Similarly, a sense of doom may be impending over a besieged city. Now it's your turn. Say impending. Once again. Personable. Personable. Personable is an adjective meaning pleasing in appearance or personality. TV newscasters have to be personable as well as intelligent and articulate. Or, a personable district attorney may go on to a career in politics. Now you try the word personable. Once more. Rue. Rue. Rue functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb meaning to regret or to be sorry for. You may rue an unkind remark you made to a good friend. Rue can also be used as a noun that means a feeling of regret. Your heart may be laden with rue for friends you have lost. Now let's hear you say rue. Try the word again. Scoff. Scoff. Scoff is a verb meaning to make fun of or to show contempt for. Sensitive teachers never scoff at students' attempts to express themselves. Or, a bigot can be expected to scoff at other people's values and achievements. Now you say scoff. Repeat the word. Transition. Transition. Transition is a noun meaning a change from one state or condition. A young child may have difficulty making the transition from home to school. Or, an economist may analyze this country's transition from a farming to an industrial economy. Now it's your turn. Say transition. And again. Trepidation. Trepidation. Trepidation is a noun meaning fear, fright, or trembling. Try to imagine the trepidation of the Pilgrims as they set sail for an unknown land in 1620. Or, beginning a new job may cause a person some trepidation. Now you say, trepidation. Try the word again. Upbraid. Upbraid. Upbraid is a verb meaning to blame, scold, or find fault with. A psychologist may advise parents not to upbraid their children for every minor failing. Similarly, a coach of a football team may upbraid his players for carelessness in executing key plays. Well, it's your turn now. Say upbraid. One more time. Veritable. Veritable. Veritable is an adjective meaning actual, true, or real. Someone you know may be a veritable mechanical genius. Or a senator's office may be buried beneath a veritable blizzard of telegrams and letters from irate voters. Now you say veritable. Repeat the word. Vex. Vex. Vex is a verb meaning to exasperate or to confuse. Sometimes children who want attention vex their parents on purpose. Or flies may so vex a herd of cattle that the animals begin to run in circles. Now it's your turn. Say vex. Once more. Vitality. Vitality. Vitality is a noun meaning strength, energy, or liveliness, the capacity to live and develop, or the power to endure or survive. An art critic may praise a painter for the vitality of his or her work. Similarly, many of our senior citizens possess amazing vitality. Now you say vitality. And again, whimsical. Whimsical. Whimsical is an adjective meaning subject to odd ideas or fancies, or unpredictable. A particular poet's writings may be more whimsical than wise. Or, analysts may be unable to account for the stock market's whimsical behavior. Say whimsical. Once again.
Working Like a Dog interview. Last month, Working Dog magazine editor Fran Y. DeSoto sat down with dog trainer Eileen Sue to find out more about service dogs and therapy dogs. Eileen Sue, you're an animal trainer who works with service dogs and therapy dogs. What is the difference?
If you delve into it, there are many differences. The conventional view is that service dogs are guide dogs for the blind or the hearing impaired. And while that's true, they are also trained to pull wheelchairs, be alert to the sounds of a telephone ringing or smoke detector beeping, and even retrieve keys or call 911. Service dogs are picked for specific characteristics and temperament. They are not pets, they are working dogs. But that's not to say that a strong, loving partnership doesn't develop between the dog and the person. The intelligence, kindness, and gallantry of these dogs can't be underestimated. Therapy dogs provide comfort and healing to their owners, or to people in hospitals, retirement homes, rehabilitation facilities, or any therapeutic setting. The dogs are brought into a milieu where someone needs TLC, tender loving care. And they are just about the best stress busters around. Therapy dogs are usually pets and don't have the same rigorous training as the service dogs, though they must be well behaved.
Which breeds make better service dogs or therapy dogs?
Labradors and Golden Retrievers are the most popular choice for service dogs. I'll cite a few reasons. They're smart, obedient, confident, hardworking, and highly trainable. Dogs that are too distractible, exuberant, or shy don't make the cut. Therapy dogs come in all types and sizes and can be any breed, as long as they are friendly and respond well to touch and lots of handling.
How does a dog become a service dog?
I work with an organization that breeds and trains service dogs and then matches them with people. The dogs live with the foster family for the first year to socialize them and get them used to being around all types of people and situations. Then a period of intensive training ensues before the dogs are paired with a human partner.
How do therapy dogs help people?
I could regale you with heartwarming stories of therapy dogs brought into hospitals to visit sick children or into a home for the elderly or disabled. The dogs are there to be themselves and allow people to pet them. They calm and soothe, lower blood pressure, boost health, and provide much-needed affection. They have proven invaluable in appeasing kids who have suffered a traumatic event or soldiers who have sustained a calamitous injury.
What is a trainer's role?
Trainers impart their knowledge and experience to both dog and prospective owner. Like humans, dogs have unique traits and quirks, and some can be overbearing towards other dogs. So we weed out dogs that might cause problems. I have had to mediate a few minor scuffles, but nothing too crazy or outlandish.
What's your favorite part of the job?
It's gratifying to see the young service dogs chow down after a long day of training. There's judicious use of rewards, and they have their playtime too. It's not all work. And it's satisfying to see the positive difference these dogs make in people's lives.
Appease. Appease. Appease is a verb meaning to make calm, to satisfy, or to yield to. Any hiker will tell you that you need plenty of water to appease your thirst when on the trail. Or, in order to get re-elected, a legislator may have to appease powerful interest groups. Now let's hear you say appease. Try the word again. Belated. Belated. Belated is an adjective meaning late or tardy. A belated apology for missing an appointment is better than no apology at all. Or, many a great artist has received belated recognition of his or her achievements. Now you try belated. One more time. Calamitous. Calamitous. Calamitous is an adjective meaning causing great misfortune. A calamitous flood may cause destruction that will take years to repair. Similarly, another major depression would be calamitous for the world economy. Now it's your turn. Say calamitous. And again. Cite. Cite. Cite is a verb with several meanings, including to quote, to mention, to summon to court, or to commend. Passages from the Bible are usually cited by chapter and verse. Or, a firefighter or police officer may be cited for bravery. Now you say cite. Repeat the word. Conventional. Conventional. Conventional is an adjective meaning in line with accepted ideas, or trite. A certain senator may be known as a conservative politician with conventional ideas. Or, a critic may pan a particular play because its plot is too conventional. Your turn. Say conventional. Once again. Word 6 deserves special attention because it has two pronunciations, decoy and decoy. Which pronunciation you use depends on how the word functions in a sentence. Let's see how this works. If word 6 is being used as a verb meaning to lure into a trap, it is pronounced decoy. Decoy. A clever general may be able to decoy an enemy into a weak or untenable position. And detective novelists love to plant false clues to decoy or confuse their readers. Well, it's your turn now. Say decoy. Once more. The other pronunciation of word 6 is decoy. Decoy. This pronunciation is used when word 6 functions as a noun meaning a person or thing used to lure into a trap. The leader of a band of brigands may send out decoys to lure unwary travelers into his clutches. Similarly, a general may use some troops as decoys to distract or confuse an enemy. Now you try decoy. Try it again. Delve. Delve. Delve is a verb meaning to dig or to search deeply and thoroughly in. Your dad may spend a good deal of his weekend delving in the garden. Or a genealogist may spend many years delving into the history of a single family. Your turn. Say delve. One more time. Ensue. Ensue. Ensue is a verb meaning to follow in order or to come immediately after. Violence may ensue when authorities routinely ignore the needs of a community. Or, after exposure to a virus, infection may ensue. Now let's hear you say, ensue. And again. Gallantry. Gallantry. Gallantry is a noun meaning heroic courage, respect and courtesy, or a very courteous act or statement. A general depends as much on the gallantry of his troops as on the skill of his officers. Or, a scholar may cite examples of the type of gallantry demanded by the code of chivalry. Well, it's your turn now. Say gallantry. Once more. Impart. Impart. Impart is a verb meaning to make known, or to give or pass something on. Eyewitnesses were more than happy to impart what they saw to the police. Or, a master chef may carefully impart the tricks of the trade to an apprentice. Now you say impart. Once again. Judicious. Judicious. Judicious is an adjective meaning showing good judgment, wise, or sensible. A jury will usually deliberate long and hard to reach a judicious verdict. Or, the choice of a running mate on a presidential ticket may or may not prove judicious. Now you try judicious. And again. Like word 6, word 12 has two pronunciations, mediate and mediate. Which pronunciation you use depends on how the word functions in a sentence. If word 12 is being used as a verb meaning to bring about an agreement or to act as a go-between, it is pronounced mediate. Mediate. A negotiator may not be able to mediate the settlement of a strike with ease. Or, lawyers usually find it difficult to mediate family conflicts. Well, it's your turn now. Say mediate. Once more. When word 12 is used as an adjective meaning occupying a middle position or indirect, it is pronounced mediate. Mediate. In Dante's view of the hereafter, purgatory holds a mediate position between heaven and hell. Similarly, certain diseases can be spread by mediate as well as direct contact with an infected person. Now you try mediate. Try it again. Milieu. Milieu. Milieu is a noun meaning the surroundings or environment. The moral milieu in which a person grows up usually has a lasting effect on his or her life. Or, a reporter is usually happiest in the noisy, high-pressured milieu of the newsroom. Now let's hear you say milieu. Try the word again. Outlandish. Outlandish. Outlandish is an adjective that means strange, geographically remote, or exceeding reasonable limits. One meets the most outlandish characters in the pages of a science fiction novel. Or, several Byzantine emperors are famous for the outlandish sums of money they spent on trifles. Now it's your turn. Say outlandish. And again. Overbearing. Overbearing. Overbearing is an adjective meaning domineering or overpowering. An overbearing parent may stifle a child's emotional development. Or, the composer Richard Wagner had an overbearing belief in his own genius. Now you say overbearing. Try the word again. Pert. Pert. Pert is an adjective meaning high-spirited, lively, or bold. A child may have a pert manner and an inquisitive mind. Or, one of your friends may always have a pert twinkle in his or her eyes. Your turn. Say pert. One more time. Quirk. Quirk. Quirk is a noun meaning a peculiar way of acting, or a sudden twist or turn. You may find a friend's personal quirks amusing. Or, a writer may refuse to respond to every quirk of literary fashion. Now you say quirk. Repeat the word. Regale. Regale. Regale is a verb meaning to feast or entertain agreeably. Your dad may like to regale his chums with tall tales of his exploits on the gridiron. Similarly, medieval bards regaled victorious warriors with songs about their triumphs in battle. Now it's your turn. Say, regale. Once more. Shiftless. Shiftless. Shiftless is an adjective meaning lacking in ambition and energy, or inefficient. Someone who is shiftless is not likely to get very far in life. Similarly, a shiftless clerk won't keep his or her job for long. Now you say shiftless. And again. Taint. Taint. Taint functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun meaning a stain or a mark of dishonor. The taint of scandal has ruined many a promising political career. Or taint can be used as a verb that means to stain or contaminate. Many people become ill every year from foods tainted with salmonella. Say taint. Once again.
To the Bat Cave. Informational essay. One day in the late 1800s, while riding near New Mexico's Carlsbad Caverns, cowboy Jim White thought he saw smoke plumes rising in the distance. On closer approach, however, he found that this impression was a fallacy. What he had really glimpsed was a cloud of bats emerging from the entrance to a capacious cave. It was a pivotal moment that changed the history of Carlsbad Caverns. For millions of years, this spectacular underground formation was known only to a sprinkling of Paleo-Indians and to a million-fold colony of bats. Now the caverns would be the recipient of world-class scientific investigation and the attention of countless tourists. The subterranean geological wonders of Carlsbad Caverns are impressive, but it is the bats that grab everyone's attention. From April to October, the cavern ceilings teem with hundreds of thousands of Mexican free-tailed bats, Tadarida brasiliensis. The cave is a maternity roost where the bats bear and rear their young. The total darkness of the cave is a refuge for the bats from predators and from people. For centuries, bats have been the victims of countless myths and caustic criticism. These false tenets are a Pandora's box for these creatures, engendering hatred and fear that has caused humans to mistreat and misunderstand bats for centuries. For people who like bats, a view of thousands upon thousands of bats flying out of the mouth of the cavern for a night of hunting is not to be missed. Their flight may appear erratic or even ungainly, But nature has bestowed on bats one of the most sophisticated guidance systems known to science. Mexican freetails, like most bats, use echolocation to navigate and to locate their prey. The bats send out ultra-high frequency sounds, similar to those emitted by dolphins and whales. When these signals strike an object, the reflections enable the bat to pinpoint the object and fly accordingly. This process occurs in a fraction of a second. Echolocation ensures that practically no ruse or evasive action will allow a bat's targeted prey to escape. A Mexican freetail's voracious appetite is one of the bat's prime gifts to humanity. On its nightly flights, one bat may gorge on half its weight in prey. They eat mosquitoes, moths, and other night-flying insects. The bats of Carlsbad Caverns are small. They weigh in at 4 to 5 ounces and have a 12-inch wingspan. But experts estimate that these diminutive creatures dispose of more than 1 million pounds of insects annually. Without the bats, the corn and cotton growers in the region would find their agricultural pest problems far less tractable. In addition to helping farmers with insect control, bats also provide fertilizer in the form of guano, or droppings. Bat guano was mined for some years after the discovery of the caverns. Mining guano might seem gross or nauseating, but it was highly profitable. Guano mining is no longer allowed, as it disturbs the stunning cave environment and the bats. Nowadays, Carlsbad Caverns is recognized as a unique national treasure. Preservation groups organize crusades to maintain the pristine beauty of the caves and to ensure that tourists do not deface the rock formations. Meanwhile, the bats inhabit the caves as they have for millennia.
Abdicate. Abdicate. Abdicate is a verb meaning to resign or to disown. In 1399, Richard II was forced to abdicate the crown of England. Or, a powerful executive rarely chooses to abdicate the rights and privileges of his or her job. Now you say, abdicate. Repeat the word. Bestow. Bestow. Bestow is a verb meaning to give as a gift, or to provide with lodgings. A wealthy art collector may bestow her or his collection on a museum. Also, Hamlet instructs Polonius to see that the traveling players are well bestowed in the castle of Elsinore. Now you try bestow. One more time. Capacious. Capacious. Capacious is an adjective meaning able to hold much or roomy. The closets in your house may be capacious. Or, you may possess a capacious imagination. Now it's your turn. Say capacious. And again. Caustic. Caustic. Caustic is an adjective meaning able to burn by chemical action, or biting or sarcastic. Lye is a caustic chemical that should never be allowed to come in contact with skin. Or, criticism of a new film may be caustic. Now you say caustic. Repeat the word. Crusade. Crusade. Crusade functions as 2 parts of speech. It can be used as a noun, meaning a strong movement to advance a cause or idea. Elizabeth Cady Stanton was a leader in the crusade for a woman's right to vote. Crusade can also be used as a verb, meaning to campaign for. During the 19th century, temperance societies crusaded vigorously to outlaw alcohol. Your turn. Say crusade. Once again. Deface. Deface. Deface is a verb that has several meanings, including to injure or destroy the surface or appearance of, to damage the value or effect of, or to outshine. Vandals may deface public property, or a careless child might accidentally deface the cover of a book. Now let's hear you say deface. Try the word again. Embargo. Embargo. Embargo functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun, meaning an order forbidding trade in or movement of commercial goods, or any restraint or hindrance. The 1974 embargo on petroleum shipments from the Middle East caused fuel shortages in the United States. Or embargo can be used as a verb that means to forbid to enter or leave port, or to forbid trade with. The president may decide to embargo goods from countries that exploit child labor. Your turn. Say embargo. One more time. Fallacy. Fallacy. Fallacy is a noun, meaning a false notion or belief, or an error in thinking. A clever defense attorney may detect a fallacy in the prosecution's case. Or, fallacies in logic will lessen the impact of any argument. Now let's hear you say fallacy. And again. Levity. Levity. Levity is a noun that means either a lack of seriousness about something that should be treated with respect, or buoyancy. Sometimes a little harmless levity can help get a person through a long and difficult ordeal. Or, hydrogen rises in the air because of its natural levity. Well, it's your turn now. Say levity. Once more. Mendicant. Mendicant. Mendicant functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun that means a beggar. St. Francis of Assisi intentionally chose to lead the life of a mendicant. Mendicant can also be used as an adjective, meaning depending on begging for a living. Calcutta, India is known for its large mendicant population. Now let's hear you say mendicant. And again. Nauseate. Nauseate. Nauseate is a verb, meaning to make sick to the stomach, or to fill with disgust. Something you ate for dinner may nauseate you. Or, you may be nauseated by an acquaintance's rude and offensive behavior at a party. Now you try the word. Say nauseate. Repeat the word. Negate. Negate. Negate is a verb, meaning to nullify or bring to nothing. New findings or information often negate old hypotheses. Or, a single setback need not negate a lifetime of achievement and success. Your turn. Say negate. Once more. Pivotal. Pivotal. Pivotal is an adjective meaning vitally important or essential. Preventive medicine plays a pivotal role in the care of the elderly. Or, someone may be a pivotal witness in the prosecution's case against a defendant. Now you say pivotal. Repeat the word. Recipient. Recipient. Recipient functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun, meaning one who receives. This year, an American scientist may be the recipient of the Nobel Prize in Physics. Or, recipient can be used as an adjective that means receiving, or able or willing to receive. Representatives of the recipient nations publicly thanked the U.S. government for its aid. Your turn. Say recipient. And again. Ruse. Ruse. Ruse is a noun, meaning an action designed to confuse, or a trick. A common ruse of a thief seeking to enter a home is to pose as a meter reader. Or, claiming that the dog ate your homework is an old ruse. Now you say ruse. Try the word again. Team. Team. Teem is a verb, meaning to become filled to overflowing, or to be present in large quantities. The shelves of a bakery may teem with delicious-looking treats. Or, a beekeeper's hives may teem with insects. Well, it's your turn now. Say team. One more time. Tenet. Tenet. Tenet is a noun that means an opinion, belief, or principle held to be true. In an economics course, you may study the basic tenets of a free enterprise system. And freedom of religion is one of the most cherished tenets of our nation. Now you say tenet. Repeat the word. Tractable. Tractable. Tractable is an adjective, meaning easily managed or easily wrought. A mule is not necessarily the most tractable of animals. Or, certain types of clay are more tractable than others. Your turn. Say tractable. Once more. Ungainly. Ungainly. Ungainly is an adjective meaning clumsy, awkward, or unwieldy. During adolescence, many youngsters are painfully shy and ungainly. Or, movers may struggle to get an ungainly sofa up a narrow staircase. Now you say ungainly. And again. Voracious. Voracious. Voracious is an adjective meaning ravenous or excessively eager. Sharks are traditionally the most voracious of sea creatures. Or, Roman tax collectors were reputed to be voracious. Say voracious. And again.
Stephen P. Jobs, 1955 to 2011. Obituary. October 6, 2011, by Tomiko Sato. Stephen P. Jobs, the charismatic co-founder of the computer company Apple Inc., died on Wednesday at the age of 56. The cause of death was complications from pancreatic cancer. The enormity of Mr. Jobs' impact on the many industries he touched still remains to be measured. Over the past 35 years, virtually since the beginning of his adult life, he grew into an iconic figure that symbolized both the computer revolution and everyday life in the digital age. In the entrepreneurial Mr. Jobs, a mastery of technology dovetailed almost seamlessly with a passion for stylish, sleek design and an intuitive business sense. To many consumers, the combination proved irresistible, as the loyalty of millions of Apple customers must attest. Stephen Paul Jobs was born the son of a young unwed couple in San Francisco, California, on February 24, 1955. Paul and Clara Jobs adopted the boy and raised him in Cupertino, in what is now known as Silicon Valley. The region was shortly to become the world center of computer technology. The young Steve Jobs grew up with a pronounced rebellious streak, together with a fondness for mischievous pranks, evidence of a wry sense of humor. Youth proved no impediment to the child's passion for knowledge and electronics, steadfast passions that would last a lifetime. In 1969, Steve Jobs befriended Steve Wozniak, who shared his interest in electronic devices. After Jobs dropped out after one semester at Reed College, he and Wozniak joined a computer hobby club together. Soon after, they went into business together. The two started by assembling personal computers in Mr. Jobs' garage. Thus, in 1976, Apple Computer was born. It was a success from the start. By 1980, at the age of 25, Mr. Jobs' net worth had exceeded $200 million. Yet numerous twists and turns awaited him in his career. In 1985, after bitter disputes with the Apple board of directors, Mr. Jobs was exiled from his own company. Some entrepreneurs in his position might have been expected to become forlorn and lose hope. But Mr. Jobs never faltered in his determination to be a leader in technology. Without loitering, he bought a small computer graphics company and transformed it into the highly successful Pixar Animation Studios. When Pixar went public, Mr. Jobs became a billionaire. In 1997, when Apple's directors again became disenchanted with management, they invited Mr. Jobs back to run the company. By this time, his eccentricities were well known. Never one to suffer fools gladly, Mr. Jobs could be withering in his critiques of colleagues and subordinates. His pithy appraisals of their efforts were often characterized as haughty, even arrogant. But Mr. Jobs swiftly grasped the imperative at Apple. He created an alliance with a man he once vilified, Bill Gates of Microsoft. Although both men had accused each other of plundering trade secrets and stealing technical know-how, Gates agreed to invest millions in Apple, with Jobs at the helm. In just a few years, Mr. Jobs triumphed with a series of innovative products that became emblematic of an upscale digital lifestyle. Although these products were expensive, consumers must have believed that you get what you pay for. Each device captured the market, aided by Mr. Jobs' legendary ability to adapt product launches into epical events. Mr. Jobs is survived by his wife Laureen, his sisters Mona Simpson and Patty Jobs, and 4 children.
Adapt. Adapt. Adapt is a verb meaning to adjust or change to suit conditions. Some astronauts may find it difficult to adapt to a weightless environment, or an older pet may not adapt well to a new diet. Now let's hear you say adapt. Try the word again. Attest. Attest. Attest is a verb meaning to bear witness or affirm to be true. Satisfied customers may be happy to attest to the quality of the service they receive. Or a retired executive may attest to the stresses of a high-powered job. Now you try attest. One more time. Dovetail. Dovetail. Dovetail functions as 2 parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to fit together exactly, or to connect to form a whole. At the end of a mystery, we expect all the plot elements to dovetail. Or, dovetail can be used as a noun. That means a carpentry figure resembling a dove's tail. Carpenters frequently join the sides of a drawer with a dovetail. Now it's your turn. Say dovetail. And again. Enormity. Enormity. Enormity is a noun meaning the quality of exceeding all moral bounds, an exceedingly evil act, or huge size. Most Americans know far less about the enormity of Stalin's purges than they should. Or, the tourists on an Alaskan cruise may be amazed at the enormity of the glaciers. Now you say enormity. Repeat the word. Falter. Falter. Falter is a verb meaning to stumble, hesitate, or weaken. An actor who is well rehearsed is far less likely to falter than a poorly prepared understudy. Or, Wall Street analysts regularly predict that the stock market will soon falter. Your turn. Say falter. Once again. Foreboding. Foreboding. Foreboding functions as 2 parts of speech. It can be used as a noun, meaning a warning or feeling that something bad will happen. A set designer may drape a stage in somber colors to convey a sense of foreboding or disquiet. Foreboding can also be used as an adjective that means marked by fear or ominous. The expression on a person's face may be somewhat foreboding. Now let's hear you say foreboding. Try the word again. Forlorn. Forlorn. Forlorn is an adjective meaning totally abandoned and helpless, or almost hopeless. The settlements that grew up around the Colorado silver mines are now forlorn ghost towns. Or, old photographs may show the forlorn faces of survivors of Hitler's death camps. Your turn. Say forlorn. One more time. Haughty. Haughty. Haughty is an adjective meaning chillingly proud and scornful. The main character in a romantic novel may be a haughty young beauty of the antebellum South. Or, the main character may be a haughty aristocrat at the court of Louis XIV. Now let's hear you say haughty. And again. Impediment. Impediment. Impediment is a noun, meaning a physical defect or an obstacle. Demosthenes overcame a serious speech impediment to become one of ancient Greece's most brilliant orators. Or, the lack of a college degree may prove a serious impediment to career advancement. Well, it's your turn now. Say impediment. Once more. Imperative. Imperative. Imperative functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective that means necessary or urgent. Surgery may be imperative for some types of medical disorders. Or imperative can be used as a noun, meaning a form of a verb expressing a command, or that which is necessary or required. Stop is an imperative that all should understand. Or, filing an income tax return is an annual imperative. Now you say imperative. Repeat the word. Loiter. Loiter. Loiter is a verb meaning to linger in an aimless way, or to hang around. A fire marshal may tell people not to loiter around the exits and entrances of a building. Or, you may know someone who spends the entire weekend loitering around a shopping mall. Now you try the word. Say loiter. Once more. Malinger. Malinger. Malinger is a verb meaning to pretend illness to avoid duty or work. A child may malinger when afraid of a test or a scolding. Or an adult may malinger when bored or unhappy with his or her job. Now let's hear you say malinger. Try the word again. Pithy. Pithy. Pithy is an adjective meaning short but full of meaning. The Irish playwright Oscar Wilde is famous for his pithy dialogue. Or, the works of the Greek poet Hesiod are full of pithy maxims about a farmer's lot in life. Now you say pithy. Repeat the word. Plunder. Plunder. Plunder functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to rob by force or to seize wrongfully. For centuries, thieves and treasure hunters plundered the tombs of Egypt's kings. Plunder can also be used as a noun, meaning property stolen by force. Museum officials were horrified to learn that paintings they had purchased were actually Nazi plunder. Now it's your turn. Say plunder. And again. Simper. Simper. Simper also functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to smile or speak in a silly or forced way. A child may simper out of nervousness or shyness. Or, simper can be used as a noun that means a silly, forced smile. A simper may not disguise a person's discomfort in an awkward social situation. Now you say simper. Try the word again. Steadfast. Steadfast. Steadfast is an adjective meaning firmly fixed or constant. Early astronomers believed the heavenly bodies were steadfast in their courses. Or, a young couple may vow to remain steadfast in their commitment to each other. Well, it's your turn now. Say steadfast. One more time. Vaunted. Vaunted. Vaunted is an adjective meaning much boasted about in a vain or swaggering way. A vaunted miracle diet may turn out to be both ineffective and unhealthy. Or, a boxer's vaunted 1-2 punch may not be enough to assure victory in an important bout. Now you say vaunted. Repeat the word. Vilify. Vilify. Vilify is a verb meaning to abuse or belittle unjustly or maliciously. During World War II, the patriotism of Japanese Americans was vilified by both the press and the government. And the astronomer Galileo was vilified by church authorities for saying that Earth revolves around the sun. Now it's your turn. Say vilify. Once more. Waif. Waif. Waif is a noun meaning a stray person or animal, or something that comes along by chance. Orphan Annie is the famous waif who went from comic strip to Broadway. And an author suffering from writer's block may be grateful for any waif of an idea. Now you say waif. And again. Wry. Wry. Wry is an adjective meaning twisted or cleverly and often grimly humorous. A wind-blown tree may have wry and leafless branches. Or, a social satirist may be famous for his or her wry remarks about the passing scene. Say wry. Once again.
Now arriving on track 1, New York Dry Goods. Letter. In the United States in 1862, plans began to develop for building a railroad linking the East Coast and the West Coast. The Transcontinental Railroad, finished in 1869, would span the country and forever change travel and life in the United States. September 12th, 1869. Dear William, I was pleased to receive your letter inquiring about our operations here in San Francisco. Business has flourished since I opened our Western office over a decade ago. The frenzy of the gold rush days has subsided, but there is now sufficient population and enterprise in our region to support a growing commerce. There is steady demand for the dry goods I import from your father's New York warehouse. From time to time, our business is amplified by new railroad construction, a new discovery of silver, or a new mine. I agree with your assessment of our prospects. The completion of the Pacific Railroad, at last linking the coasts of our great nation, marks a new epoch in commerce. Yet it would be naive to depend entirely on rail transport for our imports anytime soon, or to expect the oceanic traffic to be obliterated. Already, the steamers have lowered their prices. Of course, where time is of the essence, we will prefer the overland route. I am gratified to report that our first shipments arrived at the new Alameda station. This transcontinental railroad is a sign of progress to come and of a seemingly infinite potential in this country. It will drive the growth of commerce. But it is also a measure of what has already been achieved. Would the great men who invested their wealth in this project have estranged themselves from their capital if there were not already a great demand for transport across the continent? As to your prospects, there is always a place for you here, should you decide to come to California and add your strength to the pursuit of our kindred interests. The work in our office is, for the most part, quite tedious, though you're welcome to a share if your tastes run to the bland. You may prefer to manage shipments to the vendors and merchants we supply in California, Utah, and Nevada. I confess I've grown tired of dealings with customers. Too many of them prove arrogant and irascible. I just overheard a local man arguing with our shopkeeper over the price of some fine linen. The way he put on airs even pretending the cloth was defective, calls to mind the old saying, "The bigger the hat, the smaller the farm." I'd be relieved to put the storefront's oversight in your hands. If you have some other role in mind, we can find a niche that suits you. Recently, I spoke with William Ralston. He had a hand in establishing the Bank of California some 5 years ago. He's keen to see San Francisco blossom into a great city, and says that recent growth in local manufacturing will continue. The city itself, hardly more than a clutter of canvas tents and ramshackle houses when I arrived, has matured into a fine urban center. There are many elegant homes and entertainments, enough to keep a young man like yourself occupied in your leisure hours. This year saw the opening of the California Theater, another of Mr. Ralston's projects, which makes an impressive addition to our city life. I await word of your decision. Affectionately, Uncle Albert.
Amplify. Amplify. Amplify is a verb meaning to make stronger, larger, greater, louder, or the like. Extensive reading is probably the best way to amplify your vocabulary. Or, a hard floor and low ceiling may greatly amplify the noise in a crowded restaurant. Well, it's your turn now. Say amplify. And again. Armistice. Armistice. Armistice is a noun meaning a temporary peace or a halt in fighting. Armistice Day, which commemorated the end of the fighting in World War I, is now called Veterans Day. Or, the armistice that concluded the Korean War established the 38th parallel as the boundary between the two Koreas. Now you say armistice. One more time. Arrogant. Arrogant. Arrogant is an adjective, meaning too convinced of one's own importance. Aristocrats at the court of Louis XV were generally an arrogant lot. Or, someone you know may make a very arrogant statement. Now it's your turn. Say arrogant. And again. Bland. Bland. Bland is an adjective meaning gentle, soothing, or mild, or lacking interest or taste. A person with ulcers is no longer restricted to a very bland diet. And conversation among strangers is usually relatively bland and safe. Now you say bland. Repeat the word. Disclaim. Disclaim. Disclaim is a verb meaning to deny interest in or connection with, or to give up all claim to. A person may disclaim any knowledge of an event. Or, it is rare that a native-born American chooses to disclaim his or her U.S. citizenship. Your turn. Say disclaim. Once again. Epoch. Epoch. Epoch is a noun meaning a distinct period of time, or an era or age. F. Scott Fitzgerald's novels are set in the epoch known as the Roaring Twenties. Or, journalists may describe the present epoch as the Information Age. Now let's hear you say epoch. Try the word again. Estrange. Estrange. Estrange is a verb meaning to drift apart, to cause such a separation, or to keep at a distance. The ups and downs of life may slowly cause fast friends to become estranged. Similarly, conflicting goals or purposes may eventually estrange allies. Your turn. Say estrange. One more time. Gratify. gratify. Gratify is a verb meaning to please or satisfy, or to indulge or humor. Even a person who is dieting seriously should gratify his or her sweet tooth occasionally. Or, none of us should attempt to gratify our egos at others' expense. Now you say gratify. And again. Infinite. Infinite. Infinite functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective, meaning exceedingly great, inexhaustible, or without limit. A fascinating book on the scientific revolution of the 16th century is called From a Closed World to an Infinite Universe. Or, infinite can be used as a noun that means an incalculable number or the concept of infinity. Most people are intrigued by the infinite. Well, it's your turn now. Say infinite. Once more. Irascible. Irascible. Irascible is an adjective meaning easily made angry or hot-tempered. Someone who is overtired may suddenly become irascible. Or, it is usually difficult to work with people whose personalities are particularly irascible. Now you say irascible. Repeat the word. Kindred. Kindred. Kindred functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun that means a person's relatives or a family relationship. According to the Bible, God promised the Holy Land to Abraham and his kindred forever. Or, kindred can be used as an adjective, meaning related by blood, or like or similar. An auditorium may be designed for concerts, lectures, and kindred events. Now you try kindred. Once more. Naive. Naive. Naive is an adjective meaning innocent or unsophisticated. Someone may ask a very naive question. Or, coming-of-age stories usually center on a painfully naive young hero or heroine. Now let's hear you say naive. Try the word again. Niche. Niche. Niche is a noun meaning a decorative recess in a wall, or a suitable place for something. A large niche in a wall may hold a vase of fresh flowers. Or, an executive may speak of a company's need to find its niche in the market. Now you say niche. Repeat the word. Obliterate. Obliterate. Obliterate is a verb meaning to blot out completely or destroy utterly. Thick fog may obliterate a person's view of a distant mountain. Or, erosion may threaten to obliterate the inscription on a monument. Now you say obliterate. And again. Ramshackle. Ramshackle. Ramshackle is an adjective meaning appearing ready to collapse or loose and shaky. A book lover may prefer a small ramshackle bookshop to a big, efficient chain store. Or, a lawyer's ramshackle argument may fail to convince the jury. Now you try ramshackle. Try the word again. Ransack. Ransack. Ransack is a verb meaning to search or examine thoroughly, or to rob or plunder. Hungry teenagers may ransack a refrigerator for tasty snacks. Or, mobs of angry rioters may ransack every home or store in their path. Well, it's your turn now. Say ransack. One more time. Rote. Rote. Rote functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun, meaning unthinking routine, or a mechanical way of doing something. Actors usually learn their lines by rote. Or, rote can be used as an adjective that means based on a mechanical routine. The ability to think critically is far more important than rote memory skills. Now you say rote. Repeat the word. Solvent. Solvent. Solvent also functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective, meaning able to meet one's financial obligations, or having the power to dissolve other substances. A person on a fixed income may have difficulty staying solvent. Or, solvent can be used as a noun that means a liquid used to dissolve other substances, or something that solves, explains, eliminates, or softens something else. An artist may need to thin his or her paints with a solvent such as turpentine. Your turn. Say solvent. Once more. Tedious. Tedious. Tedious is an adjective meaning long and tiresome. A friend's account of what went on at school that day may prove tedious. Or, slicing and dicing all the vegetables needed in some elaborate recipes can be truly tedious work. Now you say tedious. Try the word again. Vendor. Vendor. Vendor is a noun meaning a person who sells something. Some business people spend part of their lunch breaks inspecting the foods offered by street vendors. Or, every vendor at a fair may have a booth or table on which to display goods. Say vendor. Once again.
Muckraking journalist Ida M. Tarbell. Biographical sketch. Ida M. Tarbell was a pioneering investigative journalist. Her 1902 to 1904 magazine serial expose, The History of the Standard Oil Company, did much to reform the United States oil industry. It changed the face of journalism and was the crucial catalyst for the breakup of the Standard Oil Trust in 1911. Her 19-part opus painted a scathing portrait of the shady practices of Standard Oil and its founder and president, John D. Rockefeller, America's first billionaire. That it was a woman who helped bring down an oil empire may have surprised some in an era when women were still regarded as the weaker sex. But it did not surprise those who knew Ida Tarbell. While outwardly modest, with the veneer of a polite and proper lady, Tarbell embodied daring and courage. She had a passion for exposing the truth. She also claimed an oil-related heritage. Tarbell was born in 1857 in Hatch Hollow, Pennsylvania. Her father became an independent oil producer and refiner in the state's oil-rich region. Young Ida watched as he lost his business due to Rockefeller's mercenary practices, which involved reciprocal agreements between powerful railroad interests and a select group of large oil refiners. These tactics effectively shut out smaller companies. Tarbell never forgot the fiasco that had befallen her father. It played a key role in shaping her later career. After high school, she attended Allegheny College. She was the sole female in her freshman class in 1876. She taught science briefly before becoming a writer. She moved to Paris, France, to work on a biography of a French revolutionary, and returned home at the invitation of a publisher who was starting a political and literary magazine. Tarbell composed acclaimed pieces for the monthly McClure's magazine on Napoleon Bonaparte and Abraham Lincoln. But this was just a dry run. It was her carefully researched and rational articles on illicit industrial practices, garnished with her trademark spirited insights, that made her famous. And it proclaimed the era of the progressive and the muckraker, a term made popular by President Theodore Roosevelt to describe how the journalists dug up the dirt on those they investigated. Shrugging off the strictures of conventional journalism, Tarbell and her muckraking cohorts dug deep to uncover injustice and corruption. They avoided the moral abyss of yellow journalism, which focused on sensationalism rather than truth. Instead, they presented facts to win over converts to the progressive cause, which fought for political reform, better working conditions, and civil rights. They targeted hazardous conditions in coal mines, issues of child labor, disease-ridden hospitals, filthy and overcrowded slums, fake patent medicines, and more. Their articles exasperated politicians, business tycoons, and bigwigs whose illegal or negligent practices were investigated. But they thrilled the public. They also galvanized official investigations and prompted legal reforms. Tarbell's celebrated series of articles on Standard Oil were the opening salvo. A 1911 Supreme Court decision dissolved the oil monopoly into numerous smaller companies. Many of these companies are still active today. The work of the muckrakers led to stricter child labor laws and the passage of the Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906. The muckrakers influenced how investigative reporters work to this day. Ida Tarbell lived to the age of 84, writing almost up to the day she died. She gained an international reputation as a writer, historian, and editor.
Abyss. Abyss. Abyss is a noun meaning a deep or bottomless pit. Visitors may stand on the rim of the Grand Canyon and peer down into the abyss. Or, in medieval literature, hell is often referred to as an abyss of despair. Now let's hear you say abyss. Try the word again. Befall. Befall. Befall is a verb meaning to occur or to happen to. No one knows for sure what may befall us in the future. Or, on several occasions, Shakespeare's Julius Caesar is warned about what will befall him on the Ides of March. Now you try befall. One more time. Crucial. Crucial. Crucial is an adjective meaning of supreme importance or decisive and critical. How well you prepare is crucial to the outcome of your performance on a test. Or, you may be lucky enough to get a ticket to the crucial game of the World Series. Now it's your turn. Say crucial. And again. Dregs. Dregs. Dregs is a plural noun meaning the last remaining portion or the part of least worth. You may pour the dregs of last night's coffee down the drain. Or, a burned-out artist might refer to her or his ideas as the mere dregs of inspiration. Now you say dregs. Repeat the word. Embody. Embody. Embody is a verb meaning to give form to incorporate, or to personify. A famous celebrity may be felt to embody the general public's idea of style or class. Or, a patriotic hymn may embody a nation's highest ideals. Your turn. Say embody. Once again. Exasperate. Exasperate. Exasperate is a verb meaning to irritate, annoy, or anger. Waiting on long, slow-moving lines will eventually exasperate even the most patient person. Or, you may be exasperated by your little brother's behavior at a party. Now let's hear you say exasperate. Try the word again. Fiasco. Fiasco. Fiasco is a noun, meaning the complete collapse or failure of a project. A play that gets terrible reviews usually turns into a box office fiasco. Or, bad weather and travel delays may turn a dream vacation into a fiasco. Your turn. Say fiasco. One more time. Garnish. Garnish. Garnish functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to adorn or decorate. Japanese cooks sometimes garnish a dish with seaweed. Or, garnish can be used as a noun that means an ornament or decoration. An after-dinner speech needs a liberal garnish of humor. Now let's hear you say garnish. And again. Heritage. Heritage. Heritage is a noun meaning an inheritance or a birthright. Much of Western philosophy is steeped in the heritage of Greek and Roman thought. Or, many cities set aside special days on which to celebrate aspects of their rich ethnic heritage. Now you say heritage. Repeat the word. Inert. Inert. Inert is an adjective meaning lifeless or unable to move, or slow or inactive. Scientists can learn much about the life of a planet by studying the inert rocks of which it is composed. Or, many animals become inert as a way of protecting themselves from danger. Now it's your turn. Say inert. Once again. Mercenary. Mercenary. Mercenary functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective meaning acting or working for self-gain only. Some people seek public office for purely mercenary reasons. Mercenary can also be used as a noun that means a hired soldier. German mercenaries fought on the British side during the American Revolution. Now you try the word. Say mercenary. Once more. Negligent. Negligent. Negligent is an adjective meaning marked by carelessness or indifference, or failing to do what should be done. A negligent parent may be subject to arrest, trial, and conviction. Or, many people tend to be a little negligent when it comes to paying bills. Now let's hear you say negligent. Try it again. Oblivion. Oblivion. Oblivion is a noun meaning forgetfulness, a state of being forgotten, or a general pardon. Many celebrities have quickly gone from the spotlight to oblivion. Or, the American historian Henry Adams wrote that 6 months oblivion amounts to newspaper death. Now you say oblivion. Repeat the word. Opus. Opus. Opus is a noun, meaning an impressive piece of work. A musical composition published after a composer's death may be marked opus posthumous. Or, some writers spend their whole life on a single opus. Now it's your turn. Say opus. And again. Pallid. Pallid. Pallid is an adjective meaning pale or weak and lifeless. The sky may suddenly turn pallid on a bleak December day. Or, shock or fright may leave your cheeks quite pallid. Now you say, pallid. Repeat the word. Parable. Parable. Parable is a noun meaning a short narrative designed to teach a moral lesson. A certain story may not be so much a depiction of real life as a parable. Or, a member of the clergy may base a sermon on one of the parables in the New Testament. Well, it's your turn now. Say parable. One more time. Rational. Rational. Rational is an adjective meaning based on reasoning, able to use reason, or sensible. Scientific method is based on rational principles. Or, the behavior of the stock market is not always based on rational considerations. Now you say rational. Repeat the word. Reciprocal. Reciprocal. Reciprocal functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective meaning shared, involving give and take, or working in both directions. Two nations may agree to a reciprocal exchange of ambassadors. Or, reciprocal can be used as a noun that means a number that, when multiplied by another number, gives 1. Students begin to learn about reciprocals in their 5th grade math classes. Now it's your turn. Say reciprocal. Once more. Stricture. Stricture. Stricture is a noun meaning a limitation, a criticism, or a narrowing of a bodily passage. Americans very much resent any strictures on their freedom of movement. Or, certain ailments of the throat may cause stricture of the windpipe. Now you say stricture. And again. Veneer. Veneer. Veneer functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun, meaning a thin outer layer or a surface appearance. War has a way of stripping us of our veneer of civilization. Or, veneer can be used as a verb that means to cover with a thin layer. One wall of a living room may be veneered with brick. Say veneer. Once again.
I'll wait for the movie. Compare and contrast essay. Cue scene. Middle-earth characters Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli leap off a ship, swords in hand, to breach archenemy Sauron's lines in the epic battle of Pelennor Fields. This is a crucial moment in the movie version of The Lord of the Rings, Return of the King. Alas, the haunting showdown with the ghostly brigands does not actually occur in author J.R.R. Tolkien's books. Film fans do not have to speak Elvish to enjoy director Peter Jackson's blockbuster Lord of the Rings, LOTR trilogy. But do the movies do justice to Tolkien's enduring and popular novels? And is it possible for the LOTR purist to watch the films without cringing at every discrepancy? Readers are often disappointed with movie adaptations of their favorite novels. In fact, they might be predisposed to dislike any movie version. This is a perennial problem for film directors, scriptwriters, readers, and moviegoers alike. Filmmakers often commandeer the story and make it their own. Their motivation might be this cliché: a picture paints 1,000 words. They eliminate characters or events, or they add new ones. and authors can't complain. When they sell the rights to their work, they usually relinquish control. Filmmakers understand that their audience is opinionated, as evidenced by LOTR fans posting online comments about Jackson's adaptation. Some claim that Jackson made a muddle of the books, that his tinkering is spurious, or that the films show only spasmodic flashes of greatness. Other fans show unbridled enthusiasm, saying that Tolkien's perennial classics are too long and diffuse, and that the director's snipping was essential. And some fans are more circumspect in their criticism, realizing it is impossible to please everyone. The dilemma facing filmmakers is that reading a book is a more interactive experience than watching a movie. A reader visualizes every scene in the book and decides what the characters look and sound like, what they wear, how their environs appear. For those who read the LOTR books first, the movie's Frodo may not resemble the Frodo they imagined. How can Peter Jackson's vision of Middle-earth reflect the ones created in the mind's eye of millions of readers? It is easy to imagine that moviegoers and readers are always deadlocked over which medium is better. Those who have read the book may come away from the multiplex disappointed. The movie left out so much. Why was that memorable scene transposed to the beginning? On the other hand, those who see the movie first may be awed by the director's imaginative retelling or by the stirring music and special effects. Most movies based on books retain key characters, scenes, and themes. Directors and scriptwriters strive to tell the same story and evoke the same emotions as the author of the original book. Both share an audience, yet address one that is exclusively their own. In the end, directors must rely on fans to accept the limitations of the movie. How is it possible for a 2-hour movie, or even a sprawling movie trilogy, to include all of the details woven throughout a long novel? A movie that attempted to do this would end up unwieldy and cumbersome, a surefire way to disappoint moviegoers and book lovers alike.
Admonish. Admonish. Admonish is a verb meaning to caution, scold, or remind. It can be used like this. A keynote speaker might admonish an unruly crowd at a political convention, or a preacher might admonish his congregation of their duty. Now let's hear you say admonish. Try the word again. Breach. Breach. Breach functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun meaning a gap or violation. For example, a lawyer who reveals what a client has said in confidence may be guilty of a breach of trust. Breach can also be used as a verb, meaning to break through. A psychiatrist may find it difficult to breach a patient's emotional defenses. Now you try breach. One more time. Brigand. Brigand. Brigand is a noun meaning a bandit. You may have read that China was swarming with brigands in the troubled years before the Boxer Rebellion of 1900. Or, you may hear a neighbor refer humorously to an ex-boyfriend as an unworthy brigand who temporarily stole her heart. Now it's your turn. Say the word brigand. And again. Let's move on. Circumspect. Circumspect. Circumspect is an adjective meaning cautious or careful. You may have heard your mom advise your dad to be circumspect in his financial investments. Or you may have read in a newspaper that a particular Secretary of State favored a circumspect foreign policy. Now you say circumspect. Repeat the word. Commandeer. Commandeer. Commandeer is a verb meaning to seize or take over. For example, in an emergency, a general might be forced to commandeer supplies for his army. Or you may hear a friend complain that someone is attempting to commandeer his or her affections. Your turn. Say commandeer. Once again. Cumbersome. Cumbersome. Cumbersome is an adjective that means clumsy or hard to handle. Here are a few ways in which cumbersome can be used. The writing system of ancient Egypt was too cumbersome for everyday purposes. Or, a psychiatrist might observe that a certain patient was carrying around a lot of cumbersome emotional baggage. Now let's hear you say cumbersome. Try the word again. Deadlock. Deadlock. Deadlock functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun meaning a standstill. Serious disagreement about how to reform the welfare system might produce a deadlock in the legislature. Or deadlock can be used as a verb meaning to bring to a standstill. Unreasonable demands by either labor or management might threaten to deadlock negotiations for a new contract. Your turn. Say deadlock. One more time. Debris. Debris. Debris is a noun meaning wreckage. After an airplane crash over the ocean, the surface of the water might be littered with debris. Or, the kingdoms of early medieval Europe were built up out of the debris of the Roman Empire. Now let's hear you say debris. And again. Diffuse and diffuse. Which pronunciation you use depends on how the word functions in a sentence. Let's see how this works. If word 9 is being used as a verb meaning to spread widely, it is pronounced diffuse. Diffuse. An engineer might say that the audio system he has developed was designed to diffuse recorded sound evenly throughout a room. Or, a defense lawyer might remark that her closing statement was intended to diffuse the force of the prosecution's argument. The other pronunciation of word 9 is diffuse. Diffuse. This pronunciation is used when word 9 functions as an adjective, meaning long-winded or scattered. For example, a book reviewer might criticize the plot of a novel for being overly diffuse. Or, a couple building a new house might tell the architect that they wanted diffuse lighting in the bedroom. Let's recap. Word 9 has two pronunciations. When it's used as a verb, it's pronounced diffuse. When it's used as an adjective, it's pronounced diffuse. Dilemma. Dilemma. Dilemma is a noun meaning a perplexing situation. Deciding whether to continue life support systems for a brain-dead patient might present a surgeon with a difficult ethical dilemma. Or, whether to intervene in a civil war in a foreign country may prove a troublesome dilemma for the U.S. government. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word dilemma. Once again. Efface. Efface. Efface is a verb meaning to wipe out or erase. A criminal might try to efface all signs of his or her presence at a crime scene. Or, time might efface all traces of a severe illness. Now you try the word. Say efface. Once more. Muddle. Muddle. Muddle has two uses. It can function as a verb meaning to mess up. For example, an unexpected airline strike can really muddle a person's travel arrangements. Or, muddle can be used as a noun that means a complete mess. A sloppy clerk can leave a company's filing system in an awful muddle. Now let's hear you say muddle. Try the word again. Opinionated. Opinionated. Opinionated is an adjective meaning firm or stubborn in one's ideas and convictions. A person can be highly opinionated in his or her views about social reform. Or, you may have very opinionated relatives. Now you say opinionated. Repeat the word. Perennial. Perennial. Perennial functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective meaning long-lasting or constant. During the 1940s, the Yankees were perennial contenders for the American League Championship. Perennial can also be used as a noun meaning a long-lasting plant. My grandmother always chose perennials to plant in her garden. Now it's your turn. Say perennial. And again. Predispose. Predispose. Predispose is a verb meaning to incline to beforehand. Certain features of a person's genetic makeup may predispose that person to cancer. Or, the gracious way in which you greeted me predisposed me in your favor. Now say predispose. Try the word again. Relinquish. Relinquish. Relinquish is a verb that means to let go or give up. The owner of a sailboat may relinquish the wheel to a guest during an outing at the shore. Or, the president of a large corporation may relinquish control of daily operations to various subordinates. Now it's your turn. Say relinquish. One more time. Salvage. Salvage. Salvage functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb meaning to rescue or retrieve. Celebrities often find it difficult to salvage their reputations once the details of their personal lives have become known. Salvage can also be used as a noun meaning property or other goods that have been rescued. Scavengers of all kinds might flock to the scene of a shipwreck in search of salvage. Now you say salvage. Repeat the word. Spasmodic. Spasmodic. Spasmodic is an adjective that means occasional or violent but brief. Let's see. A friend's efforts to lose weight may be only spasmodic and half-hearted. Or you might see spasmodic flashes of lightning heralding the approach of a summer thunderstorm. Now it's your turn. Try to say spasmodic. Once more. Spurious. Spurious. Spurious is an adjective meaning not genuine, true, or valid. Spies or con artists, for example, would usually have spurious credentials. Or, a jury would try to avoid spurious conclusions when weighing the evidence presented at a trial. Now you say spurious. And again. Unbridled. Unbridled. Unbridled is an adjective. It means uncontrolled or lacking in restraint. A historian might write that the robber barons of 19th century America were motivated by unbridled greed. Or a movie critic might say that the heroine of a certain film was the victim of her own unbridled passions. Let's hear you say unbridled. Once again.
Cowgirl Up! Historical nonfiction. People today may consider cowgirls to be folk heroines, but many of the women who helped open America's western cattle country would have jeered and laughed at the term. It had a hint of the dissolute until well into the 20th century. Cowgirls were associated with comely female sharpshooters, ropers, and trick riders of Wild West shows. At that time, working in entertainment meant expulsion from respectable society. But it is said that you can't judge a horse by its color, and the West benefited from the work of all the women there. There was a precedent in the West for women ranchers in the areas governed by Spain, from 1697 to 1848. Husbands and wives co-owned vast homesteads. Under Spanish law, wives could inherit property. Land ownership fortified the social status of women. Early generations of ranch women were unflinching and determined as they undertook all but the heaviest chores. They rode horses, herded cattle, and performed much of the work wealthy ranchers could compensate cowboys to do, and all the while, these women tended their homes and families. Their contributions helped turn struggling ranches into lucrative enterprises. Some women of the Old West are legends, while others have stories that have only been remembered by their families. Susan McSween lived in New Mexico at the time of Billy the Kid and the Lincoln County Wars. Rather than adjourn to a humdrum town life after her husband's murder in 1878, young Susan McSween purchased a ranch. Soon McSween, the cattle queen of New Mexico, owned over 8,000 head of cattle. She lived much of her life running her ranch and selling real estate. Lily Casey grew up in the early 1900s in a one-room house in West Texas, where, as a young child, she drove the family wagon to town to sell eggs. Her family bought a ranch in New Mexico when she was 11 years old. Casey's mother did not find the alien, difficult ranch work tantalizing, so Casey began overseeing most of the ranch work when she was barely a teenager. Exhausted by running the ranch without support, Casey left home at age 15 to teach in a town 500 miles away. She rode a horse all the way and arrived at her new job, sullied and hungry, 28 days later. Casey taught for many years before returning to ranching during the 1930s. Nobody would pin the label mediocre on the life of Martha Jane Canary. Born in 1852 in Missouri, she was separated from her family at an early age. To support herself, she worked erratically as a waitress, a nurse, a pony express rider, a mule and ox team driver, and a gold prospector. It was during her time as an Army Scout that she met Buffalo Bill and earned her famous nickname, Calamity Jane. She traveled through much of the West, and stories of her adventures proliferated. She died in South Dakota in 1903. She is buried next to another Western hero whose life is fodder for outrageous stories, Wild Bill Hickok. While early ranch women were the first cowgirls, such women exist today. The National Cowgirl Hall of Fame in Texas first opened its doors in 1975 and has over 150 inductees. Among the cowgirls honored are a Pulitzer Prize winner, the first female chief of the Cherokee Nation, and a Supreme Court justice.
Adjourn. Adjourn. Adjourn is a verb meaning to stop for a time or to move to another place. For example, a judge might adjourn a trial for a week. Or we might adjourn to the sun deck after lunch. Now here we go. Let's hear you say adjourn. And again. Alien. Alien. Alien functions as two parts of speech. It can be a noun meaning a citizen of another country. The U.S. government has been trying for some time to stop the flow of illegal aliens into our country. Or alien can be used as an adjective meaning foreign or strange. An economist might say that a certain practice was alien to sound banking principles. Now you say alien. Try the word again. Comely. Comely. Comely is an adjective meaning having a nice appearance or pleasing. For example, a young woman may have comely features, or a salesperson may have a comely manner of dealing with customers. Now it's your turn. Say comely. And again. Compensate. Compensate. Compensate is a verb meaning to make up for or to repay for services. A court may order an airline to compensate the families of the victims of a plane crash. Or you may try to compensate for inward feelings of fear by putting up a brave front. Now you say compensate. Repeat the word. Dissolute. Dissolute. Dissolute is an adjective meaning loose in morals or behavior. Shakespeare's Prince Hal, for instance, had a number of dissolute companions. Or people who make a career of preying on society may be described as having truly dissolute minds. Your turn. Say dissolute. Once again. Erratic. Erratic. Erratic is an adjective meaning inconsistent, unexpected, or undependable. You may know someone who is an erratic driver. or the course of a river may be erratic. Now let's hear you say erratic. Try the word again. Expulsion. Expulsion. Expulsion is a noun meaning the process of driving or forcing out. Racist comments may constitute grounds for immediate expulsion from a college or university. Or, exhaling involves the regular intake and expulsion of air from the lungs. Your turn. Say expulsion. One more time. Faint. Faint. Faint functions as two parts of speech. It can be a noun meaning a pretense or a deceptive move. During the Civil War, a Union general began a battle with a feint on the Confederate flank. Or, feint can be a verb, meaning to make a deceptive move or a pretense of. A quarterback may feint to the left to avoid being sacked. Now let's hear you say feint. And again. Fodder. Fodder. Fodder can also function as two parts of speech. It can be a noun meaning food for horses or cattle. During the winter, for instance, farmers must provide their cattle with dry fodder several times a day. Or fodder can be a verb meaning to provide food for livestock. A cowboy needs to fodder and water his horse every day. Now you say fodder. Repeat the word. Fortify. Fortify. Fortify is a verb meaning to strengthen or build up. A general may fortify a military position. Or you may try to fortify yourself against rejection. Now it's your turn. Say fortify. Try the word again. Illegible. Illegible. Illegible is an adjective meaning difficult or impossible to read. A scholar may find an ancient manuscript almost illegible. Or someone may complain that he or she can't read that illegible scrawl you call handwriting. Now let's hear you say illegible. And again. Jeer. Jeer. Jeer functions as two parts of speech. It can be a verb meaning to make rude or unkind fun of. Someone may jeer at another person's clumsiness on the basketball court. Or jeer can be a noun meaning a rude or derisive remark. A bad call from an umpire may be greeted by jeers from the crowd. Now you try the word. Say jeer. Once more. Lucrative. Lucrative. Lucrative is an adjective meaning profitable or money-making. Your mom, for instance, may have made a lucrative investment. Or your dad may be about to sign a lucrative contract. Now you say lucrative. Repeat the word. Mediocre. Mediocre. Mediocre is an adjective meaning ordinary or undistinguished. An actor may turn in a mediocre performance on a particular day. Or someone may be a great novelist, but a very mediocre poet. Now it's your turn. Say mediocre. And again. Proliferate. Proliferate. Proliferate is a verb meaning to reproduce or spread rapidly. Weeds may have a tendency to proliferate in your lawn. Or rumors may proliferate in your school. Now you say proliferate. One more time. Subjugate. Subjugate. Subjugate is a verb meaning to conquer by force or bring under complete control. Adolf Hitler tried to subjugate the entire continent of Europe during World War II. Similarly, a person who has been made the butt of a practical joke may find it difficult to subjugate a desire for revenge. Well, it's your turn now. Say subjugate. And again. Sully. Sully. Sully is a verb meaning to stain, tarnish, or defile. Greasy soot can sully even the cleanest shirt or dress. Similarly, questionable ethical behavior can sully one's good name in the eyes of the community. Now you say sully. Repeat the word. Tantalize. Tantalize. Tantalize is a verb meaning to torment by teasing. Dreams of playing shortstop for a major league team may tantalize the imagination of a budding young baseball player. Or stories of gold in them thar hills may tantalize an old prospector. Now it's your turn. Say tantalize. Once more. Terse. Terse. Terse is an adjective that means brief and to the point. Your teacher may give you a terse reply to your question. Or a schoolmate's comments on your performance in a play may be terse to the point of rudeness. Now you say terse. And again. Unflinching. Unflinching. Unflinching is an adjective meaning firm in the face of danger or not drawing back. A certain politician, for instance, may have an unflinching commitment to social justice. Or a schoolmate may be involved in the unflinching pursuit of excellence. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say unflinching. Repeat the word.
A polar controversy. Historical nonfiction. Today, traveling by air greatly abridges the time it once took to reach the North Pole. In the first decade of the 20th century, before airplanes, reaching that remote frozen destination was no easy task. Those who attempted it had to surmount hazardous conditions, such as rifts in thick drifting sea ice and bitter winds that made breathing painful. Nonetheless, reaching the pole first was an elusive prize that adventurers ardently sought. Then, toward the end of that decade, two eminent American explorers, Frederick Cook and Robert E. Peary, friends and co-travelers, each claimed to have done so. Which one actually hit the jackpot? After all, a first cannot be achieved twice. The two men shared a passionate commitment to polar exploration, but diverged in their attitudes and methods. Cook took a keen interest in the indigenous hunters. He strove to learn their culture and language. In contrast, Peary, who had undertaken several Arctic journeys, treated the native peoples he encountered in a manner one would never condone today. He approached the Arctic dwellers as a marauder would, pilfering their grave sites and selling the remains. Cook left his base camp in Anatok, Greenland, in February of 1908, and he claimed later that he reached the pole on April 21st after enduring 2 months of brutal conditions. Once he determined his location by sextant, he began his long trek back to Anatok, arriving there a year later. In his exhausted and emaciated state, he bore little semblance to a human being. Then, during his recovery, he learned that Peary had begun his own polar expedition 8 months earlier, in August 1908. His strength restored, Cook journeyed overland by sled to a Danish trading post that was 700 miles away, but he left behind most of his expedition records, intending to have them shipped later. In August 1909, several months after Cook's departure, Peary arrived at Anatok, convinced that he had been the first to reach the pole on April 6, 1909. Hearing that Cook was claiming to have won the race the previous year made him irate. This news led him to try to discredit his fellow adventurer. He later accused Cook of fabricating accounts of such past achievements as his successful assault on the summit of Mount McKinley. Peary even refused to take Cook's expedition records with him aboard the ship that took him home, so they were lost forever. Cook was heartsick that his former colleague would try to usurp his claim with these attacks. Their friendship was now terminated, and thus began a lifelong altercation. Once back in the United States, Peary and his associates kept busy casting doubts on Cook's reliability. Cook did not take these attacks lying down. He was in Europe, writing My Attainment of the Pole to make his case more forcefully. Peary stayed on the offensive and soon gained public favor. A congressional committee investigated Peary's claims, and although it passed a bill honoring him, many dissented, remaining unconvinced by his so-called proofs. The committee officially credited him, not with discovering the North Pole, but simply with Arctic exploration resulting in its discovery. Both explorers claim to have buried objects at the North Pole, but such evidence has never been found. Nor have Cook's records shown up. Both explorers have their adherents, and the question of who reached the pole first remains unanswered, although Peary's name is the one that is most associated with the discovery. Peary's efforts notwithstanding, Cook's claim has proven hard to exercise. One reason? More recent visitors to the polar region have confirmed as accurate his original vivid descriptions.
A bridge. A bridge. A bridge is a verb meaning to make shorter. For example, business problems may force your mom to abridge the family stay at the seashore. Or, an oppressive government may abridge the liberties of the people. Now you say abridge. Repeat the word. Adherent. Adherent. Adherent functions as two parts of speech. It can be a noun, meaning a follower or supporter. Benjamin Franklin's son was an adherent of the Royalist cause during the American Revolution. Or, adherent can be an adjective, meaning attached or sticking to. Your dad may have to clean his motorboat of adherent barnacles. Well, it's your turn. Say adherent. Once again. Altercation. Altercation. Altercation is a noun, meaning an angry argument. During a drive in the country, one of your neighbors may get into a lengthy altercation with another motorist. Or, there may be an ugly altercation on the floor of the U.S. Senate. Now let's hear you say altercation. And again. Cherubic. Cherubic. Cherubic is an adjective meaning resembling an angel or sweet and innocent. Your aunt may have a cherubic figure. Or choir boys may have cherubic voices. Now you say cherubic. Repeat the word. Condone. Condone. Condone is a verb meaning to pardon or overlook. You may condone a person's minor shortcomings because the two of you are friends. Or you may refuse to condone any form of bigotry in your community. Your turn. Say condone. Once more. Dissent. Dissent. Dissent functions as two parts of speech. It can be a verb, meaning to disagree. Two Supreme Court judges may find good cause to dissent from the majority opinion. Or, dissent can be a noun, meaning disagreement. A political leader may tolerate no dissent in his or her party ranks. Now you say dissent. Repeat the word. eminent. Eminent. Eminent is an adjective meaning outstanding or distinguished. Your dad may be an eminent physician. Or your mom may treat every one of her children with eminent fairness. Your turn. Say eminent. One more time. Exorcise. Exorcise. Exorcise is a verb meaning to drive out or dispose of. You might be determined to exorcise painful memories of the past. Or you might wish to exorcise racism from the human heart. Now you say exorcise. Repeat the word. Fabricate. Fabricate. Fabricate is a verb meaning to manufacture or invent. Some of the finest Chinese porcelain was fabricated during the Ming Dynasty. Or, a friend might fabricate a cover story for another student's absence from school. Now let's hear you say fabricate. And again.
Gluttony. Gluttony. Gluttony is a word meaning engaging in extreme eating or drinking. Here are a few ways in which gluttony can be used. The man's gluttony evidently was responsible for his poor health. Marie's friend Roger has difficulty breathing because of his gluttony. Now let's hear you say gluttony. Try the word again. Gluttony. Gluttony. Gluttony is a word meaning greedy overindulgence. Here are a few ways in which gluttony can be used. Because of Mark's gluttony at dinner, the other members of his family found that there was little food remaining for them. Her gluttony, exhibited while she shopped, led her to declare bankruptcy months later. Now let's hear you say gluttony. Try the word again.
Irate. Irate. Irate is an adjective meaning angry. A U.S. Senator might voice irate objections to a proposal by the administration. Or, your parents might write irate letters to the editor of the local newspaper. Now it's your turn. Say irate. One more time. Marauder. Marauder. Marauder is a noun, meaning a raider or plunderer. In the Old Testament story, Job was unable to keep his flock safe from marauders. Or, small defenseless fish like sardines are prey to every hungry marauder of the deep. Now you try the word. Say marauder. Once more. Pauper. Pauper. Pauper is a noun, meaning an extremely poor person. The famous composer Mozart was buried in a pauper's grave. Similarly, a person might be a millionaire financially, but a pauper spiritually. Your turn. Say pauper. One more time. Pilfer. Pilfer. Pilfer is a verb meaning to steal in small quantities. A homeless person may attempt to pilfer apples from the local grocer's bins. Or, time has a way of slowly pilfering our youth from us. Now it's your turn. Say pilfer. And again. Rift. Rift. Rift is a noun, meaning a split, break, or breach. There may be a large rift in the ice covering a pond in winter. Or, economic troubles may cause significant rifts in the fabric of society. Now you say rift. Try the word again. Semblance. Semblance. Semblance is a noun, meaning a likeness, an appearance, or an apparition. At certain times in our history, we Americans have not exhibited the slightest semblance of unity. Similarly, when the Roman Empire collapsed in 476, the last semblance of civilized rule vanished in the West. Now you try semblance. Repeat the word. Surmount. Surmount. Surmount is a verb, meaning to overcome or rise above. A person who is very determined can usually surmount setbacks in his or her personal life or career. Or, a weak-willed person may be able to surmount temptation only with difficulty. Your turn to say surmount. And again. Terminate. Terminate. Terminate is a verb meaning to bring or come to an end. A person can terminate a relationship. Or, an attempt to climb Mount Everest may terminate in failure. Now it's your turn. Say terminate. Once more. Trite. Trite. Trite is an adjective meaning overused or stale. A novel may be full of trite characters. Or a poem may express trite sentiments. Now you say trite. And again. Usurp. Usurp. Usurp is a verb, meaning to seize by force or without right. An ambitious nobleman might try to usurp the crown of a certain kingdom, or a rival may try to usurp your place in a loved one's heart. Well, you know the drill by now. Let's hear you say, usurp. One more time.
Elephant culture and conservation. Expository writing. Throughout history, humans have admired elephants for their strength, their intelligence, and their courageous, intrepid behavior. The largest land mammal, elephants are divided into two species, named for the continents on which each is found. The African elephant, Loxodonta africana, stands 12 feet high and weighs up to 8 tons. The Asian elephant, Elephas maximus, is slightly less massive. For centuries, Asian elephants have been carefully trained to perform the most arduous of tasks, such as carrying heavy loads and patrolling protected forests over rough terrain. Asian elephants have proved more pliant than the African species. They can respond to more than 30 vocal commands from their handlers, called mahawats in India. Elephants are highly social creatures living in herds under the leadership of a matriarch. Without the coordination this senior female provides, anarchy might prevail in the herd. The animals show affection by wrapping their trunks around one another, and they are especially attentive to the young calves. Elephants sleep little because they are always on the move in search of far-flung sources of food and water. In Africa, drought is a herd's biggest threat. Recently, elephants have been shown to communicate using infrasound, deep rumbles inaudible to the human ear, to ensure access to water and to keep the herd together. Elephants are peaceful animals with no natural predators except humans. An elephant's trunk is a remarkable limb that could serve as an ancient prototype for a modern precision tool. 2 fingers at the end of the trunk are so delicate that an elephant can hold an egg without breaking it. There is one appendage, however, that critically endangers elephants: their ivory tusks. The tusks have made elephants vulnerable to poaching in both Africa and Asia. Poachers employ a variety of brutal methods to kill a wild elephant. They then slash off the animal's tusks for the illegal ivory trade and abscond with their loot, a clear-cut case of larceny. It has proved especially difficult to disentangle the complex issues surrounding poaching and the ivory trade, a practice that puts all elephants at risk. The threat to elephants is serious enough to have made them one of the chief concerns of wildlife conservationists, especially in Asia. Advocates of tough anti-poaching laws argue that only severe penalties will rectify the situation and ease the threat to Asian elephants, now numbering only 30,000 to 50,000 spread over 13 countries. India has the largest population by far. Fortunately, elephants have an auspicious reputation in India, and in 1992, it established Project Elephant as a national agency to protect Elephas maximus. In Africa, certain countries assert that they have too many elephants. These countries have, therefore, devised culling campaigns to reduce the herds. Such programs are reviled as cruel by many conservationists who warn that elephants are teetering on a precipice that could lead to extinction. So though it is said that an elephant never forgets, it appears that people might forget the elephant. The many challenges posed by conservation efforts are daunting. Are these majestic animals fated to suffer extinction? Or can well-designed conservation programs afford them a reprieve from such a bleak future? In 1989, conservationist Richard Leakey convinced Kenya's president to kick off a vigorous anti-poaching campaign by publicly incinerating a 12-ton pile of elephant tusks. The pile was 20 feet high and worth $3 million. This celebrated bonfire drew worldwide attention.
Abscond. Abscond. Abscond is a verb meaning to run off and hide. Someone who has embezzled money from the company he or she worked for may abscond to Mexico. Or, a remote area of the United States may contain untouched forests from which the woodland deities have not yet absconded. Now you try to say abscond. Repeat the word. Access. Access. Access functions as 2 parts of speech. It can be a noun, meaning admittance, or increase. A thief may not be able to gain easy access to your house. Or, access can be a verb, meaning to get at or obtain. If you have a computer, you may be able to access a particular company's homepage on the website. Now you try access. One more time. Anarchy. Anarchy. Anarchy is a noun meaning a lack of government, order, and law. It also means confusion. During civil war, for example, the rule of law often gives way to anarchy. Or, a careless clerk can reduce a filing system to complete anarchy in no time at all. Now it's your turn. Say anarchy. And again. Arduous. Arduous. Arduous is an adjective meaning difficult or requiring much effort. A basic military training program will probably be arduous. Or, you may have just completed the most arduous week of your life. Now you say arduous. Repeat the word. Auspicious. Auspicious. Auspicious is an adjective meaning favorable or fortunate. Proverbially, sailors hope for calm seas and auspicious winds. Similarly, a fortune teller may tell you that you were born under the influence of an auspicious planet. Your turn. Say auspicious. Once again. Daunt. Daunt. Daunt is a verb meaning to discourage or intimidate. For example, you may refuse to allow unexpected setbacks to daunt you in your search for success. Or, the size and complexity of an assignment may at first daunt you. Your turn. Say daunt. One more time. Disentangle. Disentangle. Disentangle is a verb meaning to free from twists or complications. You may disentangle a telephone cord, for instance. Or, a clever detective may be able to disentangle the strands of a complex mystery. Now let's hear you say disentangle. And again. Fated. Fated. Fated is an adjective meaning predetermined by destiny or fortune. Because of medical problems, a certain person may not be fated to live long. Or, an ill-conceived military campaign may appear fated to end in disaster. Now you say fated. Repeat the word. Hoodwink. Hoodwink. Hoodwink is a verb meaning to trick or deceive. Children often attempt to hoodwink their parents. Or, a clever lawyer may succeed in hoodwinking a jury. Now it's your turn. Say hoodwink. Once again. Inanimate. Inanimate. Inanimate is an adjective meaning not having life, or without energy or spirit. Stones, for example, are inanimate. Or, a person may have a vacant, inanimate expression on his or her face. Now you try the word. Say inanimate. Once more. Incinerate. Incinerate. Incinerate is a verb meaning to burn to ashes. It was the ancient Roman custom to incinerate rather than to bury a corpse. Similarly, an employee may attempt to incinerate evidence of wrongdoing. Now let's hear you say incinerate. Try the word again. Intrepid. Intrepid. Intrepid is an adjective meaning very brave or fearless. A mural in the state capitol may depict intrepid bands of pioneers crossing the Great Plains. Or, a newspaper may describe our troops' assault on an enemy position as truly intrepid. Now you say intrepid. Repeat the word. Larceny. Larceny. Larceny is a noun meaning theft. A burglar, for example, may be accused of petty larceny. Or, he may be indicted for grand larceny. Now it's your turn. Say larceny. Try the word again. Pliant. Pliant. Pliant is an adjective meaning easily bent or influenced. Some kinds of plastic are very pliant. Similarly, some young children have very pliant natures. Now you say pliant. Try the word again. pompous. Pompous. Pompous is an adjective meaning excessively stately or overly self-important. Orators of the 19th century tended to express themselves in rather pompous language. Or, you may have had to deal with a pompous sales clerk. Well, it's your turn now. Say pompous. One more time. Precipice. Precipice. Precipice is a noun meaning a very steep cliff or the edge of disaster. Mountain climbers may have difficulty scaling the sheer walls of a certain precipice. Or, at a certain point in its history, a country may find itself sliding helplessly down the slippery precipice toward war. Now you say precipice. Repeat the word.
Prototype. Prototype. Prototype is a word meaning an original model on which later versions are patterned. Here are a few ways in which prototype can be used. He recently finished the prototype of the stamp's new packaging design. There was extra security protecting the expensive prototype for the new software. Now let's hear you say prototype. Try the word again.
Rectify. Rectify. Rectify is a verb meaning to make right or correct. The captain of a ship may realize that his craft has gone off course and take steps to rectify the matter. Or, a person may decide to rectify his or her life. Now let's hear you say rectify. Once more. Reprieve. Reprieve. Reprieve functions as two parts of speech. It can be a noun, meaning a temporary relief or delay. You may welcome the brief reprieve from winter brought by a week of above-average temperatures. Or, reprieve can be a verb, meaning to grant a postponement. The governor of a state may refuse to reprieve a condemned criminal. Now you say reprieve. And again. Revile. Revile. Revile is a verb meaning to attack with words. Job, for example, reviles heaven and earth after he loses his family and possessions for no apparent reason. Or, a book may contain biographies of Nero, Adolf Hitler, and other people whom history reviles. Say revile. Once again.
The Leopard. Unlikely Survivor. Expository Essay. A leopard cannot change its spots. So runs a well-known proverb. But this statement is easily rebutted. It turns out that leopards are remarkably adaptable animals whose latent ability to adapt to new situations has made them one of the few big cats not facing extinction in the wild. Africa, the Middle East, Asia, and Russia all have leopard populations. 500,000 leopards roam in areas as different as the plains of South Africa to the snows of the Russian Far East. That's as many leopards as there are cheetahs, lions, and tigers combined. The leopard ranks first among cats in its ability to survive. A paramount factor in the leopard's success is its diet. This cat is a generalist. The leopard does not discriminate when it comes to food, and the list of its many prey seems almost arbitrary. Baboons, lizards, insects, and antelope are all possible meals. Cats whose diets are limited to a few species are in danger when populations of their favored prey dwindle. Their wide-ranging diet also means that leopards can live in different types of ecosystems. Species that can only survive in a specific landscape have one of two choices when their habitats shrink or become overpopulated: exodus or death. Polar bears, for example, can only exist in very cold climates, and they are in danger of losing that habitat. However, leopards can live in jungles where they eat monkeys, islands where they eat fish, and mountains where they eat rodents. This wide-ranging habitat ensures that while one population may be struggling, another is surviving. Leopards are excellent hunters. When hunting, leopards seldom rely on an accomplice from their own species to bring down their prey, since the animal is an incorrigible hermit that prefers a solitary existence. The leopard's jaw muscles are so powerful that it can catch and kill animals larger than itself. After a stealthy stalk, a leopard will charge at speeds of up to 35 miles per hour to catch its prey. Its remarkable strength facilitates its ability to carry quarry 3 times its size into trees. This practice protects the food from scavengers. Leopards prefer to stalk their prey when the opaque shadows of the night allow them to remain hidden hunters. But the animals also brazenly hunt during the day. This flexibility allows for a wider-ranging diet and increased hunting opportunities, another example of the species' unique ability to survive. Humans also have had a hand in the rise and fall of leopard populations, though. Leopards faced a serious threat from the fashion industry in the mid-20th century. Jacqueline Kennedy's appearance in a leopard skin coat in 1964 served as a catalyst, leading to the rising popularity of the fur. Demand for leopard skins almost annihilated wild populations. A militant and ultimately successful campaign in the 1960s and 1970s opposing the use of leopard skins as fashion items is another reason that this animal's populations are now thriving. While some subspecies of leopards have stagnant population growth or are even close to extinction, such as the Amur leopard of Russia, the species population worldwide is impressive. According to current estimates by international conservation groups, it is highly unlikely that wild leopards will succumb to extinction anytime soon.
Accomplice. Accomplice. Accomplice is a noun, meaning someone who takes part in a crime. A person may be an unwitting accomplice in a fraud, for instance. Or, if that person helps the culprit plan the fraud, he or she becomes an accomplice before the fact. Now you say accomplice. Repeat the word. Annihilate. Annihilate. Annihilate is a verb, meaning to destroy completely. Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse annihilated Custer's troops at the Battle of the Little Bighorn. Or, philosophers often consider what human beings might achieve if science could but annihilate space and time. Now you try annihilate. One more time. Arbitrary. Arbitrary. Arbitrary is an adjective that means based on whim rather than reason or fairness. The Supreme Court tries to avoid purely arbitrary decisions. In the same way, a good manager will try to avoid an arbitrary division of the workload of his or her staff. Now it's your turn. Say arbitrary. And again. Brazen. Brazen. Brazen is an adjective, meaning made of brass, harsh and loud, or shameless and impudent. During the siege of Yorktown in 1781, brazen cannon kept up a steady bombardment of British lines. Or, you may know someone who has a brazen tongue. Now you say brazen. Repeat the word. Catalyst. Catalyst. Catalyst is a noun, meaning a substance or agent that causes change. Certain chemical processes, for instance, employ natural catalysts like enzymes. Or, the Marshall Plan has been described as the major catalyst in the post-war recovery of Europe. Your turn. Say catalyst. Once again. Exodus. Exodus. Exodus is a noun, meaning a large-scale departure or flight. Birdwatchers may track and document a certain species' annual exodus to warmer regions. Or, a historian may investigate the hasty exodus of dissenters from the Church of England in 1662. Now let's hear you say exodus. Try the word again. Facilitate. Facilitate. Facilitate is a verb meaning to make easier or assist. Lawmakers may hit upon some compromise to facilitate the passage of a piece of legislation through Congress. Similarly, a group of business people may decide that a certain policy hampers rather than facilitates company growth. Your turn. Say facilitate. One more time. Incorrigible. Incorrigible. Incorrigible is an adjective, meaning not able to be corrected or controlled. The courts may deem a certain individual to be an incorrigible thief. Or you may know someone whose behavior is truly incorrigible. Now let's hear you say incorrigible. And again. Latent. Latent. Latent is an adjective, meaning hidden or present but not realized. For example, there may be latent racial tensions in a certain community. Or there may be latent defects in a certain law. Now you say latent. Repeat the word. Militant. Militant. Militant functions as two parts of speech. It can be an adjective, meaning given to fighting, or active in support of a cause. Militant environmentalists may attempt to prevent the draining of certain wetlands. Militant can also be a noun, meaning an activist. Militants opposed to a piece of legislation may try to disrupt a rally in favor of it. Now it's your turn. Say militant. Once again. Morose. Morose. Morose is an adjective meaning gloomy or unfriendly. A person may be given to morose brooding about the injustice of the human condition. Or he or she may have a morose view of the country's future. Now you try the word. Say morose. Once more. Opaque. Opaque. Opaque is an adjective meaning not admitting light, not clear, or dense and stupid. A person's reasoning may be opaque, for example. Or a playwright may make an opaque reference to events of the past. Now let's hear you say opaque. Try the word again. Paramount. Paramount. Paramount is an adjective meaning chief in importance or superior to all others. Many people believe that racism remains the paramount problem of present-day American society. Or, Dwight Eisenhower was the paramount Allied commander in Europe during the closing days of World War II. Now you say paramount. Repeat the word. Prattle. Prattle. Prattle functions as two parts of speech. It can be a verb, meaning to talk in a foolish or simple way, or to babble. A brook may prattle merrily toward the sea, for instance. Or prattle can be a noun, meaning baby talk or babbling. The carefree prattle of the children may delight their grandparents' ears. Now it's your turn. Say prattle. And again. rebut. Rebut. Rebut is a verb meaning to contradict or refute. Defense lawyers usually do everything in their power to rebut the prosecution's case. Similarly, the editors of a local newspaper may seek to rebut all sorts of dangerous or offensive notions floating about the community. Now you say rebut. Try the word again. Reprimand. Reprimand. Reprimand functions as two parts of speech. It can be a verb, meaning to scold or find fault with. For instance, a judge may reprimand a defense attorney for bullying a witness. Or reprimand can be a noun, meaning a rebuke. A teacher may deliver a sharp reprimand to students who are talking in class. Well, it's your turn now. Say reprimand. One more time. Servitude. Servitude. Servitude is a noun, meaning slavery or forced labor. In Victor Hugo's novel Les Miserables, Jean Valjean is condemned to a long period of involuntary servitude for a very minor crime. Or, religious leaders often seek to free the world from servitude to material possessions. Now you say servitude. Repeat the word. Slapdash. Slapdash. Slapdash is an adjective, meaning careless and hasty. A chair that has been assembled in too slapdash a manner may quickly fall apart. Similarly, slapdash solutions to complicated problems are likely to cause more harm than good. Now let's hear you say slapdash. Once more. Stagnant. Stagnant. Stagnant is an adjective, meaning not running, inactive, or dull. Stagnant air in a closed-up room, for example, can smell horrible. Or stagnant industries may lead to economic depression and unemployment. Now you say stagnant. And again. Succumb. Succumb. Succumb is a verb, meaning to give way to superior force. A weak-willed person may easily succumb to temptation, or a reform movement may succumb to the forces of repression. Well, by now you know the drill. Say succumb. Once again.
Modernize the school calendar. Persuasive essay. Should the school day be longer? Should administrators lengthen the school year? Some people would answer both questions with no. Insisting that students already work incessantly during the day, they argue that students need those after-school hours and summer days to earn money, help at home, or pursue key interests. Supporters of the current school year argue that keeping schools open later and longer will cost too much. Such advocates hew to the argument that school time need not be longer, just better spent. Those contentions are lucid and credible. Anyone can see that. But for the sake of the students' futures, the answer to both questions must be yes. The current school year in the United States is a product of 19th century thinking. School schedules were shaped by the harsh demands of city life or were in bondage to the unyielding hold of farm life. In rural areas, children had to be available for spring planting and fall harvesting. Thus, they customarily were in school only from December to March and from mid-May through August. But as the population of the urban United States ballooned, the educational experts of the day shifted their attention to city schools. Prominent educators, Horace Mann among them, believed that students needed a long break to avoid overstimulation. Physicians worried that students would suffer nervous disorders from work pressures. Doctors predicted illnesses caused by the heat of the classrooms in summer. These concerns resulted in the 2-month summer holiday, and even though there is nothing permanent about such a long break, Belief in adherence to the 180-day school year retains its tenacious hold on the thinking of many educators. These apprehensions are superfluous today. How can the United States stay competitive in the global economy when so many of its students' international peers are in classrooms for more days and longer days? In fact, Japanese students have a 243-day school year, and South Korean students are in school for 220 days a year. Despite the diligence of our hardworking teachers and the high quality of our educational institutions, our students are struggling to keep pace, hampered by a 20th century school schedule that holds back the 21st century student. The argument that the expense of keeping schools open longer would impoverish school districts is easily refuted. First of all, buildings kept open later can serve other vital community needs and be rented to civic groups. Secondly, the cost would be defrayed by the improved skills students would bring to medicine, science, and business. Horace Mann might posthumously agree that modern conveniences make schools comfortable year-round. Many today see the writing on the wall. They understand that having hardworking and caring educators as well as fresh, thoughtful curricula are not enough to atone for the short school year. In March 2009, President Obama spoke of the intricacies of the issue. He stated that in order to compete favorably with their international peers, students in the United States need to spend more time in school. To guarantee a brighter future for the country, it is necessary to supplant the current school schedule with a modern one.
Atone. Atone. Atone is a verb meaning to make up for. A person may want to atone for his or her sins, or lively characters may amply atone for a novel's lack of focus. Now you say atone. Repeat the word. Bondage. Bondage. Bondage is a noun meaning slavery or a state of being bound or held down. The ancient Israelites spent long years of bondage in Egypt. Or, a grown person may live in a state of emotional bondage to her or his parents. Now you say bondage. Try the word again. Credible. Credible. Credible is an adjective meaning believable. A certain person may be a credible witness at a trial. Or, early reports from a battlefield may not be entirely credible. Now you say credible. Repeat the word. Defray. Defray. Defray is a verb meaning to pay for. The National Geographic Society may defray the cost of an expedition up the Amazon. Or, relatives may defray funeral expenses for a loved one. Now it's your turn. Say defray. And again. Diligent. Diligent. Diligent is an adjective meaning hardworking or painstaking. You may be a diligent student. Or, a detective may make a diligent examination of a crime scene. Now it's your turn. Say diligent. Once again. Doleful. Doleful. Doleful is an adjective meaning sad or dreary. Your dad may dismiss a silly idea with a doleful shake of his head. Or, you may hear the doleful strains of a funeral march coming from a radio. Now let's hear you say doleful. Try the word again. Ghastly. Ghastly. Ghastly is an adjective meaning frightful, horrible, or deathly pale. You may have made a ghastly mistake on a recent test. Or, someone in your community may have been accused of a ghastly crime. Your turn. Say ghastly. One more time. Hamper. Hamper. Hamper is a verb, meaning to hold back. Rough seas may hamper a ship's progress. Or, government control of the media may hamper the free expression of ideas. Now, let's hear you say hamper. And again. Hew. Hew. Hew is a verb meaning either to cut with an axe or to hold to. People in various parts of the world still hew tombs from living rock. Or, you will have to hew to the rules of grammar if you want to be a clear writer. Well, it's your turn now. Say hew. Repeat the word. Impoverished. Impoverished. Impoverished is an adjective meaning poor or depleted. Overworked and impoverished soil may yield few crops. Similarly, the population of a certain region may be impoverished and starving. Now it's your turn. Say impoverished. Once more. Incessant. Incessant. Incessant is an adjective meaning never stopping. During your stay in Seattle, the rainfall may have been incessant. Or, you and your brother may engage in incessant quarreling. Now you try the word. Say incessant. Once more. Intricate. Intricate. Intricate is an adjective meaning complicated or difficult to understand. An oriental carpet may have an intricate design. Or, the U.S. government works on an intricate system of checks and balances. Now, let's hear you say intricate. Try the word again. Lucid. Lucid. Lucid is an adjective meaning clear or sane. The victim of an auto accident may not be able to give a lucid response to a medic's questions. Or, someone suffering from hallucinations may have very few lucid moments. Now you say lucid. Repeat the word. Posthumous. Posthumous. Posthumous is an adjective meaning occurring or published after death. A certain poem may be found in a posthumous collection of a poet's verse. Or, like Emily Dickinson, a writer may receive only posthumous recognition of her or his talents. Now it's your turn. Say posthumous. Once again. Prim. Prim. Prim is an adjective meaning overly neat, proper, or prudish. A certain part of town may be famous for its prim little streets and cottages. Or, someone you know may behave in an overly prim manner. Now, you say prim. Try the word again. Sardonic. Sardonic. Sardonic is an adjective meaning scornfully mocking or bitterly sarcastic. Oscar Wilde was famous for his sardonic reflections on the human condition. Similarly, Jonathan Swift was of a decidedly sardonic cast of mind. Well, it's your turn now. Say sardonic. One more time. Superfluous. Superfluous. Superfluous is an adjective meaning exceeding what is required or necessary. Further documentation of a crime might be considered superfluous. Or, a person might decide to divest him or herself of superfluous emotional armor. Now you say superfluous. Repeat the word. Supplant. Supplant. Supplant is a verb meaning to take the place of. During the Middle Ages, Italian supplanted Latin as the language of everyday life in Rome. Or, new ideas often supplant old ones. Now it's your turn. Say supplant. Once more. Taunt. Taunt. Taunt functions as two parts of speech. It can be a verb, meaning to jeer at. Prisoners may endure the taunts of a crowd with great patience. Or, taunt can be a noun, meaning an insulting or mocking remark. The townspeople came out in droves to taunt the prisoners. Now you say taunt. Once again. Tenacious. Tenacious. Tenacious is an adjective meaning holding fast or persistent. You may know someone who is a tenacious dieter. Or you may have a friend with a tenacious drive to succeed. Well, you know the drill by now. Say tenacious. Once again.
City Critters. Humorous essay. The metropolis is full of life. Millions of people live together in the city, coming and going, day and night. They stream from their homes each morning, off to work and school. The city's an exciting place, full of things to discover. Restaurants and shops, playgrounds and parks, theaters and concert halls. But it's a crowded place, and if there's anything millions of people are good at doing when they get together, it's creating exorbitant amounts of trash. The trash bags pile up higher each day, while careless citizens litter in the streets. And all this mess attracts unwelcome guests. Beneath the obstreperous traffic of the streets, rats scavenge for food among the waste we leave behind. The vagrant rats that wander through our cities can grow to be 10 inches long and 2 pounds in weight. Some urban rats live underground, meandering through the sewers and subways, while others nest in alleyways and in proximity to parks or garbage cans. A few creep into our homes through water pipes and holes in walls. Do you think you might like to see a 2-pound rat staring at you from the kitchen sink? Think again. A meeting with a surly rat can be a perilous situation. Less nasty than the rat is the mighty cockroach. The largest roach you'll find in most American cities is only 2 inches long. But if you've ever seen one speeding across the floor, or seen a countertop inundated with sprightly roaches scrambling for cover, you won't forget the sight. No wonder the cockroach is so often maligned. Roaches sneak into homes, like rats, through cracks in pipes or through tiny spaces left by shoddy repairs. What do you suppose these creepy insects are doing in human dwellings? They're looking for food, just like rats. The bedbug is even smaller than the cockroach, only 1/4 of an inch in length and difficult to spot. Bedbugs hide in mattresses, in carpeting and furniture, and in cracks and crevices in walls. They creep out while you're asleep, attracted by your body heat and breath. These little critters aren't looking for the food you've dropped. They aim to feed on you. In the interim between the time you go to bed and wake up in the morning, a bedbug will crawl onto your body and feed on your blood like a mosquito does for up to 5 minutes. The next day, you'll find a small, red, irritating bump, the telltale sign of the bedbug bite. Once bedbugs have infested your home, they're difficult to get rid of without the assistance of an exterminator. The best way to prevent infestation is to frequently vacuum dusty areas in your home, including mattresses. The advent of pesticides has limited the spread of vermin, but with so many pests to keep at bay, keeping our homes and cities clean remains a momentous task. Don't make bogus excuses. Keep kitchens and bathrooms clean and dry, and put food away when you're finished eating. Don't let much time pass between house cleaning days, and refrain from littering in streets and public spaces. We may not ever say adieu to all the pests that dwell among us, but we can each do something to keep the places where we live clean and free of pests that thrive in the mess that humans leave behind.
Adieu. Adieu. Adieu functions as two parts of speech. It can be an interjection meaning farewell. A character in a play may leave the stage saying, "Adieu, kind friends, adieu." Or, adieu can be a noun meaning a farewell. I never leave a party, for instance, without first making my adieus to the host and hostess. Now let's hear you say adieu. Try the word again. Advent. Advent. Advent is a noun meaning an arrival or coming into existence. Native Americans were totally unprepared for the unexpected advent of European colonists on the eastern shores of North America. Or, in many people's minds, the Memorial Day weekend marks the official advent of summer. Now you try Advent. One more time. Apex. Apex. Apex is a noun meaning the top or highest point of something. A person may reach the apex of his political career by being elected President of the United States. Or the apex of the Great Pyramid of Giza towers 482 feet above the surrounding desert. Now it's your turn. Say apex. And again. Assimilate. Assimilate. Assimilate is a verb meaning to absorb or adopt as one's own. Philosophers, for example, always advise us to assimilate the lessons of history. Or it is a well-known fact that the body assimilates some foods more easily than others. Now you say assimilate. Repeat the word. Bogus. Bogus. Bogus is an adjective meaning false or counterfeit. Con artists and spies are likely to carry bogus credentials. Similarly, people trying to cheat on their tax returns may submit bogus financial reports to the government. Your turn. Say bogus. Once again. Exorbitant. Exorbitant. Exorbitant is an adjective meaning unreasonably high or excessive. Loan sharks charge exorbitant interest rates on the money they lend. Or, a certain type of automobile may consume an exorbitant amount of fuel. Now let's hear you say exorbitant. Try the word again. Interim. Interim. Interim functions as two parts of speech. It can be a noun meaning the time between. For example, a criminal may spend the interim between conviction and sentencing in jail. Or interim can be an adjective meaning temporary. Labor and management may operate under some type of interim agreement while they iron out the details of a final contract. Your turn. Say interim. One more time. Inundate. Inundate. Inundate is a verb meaning to flood or overwhelm. Streams swollen by spring rains may inundate low-lying sections of your town. Similarly, a senator's office may be inundated with calls, telegrams, and letters when a crucial vote is at hand. Now let's hear you say inundate. And again. Malign. Malign. Malign functions as two parts of speech. It can be a verb meaning to speak evil of or slander. A new biography may malign the memory of a fallen hero. Or malign can be an adjective meaning evil. Many people believe that certain planets exert a malign influence on the course of human events. Well, it's your turn again. Say malign. Once more. Meander. Meander. Meander can also function as two parts of speech. It can be a verb meaning to wander or wind about. Your parents and grandparents may often meander down memory lane. Or meander can be a noun meaning a sharp twist or turn. A small river may flow in gentle meanders through the whole length of a valley. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word meander. Once again. Metropolis. Metropolis. Metropolis is a noun meaning a large urban center or the chief city of an area. Constantinople was the capital and the chief metropolis of the Byzantine Empire. Similarly, you will often find famous historic monuments located at the very heart of a great metropolis. Now you try the word. Say metropolis. Repeat the word. Momentous. Momentous. Momentous is an adjective meaning very important. The Civil War was, for example, a truly momentous period in our nation's history. Similarly, the coming of the computer age has seen momentous changes in the way we Americans do business. Now let's hear you say momentous. Try the word again. Obstreperous. Obstreperous. Obstreperous is an adjective meaning noisy or unruly. A comedian's jokes may cause the audience to burst into obstreperous laughter. Similarly, the quiet of the evening may suddenly be shattered by the obstreperous honking of car horns. Now you say obstreperous. Repeat the word. Pensive. Pensive. Pensive is an adjective meaning thoughtful or melancholy. A person may have a pensive expression on his or her face. Or you may find that you grow more pensive as night falls. Now it's your turn. Say pensive. And again. Perilous. Perilous. Perilous is an adjective meaning dangerous. Skydiving and bungee jumping are extremely perilous sports. Similarly, shooting the rapids of a certain river may be an extremely perilous undertaking. Now say perilous. Try the word again. Shoddy. Shoddy. Shoddy is an adjective meaning of inferior quality and workmanship, or disreputable. The trinkets that peddlers hawk to passing tourists are often cheap and shoddy. Or a con artist may have made a shoddy attempt at defrauding your family of its lottery earnings. Your turn. Say shoddy. One more time. Sprightly. Sprightly. Sprightly is an adjective meaning lively or spicy and flavorful. You may have enjoyed the sprightly conversation at a certain party you attended. Or as you began to tire toward the end of a hike, your pace may have grown less sprightly. Now you say sprightly. Repeat the word. Surly. Surly. Surly is an adjective meaning angry and bad-tempered or rude. Someone you know, for instance, may invariably behave in a surly manner. Or his or her replies to your questions may always be surly. Now it's your turn. Say surly. Once more. Tirade. Tirade. Tirade is a noun meaning a long, angry speech. A friend of yours may suddenly launch into a tirade for no apparent reason. Or a preacher may thunder tirades from the pulpit. Now you say tirade. And again. Vagrant. Vagrant. Vagrant functions as two parts of speech. It can be a noun meaning an idle wanderer or tramp. Kindly people in your community may try to find shelter for a sick and homeless vagrant. Or, vagrant can be an adjective meaning wandering aimlessly or random. One should not become the victim of every vagrant whim that comes into one's head. Well, by now you know the drill. Say vagrant. And again.
A History of Sound Recording, Encyclopedia entry. Sound recording is the mechanical or electrical recreation of sound waves, such as the spoken voice, singing, or instrumental music. Musical clocks and music boxes, some dating to the 1600s, were the first devices to recreate sound. Able to delight a family or console a child, these devices had obvious limitations. Most played only one melody, and they could not record a live performance. They also had to be cranked by hand, and the music quickly faded away as the spring mechanism wound down. Early sound recording. Thomas Edison invented the first talking machine in 1877. This device recorded sounds on tinfoil wrapped around a cylinder. With every assurance of success, the inventor instituted the Edison Record Company. Flat discs, invented by Emil Berliner in 1887, improved the quality of the sound, and by 1900, the production of records was an international industry. Early sound recordings relied on acoustical means to amplify the sound. Huge, preposterous-looking horns on early record players were needed to magnify the sound. The invention of vacuum tubes in the early 1920s eliminated this liability. Microphones replaced acoustic horns, and the modern electric phonograph was born. The 78 RPM record, made of shellac and later plastic, became the standard. Sound recording and popular culture. In the realm of popular culture, recorded sound had a major impact. In the home, piano playing and other live music became less common as people listened to records instead. The number of jobs for bands dwindled, and many musicians lost their jobs. On the other hand, sound recording remunerated popular singers well, and many became rich. When movie makers began recording sound on film in the late 1920s, movies became even more popular. Later developments. As new inventions rejuvenated the industry, the dross of old equipment was replaced by new technology. In 1948, long-playing records, LPs, appeared, allowing 30 minutes of playing time per side. 10 years later, stereophonic recordings made their debut. With 2 channels of sound in each groove of the record, stereo produced sound of sterling quality. Recording tape, a thin film coated with magnetic material, had been used to record sound in radio stations since the 1950s. By the mid-1960s, portable tape recorders were available for consumers. Unlike records, tapes did not scratch or warp, and people liked the convenience of small tape cassettes, which could be used in cars and portable players. As a result, tape cassettes wound up shouldering out traditional LPs, and the next 2 decades saw an increasingly sparse demand for records. Digital recording. Unlike earlier types of sound recording, digital recording converts sound into binary, base 2 numbers. These numbers are then recorded on tape as a series of pulses. Digital compact discs, CDs, read by a laser, came on the market in the early 1980s. Within a decade, CDs were by far the most common way to listen to music, although some music lovers pugnaciously defended the sound quality of vinyl records. The rise of the internet in the 1990s led to a new venture in sound recording. Digital downloads of music to personal listening devices became popular, cutting into CD sales. While it is often flippant to predict the future, the rapid pace of change in sound recording is likely to continue. New ways to listen to music are sure to come.
Assurance. Assurance. Assurance is a noun, meaning a pledge, freedom from doubt, or self-confidence. Someone may give you the most solemn assurance that a loan will be repaid. Or a soprano may sing an aria with authority and assurance. Now let's hear you say assurance. Try the word again. Asylum. Asylum. Asylum is a noun, meaning either an institution providing care for unfortunate persons or any place of safety. The 18th century English poet Christopher Smart spent much of his life in a lunatic asylum. Or, dissidents fleeing persecution in their own countries often ask for political asylum in the United States. Now you try asylum. One more time. Word 3 is interesting because it has two pronunciations, console and console. Which pronunciation you use depends on how word 3 functions in a sentence. Let's see how this works. When word 3 is used as a verb, meaning to comfort, it is pronounced console. Console. Friends and neighbors may try to console the relatives of the victims of a plane crash. Or, you may seek some means to console your injured pride. Now you say console. Repeat the word. The other pronunciation of word 3 is console. Console. This pronunciation is used when word 3 functions as a noun, meaning an organ keyboard, a control panel, or a table. An organist may direct a choir from her or his seat at the console. Or, there may be a vase of fresh flowers atop the console in the hallway. Now you try console. Try it again. Dilate. Dilate. Dilate is a verb meaning to make larger or expand. During breathing, the lungs dilate and contract. Or, in Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors, two characters dilate on what hath befallen them till now. Now it's your turn. Say dilate. And again. Dross. Dross. Dross is a noun meaning refuse or waste products. A preacher may think all earthly riches are mere dross. Or, the hero of a romantic novel may consider himself to be of a different quality from the human dross around him. Your turn. Say dross. Once again. Dwindle. Dwindle. Dwindle is a verb meaning to lessen or diminish. A certain kind of bird may be placed on the endangered species list as its numbers dwindle. Or, a person's income from stocks may dwindle away to almost nothing. Now let's hear you say dwindle. Try the word again. Our next word is flippant. Flippant. Flippant is an adjective, meaning disrespectful or saucy. A person's replies to your questions may be flippant. Or, you may resent the flippant way in which someone treated you. Your turn. Say flippant. One more time. Immunity. Immunity. Immunity is a noun, meaning resistance to disease, or freedom from something. Plastics have a natural immunity to corrosion. Or, a figure in organized crime may be willing to testify in exchange for complete immunity from prosecution. Now let's hear you say immunity. And again. Institute. Institute. Institute functions as two parts of speech. It can be a verb, meaning to establish or set up. Congress may institute an inquiry into a certain matter of public concern. Or, institute can be a noun, meaning an organization for the promotion of learning. England's Prince Philip is a patron of the Royal Archaeological Institute. Now you say institute. Repeat the word. Liability. Liability. Liability is a noun, meaning either a debt or something disadvantageous. A jury may be asked to determine the extent of a company's liability in a certain case. Or, great wealth has sometimes proved to be more of a liability than an asset. Now it's your turn. Say liability. Once again. Preposterous. Preposterous. Preposterous is an adjective, meaning ridiculous or senseless. The claims made in TV advertisements may sometimes seem preposterous. Or, someone you know may spend a preposterous amount of money on trifles. Now you try preposterous. Once more. Pugnacious. Pugnacious. Pugnacious is an adjective meaning quarrelsome or fond of fighting. Some people become decidedly pugnacious under the influence of alcohol. Or, certain sectors of the population may be exceedingly pugnacious in defense of their rights and privileges. Now let's hear you say pugnacious. Try the word again. Rabid. Rabid. Rabid is an adjective meaning furiously intense, mad, or infected with rabies. A politician may develop a rabid thirst for power. Or, you may have seen a TV program about rabid raccoons. Now you say rabid. Repeat the word. Realm. Realm. Realm is a noun meaning a kingdom or field of study. In 1793, King Louis XVI of France lost both his realm and his head. Or, prolonging life indefinitely is clearly not within the realm of possibility at the present time. Your turn. Say realm. And again. Rejuvenate. Rejuvenate. Rejuvenate is a verb meaning to make young again or to renew. Nowadays, consumers can purchase a wide assortment of lotions designed to rejuvenate aging skin. Or, the government may try to find some way to rejuvenate a faltering economy. Now you say rejuvenate. Try the word again. Remunerate. Remunerate. Remunerate is a verb meaning to reward, pay, or reimburse. When I was a child, my grandmother amply remunerated even the least of my services to her. Or, an insurance policy may remunerate your parents for losses resulting from fire. Now it's your turn. Try the word remunerate. One more time. Sparse. Sparse. Sparse is an adjective meaning meager, scant, or scattered. The attendance at a memorial service may be sparse because of bad weather. Or, the leader of a rock band may sport a somewhat sparse crop of hair on his chin. Now you say sparse. Repeat the word. Sterling. Sterling. Sterling is an adjective meaning genuine, excellent, or of standard quality. Your mother may have a sterling silver teapot. Or your father may be a person of sterling judgment. Your turn. Say sterling. Once more. Venture. Venture. Venture functions as two parts of speech. It can be a noun, meaning a risky or daring undertaking. A young actor's first venture onto the stage may be a bit embarrassing. Or, venture can be a verb, meaning to expose to danger or to dare. Financial advisors warn their clients never to venture more money on the stock market than they can afford. Now you say venture. And again. Warp. Warp. Warp also functions as two parts of speech. It can be a verb, meaning to twist out of shape. We must be careful not to allow personal preferences or loyalties to warp our judgment. Warp can also be a noun, meaning an abnormality. The hero of a sci-fi film may visit the future by passing through a time warp. Say warp. And again.
Ringel and Pitt, witnesses to the Weimar. Profile. There is an old adage that says, success is not measured by what you accomplish, but by the opposition you have encountered. Two women who knew the meaning of that type of success generations ago were the pioneering photographers Ellen Rosenberg Auerbach and Greta Stern, better known as Ringel and Pitt. Auerbach and Stern were born in Germany in the early 1900s to middle-class Jewish families. They met in Berlin at the studio of a photography professor at the Bauhaus, the world-famous art and design school, and became fast friends. These creative women discovered that they had a flair for photography. They were also ambitious. As so-called new women, they refused to settle for auxiliary roles in the workplace. They had no intention of feigning interest in the more traditional careers open to women at the time. They wanted the same freedom and choices their male colleagues took for granted. So when their friend from the Bauhaus decided to close his private studio, the young women took over the premises and renamed the business Photo Ringel and Pitt. Ringel and Pitt were the childhood nicknames, respectively, of Stern and Auerbach. It was a great time to set up shop because the advertising industry was booming, despite the fragile economic and political state of the Weimar Republic. The period of German history from 1919 to 1933, between the two world wars. Their career move proved to be expedient, and Photo Ringel and Pitt was a commercial and artistic success. The women discovered they could earn a living using their artistic talents in advertising, publicity, and fashion photography. Their striking photographs were praised for their unique, playful style. While some of their shots were candid, most were staged and posed. They also turned their cameras on many celebrated writers, artists, and performers of the day. But the prognosis for peace and longed-for prosperity in Germany was not promising. The country's Jews were already experiencing grievous hardships. The repugnant beliefs of Hitler and the Nazis soon replaced the tolerant views of the Weimar era. Hordes of Jews and other undesirables were rounded up and taken to concentration camps. Most didn't survive the drudgery, illness, starvation, or gas chambers there. Anti-Semitism escalated once Hitler came to power, forcing Ringel and Pitt to scuttle their plans and working partnership. They were impelled to leave Germany. As Ellen Auerbach said years later in a documentary about Ringel and Pitt, in a country with concentration camps, you cannot live. The women eventually settled in Buenos Aires and in New York, places with more open, heterogeneous populations than Germany. They continued to work in photography and had impressive solo careers. Ellen Rosenberg Auerbach and Greta Stern both lived long, extraordinary lives. Although the talented duo of Ringel and Pitt never worked together again after the mid-1930s, they stayed lifelong friends. These days, you can see their groundbreaking photographs on display in galleries and museums around the world, and their original prints are highly sought after. A photo inscribed with Ringle and Pitt can be worth thousands.
Auxiliary. Auxiliary. Auxiliary is an adjective meaning giving assistance or support. The auxiliary bishop of St. Louis may have just concluded a tour of schools in his diocese, or auxiliary can be a noun meaning a helper or aid. Tankers and other kinds of supply ships are often referred to as naval auxiliaries. Now let's hear you say auxiliary. Try the word again. Candid. Candid. Candid is an adjective meaning frank, sincere, or impartial. A movie review may be very candid. Similarly, during the 1950s there was a popular TV show called Candid Camera. Now you try candid. One more time. Cubicle. Cubicle. Cubicle is a noun meaning a small room or compartment. The company your dad works for may have put up partitions to divide a large room into smaller cubicles. Or, your mom may tell her boss that she needs a real office, not just a cubicle the size of a broom closet. Now it's your turn. Say cubicle. Repeat the word. Drudgery. Drudgery. Drudgery is a noun meaning work that is hard and tiresome. Lack of sufficient education may condemn a person to a lifetime of drudgery. Or, hiring an accountant relieved me of the drudgery of completing the tax return on my own. Now you say drudgery. Repeat the word. Envoy. Envoy. Envoy is a noun meaning a representative of a government or a messenger. The U.S. government may dispatch an envoy to a series of peace talks between two foreign nations. Or, the Old Testament prophets were usually regarded as God's envoys to the people of Israel. Your turn. Say envoy. Once again. Escalate. Escalate. Escalate is a verb meaning to elevate or increase in intensity. A particular business may have indications that production costs will escalate in the near future. Or, when you don't receive a telephone call you're expecting, your anxiety level may begin to escalate. Now let's hear you say escalate. Try the word again. Expedient. Expedient. Expedient functions as two parts of speech. It can be a noun, meaning a means to an end. Social reformers usually want the government to back policies that are just, rather than merely expedient. Or, expedient can be an adjective, meaning advantageous or useful. Troubleshooters are often given the unwelcome job of devising expedients to deal with an emergency. Your turn. Say expedient. One more time. Feign. Feign. Feign is a verb meaning to pretend. To be polite, a person might feign amusement at a joke that isn't really funny. Or, you might teach your dog to feign death. Now let's hear you say feign. And again. Flair. Flair. Flair is a noun meaning a natural talent or a distinctive style. You may know someone who has a real flair for mimicry. Or, you may feel that a certain essay you've just read was written with more flair than discernment. It's your turn now. Say flair. Once more. Grievous. Grievous. Grievous is an adjective meaning serious or causing pain and sorrow. A soldier, for example, may suffer grievous wounds in a battle. Or, a patient may receive grievous news from a doctor. Now you say grievous. Repeat the word. Heterogeneous. Heterogeneous. Heterogeneous is an adjective meaning diverse, or composed of different kinds of things. The United States is a culturally heterogeneous society. Similarly, a marketing strategy may be made up of a number of heterogeneous elements. Now you try heterogeneous. Once more. Horde. Horde. Horde is a noun meaning a vast number. A horde of noisy tourists may suddenly descend upon a quiet seaside resort. Or you may be suddenly attacked by a horde of hungry mosquitoes. Now let's hear you say horde. Try the word again. Impel. Impel. Impel is a verb meaning to force or drive forward. Civil war may impel a large part of the population of a country to emigrate elsewhere. Or, the popularity of a record album may impel a young singer into stardom. Now you say impel. Repeat the word. Incredulous. Incredulous. Incredulous is an adjective meaning disbelieving or skeptical. A person may have an incredulous expression on his or her face. Or, you may be completely incredulous of the claims made in a particular TV commercial. Your turn. Say incredulous. And again. Inscribe. Inscribe. Inscribe is a verb meaning to write or engrave, or to name on a list. It is customary, for instance, to inscribe an epitaph on a tombstone. Similarly, a famous general may be said to have inscribed his deeds firmly in the annals of history. Now you say inscribe. Try the word again. Monologue. Monologue. Monologue is a noun meaning a long speech delivered by one person. Some of the best-loved poems of Robert Browning are essentially dramatic monologues. Or, you may have laughed heartily at a certain stand-up comic's witty monologue. Well, it's your turn now. Say monologue. One more time. Word 17 is prognosis. Prognosis. Prognosis is a noun meaning a forecast of the probable course or outcome of something. A patient, for example, may question the soundness of a physician's prognosis. Or, various indications may suggest a favorable prognosis for the economy in the new year. Now you say prognosis. Repeat the word. Rasping. Rasping. Rasping functions as two parts of speech. It can be an adjective meaning harsh or grating. For example, you may hear the rasping cries of crows outside your window. Or rasping can be a noun meaning a harsh sound. The creaking of locks and rasping of bolts may suddenly awaken you from a sound sleep. Your turn. Say rasping. Once more. Repugnant. Repugnant. Repugnant is an adjective meaning offensive, disagreeable, or distasteful. You may find the sight of garbage strewn along the beach repugnant. Similarly, certain kinds of food may be repugnant to your palate. Now you say repugnant. And again. Scuttle. Scuttle. Scuttle is a verb that means to sink or otherwise get rid of, or to scurry hastily. Bad weather may force you to scuttle your vacation plans, or you may see fiddler crabs and other crustaceans scuttling along the beach at low tide. Well, by now you know the drill. Say scuttle. Once again.
Remarkable mixes. Textbook entry. Hybrid animals. A hybrid animal is born of parents of related but different species. About 10% of all animal species naturally engage in interbreeding that produces offspring. Sometimes these hybrid offspring fill a biological niche that is not in competition with its parent species for survival. As a result, a distinct third species evolves. Man-made hybrids. It is erroneous to regard hybrid animals solely as the outcome of natural pairings. Some hybrids develop when people aspire to build a better mousetrap. The following animals are examples of species interbred for human use. A. Beefalo are the offspring of domestic cattle and American bison. Beefalo meat is lower in fat, calories, and cholesterol than lean beef. B. The Kama is a hybrid that blends the strength, size, and endurance of a camel with the sure-footed and more diminutive llama. C. The mule is a hardy cross between a horse and a donkey. The mule is adept in rugged terrain. It will navigate narrow passages and steep trails at a languid but sure-footed pace. Interbreeding for survival. Because climate change and overdevelopment threaten animals' natural habitats, prospects are bleak for the long-term survival of some species. However, evidence of interbreeding gives scientists hope. One example of such interbreeding is the growler, part polar bear, part grizzly bear. This blend occurs rarely but naturally, where polar bears have left the ice to roam the land with grizzlies. Growlers resemble both parents. The hairy feet of a polar bear are ideally suited for the landscape where it lives, rendering the stark Arctic tundra habitable. The hairy soles of a growler's feet, coupled with its grizzly-like claws and humped back, made skeptical observers wonder whether to call this creature a polar bear or a grizzly bear. DNA testing gave invincible proof that the growler had one parent of each bear. The growler may signal a new kind of bear. Its mixed traits can help it adapt to changes in climate and habitat. Health. When a hybrid is an improvement over its parents, it is said to have the advantage of hybrid vigor. An example of hybrid vigor is Hercules, a 900-pound, 12-foot-long liger. This cat was naturally born to a female tiger and a male lion in an American wildlife sanctuary. Hercules is strong, healthy, playful, and intelligent, though the long-term effects of this hybridization have not been studied. Not all hybrids, including other ligers, are as successful as Hercules, as interbreeding can impair health. Some hybrids are sickly, sterile, or short-lived. Ethical concerns. Critics regard the planned interbreeding of species as a despicable act of arrogance born of slipshod ethics. They chide breeders for exploiting already vulnerable species. The critics' concern is that endangered species may disappear not by extinction, but by the misdirected experimentation of science. Whether hybrids are natural or man-made, their attempts to survive have fascinated humans for centuries. As genetic testing becomes more widespread and sophisticated, it is likely that new hybrids will be discovered among animals previously thought to be a separate species.
Word 1 has two pronunciations. When it is used as an adjective meaning thoroughly skilled, it is pronounced adept. Adept. Your mother, for example, may be an adept dressmaker, or a certain artist may have made an adept transition from painter to sculptor. Now you say adept. Repeat the word. When word 1 is used as a noun meaning an expert, however, it is pronounced adept. Adept. My brother, for instance, is a noted adept of the culinary art. Or, modern computer jargon is often unintelligible to all but trained adepts. Your turn. Say adept. Once more. Aspire. Aspire. Aspire is a verb meaning to strive toward or to ascend. A friend of yours may aspire to the presidency of the United States, or he or she may aspire to worldly fame and fortune. Now you try aspire. One more time. Bleak. Bleak. Bleak is an adjective meaning bare, dreary, or dismal. A famous battle may have occurred on a bleak December morning. Or, the economic forecast for the next 6 months may be chillingly bleak. Now it's your turn. Say bleak. And again. Chide. Chide. Chide is a verb meaning to blame or scold. A customer in a restaurant may chide a waiter for carelessness or inattention. Or you may chide your heart for its inconstancy. Now you say chide. Repeat the word. Despicable. Despicable. Despicable is an adjective meaning worthy of scorn or contemptible. Almost every day we read or hear about people who have committed despicable crimes. Similarly, you may consider someone's motives thoroughly despicable. Your turn. Say despicable. Once again. Diminutive. Diminutive. Diminutive is an adjective meaning small or smaller than most others of the same type. A sparrow, for example, is one of the most diminutive of birds. Or your best friend may have a great heart in a diminutive body. Now let's hear you say diminutive. Try the word again. Emancipate. Emancipate. Emancipate is a verb meaning to free from slavery or to liberate. Tsar Alexander II emancipated the serfs of Russia in 1861. Or, we may all desire to emancipate our minds from obsolete modes of thought. Your turn. Say emancipate. One more time. Erroneous. Erroneous. Erroneous is an adjective meaning incorrect or containing mistakes. Reports of a famous general's death in battle may be erroneous. Or your perception of a certain situation in the classroom may prove erroneous. Now let's hear you say erroneous. And again. Word 9 deserves special attention because it has two pronunciations. Exploit and exploit. Which pronunciation you use depends on how the word functions in a sentence. Let's see how this works. If word 9 is being used as a verb meaning to make use of, it is pronounced exploit. Exploit. A person may be able to exploit an unexpected opportunity for advancement in her or his career. Or a clever businessman may be able to exploit loopholes in the tax laws. Well, it's your turn now. Say exploit. One more time. The other pronunciation of word 9 is exploit. Exploit. This pronunciation is used when word 9 functions as a noun meaning a feat or deed. The exploits of a famous national hero may be celebrated in song and story. Or your dad may like to recount his exploits on the gridiron. Now you try exploit. Try it again. Extemporaneous. Extemporaneous. Extemporaneous is an adjective meaning made or delivered on the spur of the moment. A guest may be asked to make some extemporaneous remarks at a political fundraiser. Or a thoughtful hostess may furnish unexpected visitors with an extemporaneous supper. Now it's your turn. Say extemporaneous. Once again. Impair. Impair. Impair is a verb meaning to damage or harm. Scratches or nicks in the finish may impair the value of an antique table. Or a sudden rise in the crime rate may impair the quality of life in your community. Now you try the word impair. Once more. Invincible. Invincible. Invincible is an adjective meaning not able to be defeated. At one point in his career, General Lee really thought that his army was invincible. Or a social reformer may cherish an invincible belief in the justice of his or her cause. Now let's hear you say invincible. Try the word again. Languid. Languid. Languid is an adjective meaning drooping or without energy. Someone may regard you with languid eyes. Or the governor may lament the languid state of the economy at present. Now you say languid. Repeat the word. Mire. Mire. Mire functions as two parts of speech. It can be a noun meaning mud or wet swampy ground. Certain sectors of a society may be stuck fast in the mire of poverty and ignorance. Or mire can be a verb meaning to get stuck. A weak-willed person may easily become mired in self-pity. Now it's your turn. Say mire. And again. Obtrusive. Obtrusive. Obtrusive is an adjective meaning undesirably prominent or thrust out. An unwelcome guest may soon become an obtrusive presence at a social gathering. Or obtrusive tree limbs may block a person's view of a distant lake. Now you say obtrusive. Try the word again. Preamble. Preamble. Preamble is a noun meaning an introduction to a speech or other piece of writing. A lawyer may find the phrase she is looking for in the preamble to a certain statute. Or a speaker may say what he has to say without any elaborate preamble. Well, it's your turn now. Say preamble. One more time. Render. Render. Render is a verb that has many meanings, including to cause to become, to perform, to deliver officially, or to extract. The Coast Guard, for instance, renders a valuable service to our country. Or a chef will render the fat from a strip of bacon by frying it. Now you say render. Repeat the word. Rugged. Rugged. Rugged is an adjective meaning rough, severe, or strong. Conditions in the Old West, for example, were extraordinarily rugged. Or many of our early folk heroes were noted for their rugged individualism. Now it's your turn. Say rugged. Once more. Skeptical. Skeptical. Skeptical is an adjective meaning inclined to doubt or slow to accept as true. The older I grow, the more skeptical I become. Or, the official explanation of what caused a tragic event may be greeted by a skeptical reaction on the part of the general public. Now you say skeptical. And again. Slipshod. Slipshod. Slipshod is an adjective meaning untidy, careless, or sloppy. Irregularities in the finish of a piece of furniture may be the result of slipshod craftsmanship. Or a person may be slipshod in his or her use of language. Well, by now you know the drill. Say slipshod. Once again.
Failing infrastructure. Newspaper editorial. Washington, D.C., April 11th. Yesterday, Concerned Citizens for Safe Infrastructure, CCSI, a national watchdog organization with headquarters in the nation's capital, released its annual report, State of Our Infrastructure. The news was not encouraging. Petunia Hargraves, executive director of CCSI, did not mince words as she delivered a concise summary of the group's findings. Almost everywhere we look, public facilities have deteriorated badly, she said. All levels of government must act urgently to forestall future damage and depreciation of these public assets. The costs will be substantial, but we must not recoil from our obligation to society. Infrastructure, as every highway commuter inching past a construction site knows, is the basic cluster of facilities on which a city or state depends. Roads, airports, bridges, tunnels, railways, and ports. All are infrastructure. CCSI was founded shortly after the collapse of a section of a major bridge along I-35 in Minneapolis in August 2007. That disaster claimed 13 lives and injured 145 people. Even before that incident, the Department of Transportation, DOT, divulged some unsettling facts about the maintenance of our nation's infrastructure. Its numbers show that, due to neglect, millions of commuters' lives are put at risk every day. In 1971, Congress passed a statute requiring that all bridges be inspected every 2 years. Unfortunately, many states, using various loopholes in the law, have failed to comport with this federal regulation. Those with the worst rates of compliance are shown in the chart below. Bridge inspections 2 or more years overdue. Utah, 60%. Alaska, 45%. Delaware, 38%. Maine, 34%. Colorado, 27%. California, 23%. The National Transportation Safety Board diagnosed the probable cause of the Minneapolis bridge collapse with striking brevity: inadequate load capacity. Clearly, there are more cars on the road today than there were 40 years ago, but infrastructure has not kept pace. Obsolete public facilities need to be replaced, says CCSI's Hargraves. With each incident like the I-35 bridge collapse, the public becomes more enlightened about the necessity for maintaining infrastructure. But people have short memories. What we have at present is a mere rivulet of corrective action. What we need is a torrent. The age of each asset is not the only risk factor, a DOT official pointed out to this reporter. Quality, too, is important. The bridge that collapsed in Minneapolis was 40 years old, he notes. But at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, the roof of a brand new terminal caved in. That disaster, which occurred in May 2004 and killed 4 people, followed the terminal's grand opening by barely a year. CCSI's Hargraves put forward an analogy from the ancient world. It's a bad bridge that's narrower than the stream. The Romans did not ignore vital infrastructure, and they did not cut corners when building, she asserted. Their roads, bridges, theaters, and aqueducts are still with us. We should follow their example. Any other approach reeks of complacency. As the world urbanizes, infrastructure needs grow at a relentless pace. In China, for example, proponents of high-speed train service have convinced the government to double the country's rail coverage by the year 2020. This ambitious goal is estimated to cost $300 billion. Some economists harbor doubts as to whether China's plan will work. The state, these critics claim, is squandering funds. It will not recoup its investment because high-speed fares are too expensive for the average traveler. To create an infrastructure that is truly modern, efficient, and safe, says a CCSI report, governments must not quaver. They should look to the values of the past while boldly building for the future.
Brevity. Brevity. Brevity is a noun meaning shortness. A historian, for example, may note the brevity of a certain monarch's reign. Or a philosopher may lament the brevity of our journey through life. Now let's hear you say brevity. Try the word again. Comport. Comport. Comport is a verb, meaning to conduct oneself or to be in agreement. A young person may comport him or herself with remarkable grace and charm. Or, the administration may propose a policy that comports well with the country's idea of social justice. Now you try comport. One more time. Concise. Concise. Concise is an adjective, meaning expressing much in a few words. A pamphlet may contain a concise list of the rules and regulations governing an organization. Or, the entries in a pocket dictionary may of necessity be concise. Now it's your turn. Say concise. And again. Demure. Demure. Demure is an adjective meaning sober and serious in manner, or modest. An essay may make reference to the demure nun in one of John Milton's poems. Or, a certain section of a town may contain demure little middle-class houses. Now you say demure. Repeat the word. Depreciation. Depreciation. Depreciation is a noun, meaning a lessening in value or a belittling. A philosopher may lament the slow depreciation of ethical standards in society at large. Similarly, a political candidate may make sour remarks in depreciation of an opponent's achievements. Your turn. Say depreciation. Once again. Deteriorate. Deteriorate. Deteriorate is a verb meaning to lower in quality or value, or to wear away. The weather may suddenly begin to deteriorate. Or, discipline in an army may deteriorate after a series of defeats. Now let's hear you say deteriorate. Try the word again. Divulge. Divulge. Divulge is a verb meaning to tell, reveal, or make public. Someone may ask you not to divulge the content of a private conversation. Or, you may not be able to divulge your dearest hopes even to your closest friend. Your turn. Say divulge. One more time. Enlightened. Enlightened. Enlightened is an adjective meaning free from ignorance or false ideas, or possessing sound understanding. The state legislature may take an enlightened approach to prison reform. Or, a civic leader may argue that public policy should be motivated by enlightened self-interest. Now let's hear you say enlightened. And again. Forestall. Forestall. Forestall is a verb meaning to prevent by acting first. Shareholders in a certain company might take action to forestall a hostile takeover. Or, the captain of a ship might take steps to forestall a mutiny. Well, it's your turn now. Say forestall. Once more. Garble. Garble. Garble is a verb, meaning to distort and make unintelligible. A secretary might accidentally garble a phone message, or a newscast might garble the facts of a case. Now you say garble. Once again. Proponent. Proponent. Proponent is a noun, meaning one who puts forward a proposal, or one who supports a cause or belief. A certain senator may be a proponent of welfare reform, or the proponents of a certain bill being considered by Congress may all be from the same political party. Now you try proponent. And again. Quaver. Quaver. Quaver is a verb, meaning to shake, tremble, or trill. A person's voice may quaver with nervousness, or the flame of a candle may quaver gently with every passing breeze. Now let's hear you say quaver. Try the word again. Word 13 is interesting because it has two pronunciations, recoil and recoil. Which pronunciation you use depends on how the word functions in a sentence. Let's see how this works. If word 13 is being used as a verb, meaning to shrink or to spring back, it is pronounced recoil. Recoil. A person might recoil in horror at an unethical suggestion. Or the infantry might recoil before the fierceness of a cavalry charge. Well, it's your turn now. Say recoil. Once more. The other pronunciation of word 13 is recoil. Recoil. This pronunciation is used when word 13 functions as a noun, meaning the act of springing back. A cannon may have a very powerful recoil. Or the population of a country recovering from military defeat might welcome the recoil of prices to their pre-war levels. Now you try recoil. Try the word again. Recoup. Recoup. Recoup is a verb, meaning to make up for or to regain. Your aunt may need a lot of time to recoup her strength after a prolonged illness. Or a fallen hero may never find a way to recoup his shattered reputation. Now it's your turn. Say recoup. And again. Reek. Reek. Reek functions as two parts of speech. It can be a noun meaning an unpleasant smell. The reek of garbage rotting in the sun may be overpowering. Or reek can be used as a verb, meaning to give off an unpleasant smell or to give a strong impression. The comments a Hollywood celebrity makes after receiving an award may reek of false humility. Now you say reek. Try the word again. Relentless. Relentless. Relentless is an adjective meaning unyielding, harsh, or without pity. Someone you know may be a relentless enemy of hypocrisy. Or the pace of life for a busy corporate executive may be relentless. Your turn. Say relentless. One more time. Rivulet. Rivulet. Rivulet is a noun meaning a small stream. During the spring, you may see rivulets of melting snow trickling down the driveway. Or rivulets of tears may course down a person's cheeks. Now you say rivulet. Repeat the word. Squander. Squander. Squander is a verb meaning to spend foolishly or to waste. We must learn not to squander our natural resources. Similarly, a general must not squander the lives of his troops. Now it's your turn. Say squander. Once more. Staccato. Staccato. Staccato is an adjective meaning detached or disconnected in sound or style. A boxer may deliver a quick series of staccato blows to his opponent's body. Or the staccato voice of the telegraph keys may be hammering out a message in Morse code. Now you say staccato. And again. Statute. Statute. Statute is a noun meaning a law. The statute of limitations, for example, does not apply to a number of serious crimes. Or, a certain king may codify the customs and statutes of his realm. Well, you know the drill by now. Say statute. Once again.
Social networks and virtual communication. Debate. Today's debate question is this one. Does social networking lead to real friendships and true communication? I don't think social networking leads to great friendships or communication. And frankly, I don't understand its appeal. Why should I spend an appreciable amount of time every day reading tiresome chit-chat? People bragging about themselves, putting others down, assuming everyone agrees with them on every issue? Their posts can be unbearable. Social networking is a synthetic substitute for true person-to-person interaction. If you have real friends, you don't need to sit at home and post notes to your cyber buddies. I sometimes worry that social networking has become a subversive force, turning us into a nation of loners, glued to computers and unable to deal with others face-to-face.
Such a grim picture of social networking is biased and short-sighted. Rather than contend that social networking is synthetic, why not see it instead as the latest step in humankind's concerted effort to communicate better? Written language, the postal service, telephones, are these artificial too? No. These historic developments in communication bettered people's lives, and in my more tempered view, the same is true of social networking. The ability to keep in touch daily with friends and relatives and to meet new people is a great gift. Regular online contact with people we care about won't isolate us. Instead, it will make us more connected, more humane. Sharing our thoughts and feelings on social networks deepens our ties with others, both those we see all the time and even those we've never met. This is true at the international level as well. In recent years, we have seen examples of illustrious people all around the world using social networks to organize. Digitally connected, strangers have come together in person to express their demands for a better society.
Isn't it ironic that we insist on the term social networking when so many online conversations seem antisocial in tone? Cyberbullies, for example, use their computers to harass or maltreat their so-called friends, and their venomous posts can remain online indefinitely, doing lasting damage. I also blanch when I see some of the information that people choose to share on their own pages. What's so social about expressing private thoughts and experiences so publicly? I am also concerned that autocratic owners of some social networking websites might gather information about users of their sites. Such a development will be intolerable. Can we be sure that our privacy is safe?
As I ponder such comments, I must advise that when judging social networks, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Wading through the long list of risks attributed to social networking by its critics proves to be a laborious effort. Yet such critics should at least acknowledge some of its benefits. I believe that the social networking world is a mirror of the real world. In everyday life, we try to avoid bullies and decide who our true friends are. And we must do the same when networking. Just as people sometimes act objectionably in the real world, some users will post irreverent or even offensive comments online. Everyone feels the need to express him or herself, and social networking sites simply give people a ready audience and instant feedback, pro or con. Social networking is still a relatively new phenomenon. As time passes, we're bound to become more savvy as users of this medium, maximizing its advantages and avoiding its pitfalls.
Appreciable. Appreciable. Appreciable is an adjective meaning sufficient to be noticed or measured. There may be an appreciable difference, for example, in the respective salaries two employees draw from a particular company. Or, a strong role model may exert an appreciable influence on the future course of your life. Now you say appreciable. Repeat the word. Autocratic. Autocratic. Autocratic is an adjective meaning absolute in power or authority. Peter the Great, the famous reformer czar of Russia, was an autocratic ruler. Or, experts may consider the government of a particular third world country to be extremely autocratic. Now you try autocratic. One more time. Blanch. Blanch. Blanch is a verb meaning to remove the color from, to turn pale, or to parboil. An animal may blanch at the sound of distant thunder. Or, your mother may blanch vegetables in boiling water. Now it's your turn. Say blanch. And again. Blasphemy. Blasphemy. Blasphemy is a noun meaning contempt for something sacred. In the old days, a person accused of blasphemy faced serious punishment. Or, what is faith for one person is often blasphemy for another. Now you say blasphemy. Repeat the word. Brawny. Brawny. Brawny is an adjective meaning strong or muscular. Construction workers, for example, usually have brawny arms and legs. Similarly, bodybuilders eventually develop brawny physiques. Your turn. Say brawny. Once again. Concerted. Concerted. Concerted is an adjective meaning planned or performed in cooperation with others. Various groups and agencies in the community may take part in a concerted campaign to reduce crime on the streets. Similarly, several governmental departments may devise a concerted scheme to hold down inflation. Now let's hear you say concerted. Try the word again. Contend. Contend. Contend is a verb meaning to struggle or fight, to compete, or to argue. During the recent civil war in Bosnia, for example, 3 different groups were contending for control of the region. Or, several modern critics contend that all forms of literature should serve a moral purpose. Your turn. Say contend. One more time. Humane. Humane. Humane is an adjective meaning kind or merciful. A prison may be run by an exceptionally humane warden. Or, a government's immigration policy may be enlightened and humane. Now let's hear you say humane. And again. Illustrious. Illustrious. Illustrious is an adjective meaning very famous or distinguished. Such stars as Bette Davis and Clark Gable had illustrious film careers. Or, the long and illustrious reign of Queen Victoria is still remembered with pride by the English people. Well, it's your turn now. Say illustrious. Once more. Intolerable. Intolerable. Intolerable is an adjective meaning unbearable. A famous senator once resigned his seat because the burdens of public office had become intolerable. Or, most Americans find any kind of racial prejudice intolerable. Now let's hear you say intolerable. And again. Irreverent. Irreverent. Irreverent is an adjective meaning disrespectful. Stand-up comedians often make irreverent jokes about the rich, the powerful, and the famous. Or, an irreverent disregard for social conventions can often be shocking. Now you try the word. Say irreverent. Repeat the word. Laborious. Laborious. Laborious is an adjective meaning requiring hard work or hard working. For example, it may take a scientist years of laborious research to find a cure for a certain disease. Similarly, hammering out a new union contract may require months of laborious negotiations. Your turn. Say laborious. Once more. Lithe. Lithe. Lithe is an adjective meaning limber or bending easily. The limbs and torso of a gymnast would need to be exceptionally lithe. Or, a particular part of the woods might be full of lithe young saplings. Now you say lithe. Repeat the word. Maltreat. Maltreat. Maltreat is a verb meaning to abuse or to treat roughly and cruelly. Prisoners of war, for example, are sometimes maltreated. Or, a careless worker may maltreat a piece of machinery. Your turn. Say maltreat. And again. Ponder. Ponder. Ponder is a verb meaning to consider carefully or to reflect upon. You may ponder your reply to a tough question. Or, a scientist may ponder the mysteries of the universe. Now you say ponder. Try the word again. Subversive. Subversive. Subversive functions as two parts of speech. It can be an adjective meaning tending or intended to undermine or overthrow something. A proposed law may have subversive consequences for the exercise of free speech. Or, subversive can be a noun, meaning one who attempts to overthrow something. A repressive government usually has to contend with all kinds of homegrown subversives. Well, it's your turn now. Say subversive. One more time. Synthetic. synthetic. Synthetic also functions as two parts of speech. It can be an adjective, meaning made by people, or artificial. The modern textile industry, for instance, makes use of both natural and synthetic dyes. Or, synthetic can be a noun, meaning something artificial. Nylon is as synthetic as are rayon and orlon. Now you say synthetic. Repeat the word. Temperate. Temperate. Temperate is an adjective meaning mild or moderate. Last winter may have been rather temperate. Or, the government's response to a foreign threat may be temperate and measured. Your turn. Say temperate. Once more. Venomous. Venomous. Venomous is an adjective meaning poisonous, spiteful, or mean. I was amazed to learn, for instance, that certain species of toads are venomous. Or, an irate citizen may write a venomous letter to the editor of the local newspaper. Now you say venomous. And again. Wily. Wily. Wily is an adjective meaning sly, shrewd, or cunning. A diplomat may be known as a very wily negotiator. Similarly, a politician may be famous for his or her wily replies to reporters' questions. Well, by now you know the drill. Say wily. And again.
From trash to tabletop. Interview. Shirlenia Singh, as the owner of Frank's Fish Shop on Washington Avenue, what do you think is the most interesting development in your business today?
My father, who was a fisherman, used to say, "Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime." I think it's ironic that overfishing, the depleting of our fish stocks, is now a great challenge to us all. The oceans cannot produce fish ad infinitum. I have become fascinated by the rising interest in trash fish, which might help us to solve this problem.
What are trash fish?
Trash fish are fish that consumers don't like. They're not popular food sources, and they don't fetch high prices in the marketplace. Most commercial fishing operations target high-value fish, like tuna, salmon, or cod. Such operations use huge nets or long lines with hundreds of hooks to catch thousands of fish at a time. In the process, they pick up a lot of so-called trash fish. Once these low-value fish were discarded, but now they are retained and processed for sale.
What changed people's minds about fish once considered trash?
Most experts would concede that the growth of fish farming is a major factor. Since overfishing has caused wild populations of popular species to wane, more of the fish we eat comes from fish farms. Many fish farms raise high-value carnivorous species like salmon and tuna that require massive quantities of food. Increasingly, it's trash fish that are processed to make fish meal and fish oils used to feed farm fish. Since fish farming relies on wild-caught trash fish, overfishing our oceans is still a problem. But without trash fish, fish farming would soon become untenable.
So, trash fish play an important role in fish farming, but they aren't consumed by humans.
Actually, some trash fish does find its way to our dinner table. Small family-run fishing enterprises are still common in developing countries, often operating in rather sordid conditions. Local fishermen apportion some of their catch, the low-value fish, for home consumption and sell the rest of their yield to others. In many countries, great quantities of fish we consider low value are sold for human consumption. This is often a matter of local preferences. In much of East Asia, for example, a wide variety of low and high value fish are an important part of the traditional diet.
It sounds as if determining whether or not a fish species is a trash fish might be a matter of opinion.
To some extent, that's true. But our taste for fish has changed as supplies have changed. When popular species become less common due to overfishing, environmental changes, or migration, local fisheries find new species to satisfy demand. Tuna is a classic example. In the days before refrigeration and canning, tuna flesh would quickly become rancid, so tuna was unpopular and usually discarded. That changed early in the 20th century when a sudden drop in sardine populations prompted fisheries to start catching tuna off the California coast. Before long, tuna had become one of the most popular and versatile fish consumed in America, and it's now one of the most highly valued fish in the world. A single bluefin tuna can fetch $150,000 in a Tokyo market today. That's quite a lofty sum.
So, sellers and buyers alike are learning that yesterday's trash fish can become tomorrow's food fish.
It sounds perverse, but it's true. The fishing industry is rapidly changing due to environmental problems, overfishing, and innovations in fish farming. People forget that many fish that are popular around the world today were perceived as trash not long ago. Hake, tilapia, Chilean sea bass, pangasius, monkfish, and shark all fall into this category. For years, I predicted we would expand our seafood diet to include more overlooked species, and now that people have done so, I feel vindicated. It seems that, for many species, status as a trash fish is only a prelude to bona fide popularity.
Ad infinitum. Ad infinitum. Ad infinitum is an adverb, meaning endlessly. A speech at a political rally, for example, may drone on ad infinitum. Similarly, once a pendulum is set in motion, it will continue swinging ad infinitum. Now let's hear you say ad infinitum. Try the word again. Apportion. Apportion. Apportion is a verb, meaning to divide and give out in shares. An able manager knows how best to apportion his or her time at the office. Or, the U.S. Constitution indicates how congressional representatives should be apportioned among the several states. Now you try apportion. One more time. Bona fide. Bona fide. Bona fide is an adjective, meaning genuine or sincere. A bona fide birth certificate is considered sufficient evidence of where and when a person was born. Or, a person may be given special documents to show that he or she is a bona fide member of a particular organization. Now it's your turn. Say bona fide. And again. Buoyant. Buoyant. Buoyant is an adjective, meaning able to float easily, or cheerful and hopeful. Certain gases are lighter than air and can help balloons stay buoyant. Or you may know someone whose outlook on life is cheerful and whose spirits are always buoyant. Now you say buoyant. Repeat the word. Clique. Clique. Clique is a noun, meaning a small, exclusive group of people. A number of cliques may have developed within the student body of the school you attend. Or, company policies may be dictated by a tiny clique of professional managers. Your turn. Say clique. Once again. Concede. Concede. Concede is a verb, meaning to admit as true, or to yield or submit. Someone who is very stubborn may refuse to concede defeat under any circumstances. Or the country that has lost a war may be forced to concede a portion of its territory to the victor. Now let's hear you say concede. Try the word again. Congenial. Congenial. Congenial is an adjective meaning getting on well with others, or agreeable and pleasant. Your next-door neighbors, for example, may be very congenial people. Or your parents may find living conditions in a certain part of the country congenial. Your turn. Say congenial. One more time. Lofty. Lofty. Lofty is an adjective meaning very high or noble. The American Rockies are a lofty mountain range. Or a person may have a very lofty sense of his or her mission in life. Now let's hear you say lofty. And again. Migration. Migration. Migration is a noun meaning a movement from one place to another. The yearly migration of vast herds of caribou to their summer pastures in northern Canada is an astonishing spectacle. Or, farmers in California depend on the seasonal migration of farm laborers to harvest their crops. Well, it's your turn now. Say migration. Once more. Perceive. Perceive. Perceive is a verb meaning to observe or to be aware of. The fog may be so thick that you can barely perceive the road ahead of you. Or you may perceive a note of sarcasm in a person's voice. Now you say perceive. Repeat the word. Perverse. Perverse. Perverse is an adjective meaning stubborn or inclined to go against what is expected. Mules, for example, are often regarded as exceedingly perverse creatures. Similarly, a spoiled child may take perverse delight in purposely doing what his or her parents don't want. Now you try the word. Say perverse. Once more. Prelude. Prelude. Prelude is a noun meaning an introduction to something or that which comes before it or leads it off. Verdi's opera Aida doesn't begin with a full overture, just a short prelude. Or, little did I know that a minor sore throat would be the prelude to a serious bout of bronchitis. Now let's hear you say prelude. Try the word again. Rancid. Rancid. Rancid is an adjective meaning stale or spoiled. Almonds left on the shelf too long may have gone rancid. Or, I could tell that the bacon was rancid simply by smelling it. Now you say rancid. Repeat the word. Rustic. Rustic. Rustic can be two parts of speech. It can be an adjective, meaning country-like, plain, or awkward. You may be enchanted by the rustic setting of a particular campsite. Or rustic can be a noun, meaning a person who lives in the country. The painter Bruegel delighted in portraying the antics of the untutored rustics of his day. Now it's your turn. Say rustic. And again. Sever. Sever. Sever is a verb meaning to separate or divide into parts. You can easily sever an artery or vein on a broken piece of glass. Similarly, the U.S. government may decide to sever relations with a foreign country. Now you say sever. Try the word again. Sordid. Sordid. Sordid is an adjective meaning wretchedly poor, run down, or mean and selfish. Homeless people often find themselves in extremely sordid surroundings. Or a novel may recount a sordid story of greed and revenge. Well, it's your turn now. Say sordid. One more time. Untenable. Untenable. Untenable is an adjective meaning not capable of being held or impossible to maintain. For example, new evidence may render a scientific hypothesis untenable. Or, soldiers may be forced to retreat because the ground they're standing on has become completely untenable. Now you say untenable. Repeat the word. Versatile. Versatile. Versatile is an adjective meaning able to do many things, or capable of many uses. Rubber and plastic, for instance, are extremely versatile materials. Similarly, a pocket knife is designed to be a versatile tool. Now it's your turn. Say versatile. Once more. Vindicate. Vindicate. Vindicate is a verb meaning to clear from a charge, or to justify and defend. Someone may try to vindicate his or her crimes by appealing to an unhappy childhood. Similarly, on many occasions the Supreme Court has vindicated the right to a fair and speedy trial. Now you say vindicate. And again. Wane. Wane. Wane is a verb meaning to lose size, strength, or power. Days, for example, grow shorter as summer wanes. Similarly, your interest in hockey, baseball, or some other sport may wane as you grow older. Well, by now you know the drill. Say wane. Once again.
7 Wonders. Magazine article. The conquests of Alexander the Great broadened the horizons of the ancient Greek world. Many territories annexed by Alexander were home to civilizations with longer pedigrees than the Greeks, such as Babylon and Egypt. Each of these civilizations had its own culture, its own style of architecture, art, music, and cuisine. Each had its own traditions and history. Commerce and curiosity incited interest in travel. A steady influx of travelers was drawn to major cities and famous landmarks. Moved by the profuse interest in travel, Greek authors compiled lists of spectacular sights. Cleaving to custom, these ancient travel writers normally included 7 locations in their lists. In ancient times, the sites listed varied from one author to another. But today, the landmarks mentioned in these ancient travel guides are remembered as the 7 wonders of the world. Statues of the gods. The statue of Zeus soared more than 40 feet high. Built in 432 BCE, it sat in a temple in Olympia on mainland Greece. Across the Aegean, on the island of Rhodes, a bronze statue of the sun god Helios guarded the harbor from atop a massive stone pillar, which served as its cornerstone. The giant statue of Helios was known as the Colossus of Rhodes. Temple and Tomb. The Temple of Artemis was located in the town of Ephesus on the Anatolian coast, which is in modern-day Turkey. The temple was destroyed and rebuilt twice before the debacle of its final destruction at the hands of a rioting mob in 401 CE. Also on the Anatolian coast was the tomb of Mausolus, which stood nearly 150 feet high. A provincial governor of the Persian Empire, Mausolus had his capital in Halicarnassus. When he died in 353 BCE, his wife could hardly reconcile herself to his death. As a tribute to her husband, she had the great tomb built. The lighthouse and the pyramid. For centuries, the lighthouse of Alexandria guided Mediterranean navigators into the busy Egyptian port. An engineering marvel that rose to a height of 400 feet above the water, it could be seen 29 miles away by approaching sailors. The Great Pyramid of Giza is the oldest of the 7 wonders and the only one that remains standing today. Its endurance is recalled in the old Arabic saying, "Man fears time, but time fears the pyramids." The builders improvised the pyramid's bricks from the local limestone. Its precipitous stone walls extended nearly 500 feet in height and reflected the golden pallor of the desert sun. Contrary to many accounts, the laborers who built the pyramid were not slaves in shackles and threadbare clothing, but rather teams of villagers who took pride in their work. A garden for a homesick queen. The Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar was extremely active during his long reign. He spent much of his time embroiled in wars and engaged in massive building projects. He is credited with constructing the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. According to legend, the king's wife, Amytis of Media, deeply missed her homeland. Media was a land rich in forests and greenery, and Amytis felt devitalized in the plains of Babylon. To enliven Amytis's mood, the king ordered the construction of the Hanging Gardens, a lush expanse of trees and plants. Though nobody can be sure the king's cordial gesture had its desired effect, the gardens, like the other wonders, were a marvel of ancient ingenuity, and they attracted sightseers from across the known world.
Annex and annex. This word is interesting because it has two pronunciations. Being used as a verb, meaning to attach or incorporate, it is pronounced annex. Annex. Do you know how many of the Founding Fathers annexed their signatures to the Constitution? Or, during the 1840s, Congress seriously considered annexing Mexico. Well, it's your turn now. Say annex. And again. The other pronunciation of word one is annex. Annex. And functions as a noun, meaning an attachment or addition. In my freshman year at college, I was housed in an annex to the main student dormitory. Or the tables at the back of a book may provide a valuable annex to the author's argument. Your turn. Say annex. Try it again. Cleave. Cleave. Cleave is a verb meaning to cut or split open, or to cling to. Explorers may use machetes to cleave a path through heavy jungle. Similarly, a teacher may advise you always to cleave to your ideals. Now you try cleave. One more time. Cordial. Cordial. Cordial functions as two parts of speech. It can be an adjective, meaning friendly, hearty, or cheery. Relations between your family and the other families in the neighborhood may be very cordial. Cordial can also be used as a noun, meaning a liqueur. In the old days, it was customary to serve cordials at the end of a formal dinner. Now it's your turn. Say cordial. And again. Cornerstone. Cornerstone. Cornerstone is a noun, meaning the starting point of a building, or a fundamental principle or element. Laying the cornerstone of any important new building is usually accompanied by a lot of fanfare. Similarly, the assistant district attorney may make DNA evidence the cornerstone of her case. Now you say cornerstone. Repeat the word. Debacle. Debacle. Debacle is a noun, meaning an overwhelming defeat or a complete failure. Napoleon's invasion of Russia resulted in a major military debacle. Or, the Wall Street crash of 1929 ushered in a global economic debacle. Your turn. Say debacle. Once again. Devitalize. Devitalize. Devitalize is a verb meaning to make weak or lifeless. Lack of proper nourishment may slowly devitalize a healthy body. Or, Faulty documentation may devitalize a scientific hypothesis. Now let's hear you say devitalize. Try the word again. Embroil. Embroil. Embroil is a verb meaning to involve in a conflict or difficulty or to throw into confusion. Two squabbling neighbors may become embroiled in a bitter lawsuit. Or a careless politician may soon find himself embroiled in a scandal. Your turn. Say embroil. One more time. Exonerate. Exonerate. Exonerate is a verb meaning to clear from a charge or accusation. The jury may exonerate the defendant in a criminal case. Or, Oliver Wendell Holmes once remarked that there is usually no reason to exonerate citizens from their civic duties. Now you say exonerate. And again. Glib. Glib. Glib is an adjective meaning ready and fluent in speech or insincere. Most people distrust a sales pitch that is too glib. Or, your teacher may caution you to avoid glib generalizations in your writing. Well, it's your turn now. Say glib. Once more. Haphazard. Haphazard. Haphazard is an adjective meaning not planned or lacking in order. The haphazard arrangement of books in a bookcase may make it very difficult to find what you want. Or, someone's rare and priceless treasures may turn out to be nothing more than a haphazard collection of junk. Now you say haphazard. Repeat the word. Improvise. Improvise. Improvise is a verb meaning to compose or perform without preparation or to construct from available materials. An exceptional stand-up comic can easily improvise jokes and wisecracks. Or, when unexpected guests dropped in, I had to improvise supper. Now you try improvise. Once more. Incite. Incite. Incite is a verb meaning to stir up or urge on. Hotheads may incite an angry mob to violence. Or, dreams of undying fame incited Alexander the Great to conquer the known world. Now let's hear you say incite. Try the word again. Influx. Influx. Influx is a noun, meaning a coming in or an inflow. The U.S. government has tried various methods of halting the influx of illegal drugs into our country. Similarly, the influx of Irish immigrants into Boston in the 1840s and 50s changed the whole character of that city. Now you say influx. Repeat the word. Pallor. Pallor. Pallor is a noun, meaning an extreme or unnatural paleness. Makeup is often used to mask the exceptional pallor of a person's skin. Or, the unusual pallor of a person's hands may be genetic. Now you say pallor. And again. Pedigree. Pedigree. Pedigree is a noun, meaning a list of ancestors or the history or origin of something. Some people can trace their pedigrees back to famous figures of colonial times. Or, as dog lovers know, the better the pedigree, the more costly the animal. Now you say pedigree. Try the word again. precipitous. Precipitous. Precipitous is an adjective meaning very steep. It is no easy task to climb the precipitous slopes of Mount Everest. Or, on any given day, the rise in stock prices may be precipitous. Well, it's your turn now. Say precipitous. One more time. Profuse. Profuse. Profuse is an adjective meaning very abundant or flowing freely. Someone may be very profuse in her or his praise of your achievements. Or, bleeding from a wound may be profuse. Now you say profuse. Repeat the word. Reconcile. Reconcile. Reconcile is a verb meaning to settle or harmonize or to resign oneself. You may find it hard to reconcile your checkbook and your bank statement. Similarly, it isn't easy for most of us to reconcile ourselves to our lot in life. Your turn. Say reconcile. Once more. Shackle. Shackle. Shackle functions as two parts of speech. It can be a verb, meaning to put in chains. You may shackle your bicycle to the rack outside school. Or, shackle can be a noun, meaning a chain or fetter. A president may insist that Congress throw off the shackles of self-interest and do what is best for the country. Now you say shackle. Once again. Threadbare. Threadbare. Threadbare is an adjective meaning shabby, old, and worn. By the time I was 3 years old, my security blanket had become very threadbare. Or, we must discard the threadbare ideas of the past and devise new solutions to our problems. Well, by now you know the drill. Say threadbare. Once again.
Jesse Owens, 1913 to 1980. Obituary. April 1st, 1980, by Mindy K. Valentine. Olympic hero Jesse Owens died yesterday in Tucson, Arizona. The cause was cancer. Jesse Owens' story and his legion of achievements is compelling. The African-American track and field luminary captured 4 gold medals and set 3 records at the 1936 Olympics in Berlin, Germany, and his astounding achievement shattered the Nazi ideology of a so-called master race. James Cleveland Owens was born in the segregated South in Oakville, Alabama in 1913. His grandparents had been enslaved, and his parents were sharecroppers who struggled to feed their children. Hoping to improve its prospects, the family resettled in Cleveland, Ohio when J.C. was 9 years old. At this time, J.C. became Jesse. A teacher misunderstood his strong Southern drawl when taking attendance, and the nickname stuck. A coach in junior high recognized young Jesse's dormant talents and launched his track and field career. As a teenager, Jesse set or tied national high school records, and as a student at Ohio State University, the Buckeye Bullet was invincible, breaking and setting world records. In 1936, Jesse Owens and his teammates journeyed to Berlin, Germany to compete against the world in the Summer Olympics. Adolf Hitler was using the games to showcase Nazi propaganda and advance his theories of racial superiority. His intentions were clear, but despite the official line, some Germans embraced Owens. One in particular, fellow Olympian Luz Long, demonstrated that not all Germans were knaves and villains. Owens had stepped over the start line, a fault, while trying to qualify for the finals in the long jump. This mistake actuated Long's helpful intervention. Following Long's advice, Owens placed a towel in front of the start line and jumped from there, keeping a safe distance from the line and averting another fault and disqualification. Later, Long died a combatant in the German army during World War II. Legend has it that Hitler openly spurned Owens at the medal ceremony, but according to some historians, this part of the story is dubious. Owens denied that Hitler's boorish behavior was directed solely at him, as other African American athletes were also present, and 6 of the 10 black athletes won individual gold. But news accounts said Owens bore the brunt of the snub, and the legend endured. Despite the achievements of Owens and his teammates, Hitler was impenitent. His belief in Aryan supremacy never wavered. Newsreels show him haranguing huge crowds about German superiority. Owens returned home in triumph to great acclaim and a ticker-tape parade in his honor, but reality threatened to negate his achievements. In the United States, he was still a second-class citizen whom many wanted to bring down or abase. Only after a protracted delay of several decades did he get his due. Despite setbacks, Owens was known for his grace and liberality, and also for his generosity to and support of young people. He started a successful national program to involve young people in track and field that enhanced his own stellar reputation. Belatedly, Jesse Owens' own country officially recognized the significance of his achievements. He was named a Presidential Goodwill Ambassador, and he received the Medal of Freedom and Living Legend Award. Owens is survived by his wife Ruth and his 3 daughters. His body will lie in state at the Capitol Rotunda tomorrow before his burial in Cleveland, Ohio. No further details are available.
Abase. Abase. Abase is a verb meaning to lower, degrade, or humble. The hero of a romantic novel, for instance, may approach his beloved with eyes abased. Similarly, a monarch may take exceptional delight in abasing a proud courtier. Now let's hear you say abase. Try the word again. Actuate. Actuate. Actuate is a verb meaning to move to action or to impel. Certain types of machinery are actuated by complex systems of pistons, cylinders, and screws. Or the ideas that guide and inspire one generation may differ widely from those that actuate another. Now you try actuate. One more time. Avert. Avert. Avert is a verb meaning to turn aside or to prevent. The scene of an accident may be so grisly that passers-by cover their eyes or avert their faces. Or for 50 years, responsible governments have done everything in their power to avert a nuclear holocaust. Now it's your turn. Say avert. And again. Boorish. Boorish. Boorish is an adjective meaning rude, unrefined, or clumsy. You may be appalled, for instance, by a guest's boorish display of bad manners at the dinner table. Or a friend's boorish attempts to be the life of the party may embarrass you. Now you say boorish. Repeat the word. Brunt. Brunt. Brunt is a noun meaning the main impact, force, or burden of something. Innocent courtiers were often forced to bear the brunt of Henry VIII's displeasure. Or social critics may direct the brunt of their arguments against self-serving government officials. Your turn. Say brunt. Once again. Combatant. Combatant. Combatant functions as 2 parts of speech. It can be a noun meaning a fighter. A number of nations furnished the United States with combatants during the Gulf War of 1991. Or combatant can be an adjective meaning engaged in fighting. At the First Battle of Manassas, several families were caught between the lines of the combatant armies. Now let's hear you say combatant. Try the word again. Dormant. Dormant. Dormant is an adjective meaning inactive or in a state of suspension. A great teacher may be able to awaken dormant talents in her or his students. Similarly, the Pentagon may suddenly decide to revive a dormant research project. Your turn. Say dormant. One more time. Dubious. Dubious. Dubious is an adjective meaning doubtful or uncertain. A person may have the dubious honor of finishing last in a race. Or, you may be a little dubious about your chances of winning the state lottery. Now let's hear you say dubious. And again. Harangue. Harangue. Harangue functions as two parts of speech. It can be a verb meaning to deliver a long and loud speech. An irate shopper, for example, may expend a good deal of energy haranguing an unlucky store manager. Or harangue can be a noun meaning a loud speech. You may have sat through a boring political harangue on the 4th of July or Labor Day. Now you say harangue. Repeat the word. Harry. Harry. Harry is a verb meaning to make a destructive raid on or to torment. During the infamous retreat from Moscow, Napoleon's troops were constantly harried by Cossacks. Similarly, a curious child may harry an adult with an endless barrage of unanswerable questions. Now it's your turn. Say harry. Once again. Impenitent. Impenitent. Impenitent is an adjective meaning feeling no remorse or sorrow. In many a Bible story, some people repent their sins while others remain impenitent. Or, if a convicted criminal appears to be impenitent, he or she may receive a very harsh sentence. Now you try the word. Say impenitent. Once more. Knave. Knave. Knave is a noun meaning a tricky, deceitful, or unprincipled fellow. People sometimes wonder whether politics attracts more knaves than statesmen. Or medieval taverns were often headquarters for all kinds of rogues and knaves. Now let's hear you say knave. Try it again. Legion. Legion. Legion functions as two parts of speech. It can be a noun meaning a large military force or any large group. Julius Caesar led his legions to countless victories on the battlefield. Or legion can be an adjective meaning many or numerous. For instance, there may be legion reasons for not pursuing a certain economic policy. Now you say legion. Repeat the word. Liberality. Liberality. Liberality is a noun meaning generosity or broadness of mind or outlook. Thanks to the liberality of the community, your school may be able to build a new science lab. Or the depths of a writer's insights may be matched by the liberality of her social ideals. Now it's your turn. Say liberality. And again. Plaintiff. Plaintiff. Plaintiff is a noun meaning the person who begins a lawsuit. A judge may ask the jury in a civil suit, "Do you find for the plaintiff or the defendant?" Or, in Shakespeare's Twelfth Night, one of the characters says to another, "Thou shalt be both plaintiff and judge in thine own case." Now you say plaintiff. Repeat the word. Probe. Probe. Probe functions as two parts of speech. It can be a verb meaning to examine or investigate thoroughly. A person may probe his or her memory for some clue to the identity of a stranger who somehow seems familiar. Or probe can be a noun meaning a device used to explore or examine. A doctor may use a probe to investigate the nature of a wound. Well, it's your turn now. Say probe. One more time. Protract. Protract. Protract is a verb meaning to draw out or lengthen. Modern medicine, for example, has developed many methods to protract the life of a patient. Similarly, once we'd finished our business, there was no reason to protract our meeting. Now you say protract. Repeat the word. Quarry. Quarry. Quarry functions as two parts of speech. It can be a noun meaning something that is hunted or pursued, or a place from which stone is taken. A private detective may keep tabs on his quarry for months. Or, there may be a celebrated limestone quarry in your state. Quarry can also be a verb meaning to cut or take from. A writer may quarry dictionaries and other reference books for interesting facts about words. Now it's your turn. Say quarry. Once more. Spurn. Spurn. Spurn is a verb meaning to refuse scornfully. In the Old Testament story, God accepts Abel's sacrifice but spurns Cain's. Similarly, a person may spurn an invitation to a party. Now you say spurn. And again. Subterfuge. Subterfuge. Subterfuge is a noun meaning an excuse or trick for escaping or hiding something. For example, a person may employ all kinds of subterfuges to get his or her own way. Or, someone may resort to various subterfuges to avoid coming to grips with a problem. Well, by now you know the drill. Say subterfuge. Once again.
The Globe Theater, then and now. Historical nonfiction. Do you laugh and gape at the antics of TV reality show stars? Chances are you would have done more than that at a performance at the Globe Theater circa 1600. Today's dubious celebrities have nothing on the old Globe's daring actors and their raucous, rowdy audiences. In Elizabethan London, many in the ruling class viewed theatrical productions as dangerous. They thought theaters, and actors themselves, threatened the common good. That's why theaters were banished to the city's seedier neighborhoods. Built on the south banks of the River Thames in 1599, the Globe was one of the more famous theaters of its day. It was part owned by William Shakespeare, and aristocrats and commoners alike came to see his plays. If these playgoers were lucky, they might also see Shakespeare himself. The open-roofed Globe could hold up to 3,000 people. At the base of the apron stage, a raised platform with the audience on three sides, there was a pit where people called groundlings would stand and watch the play for a penny. Those who paid slightly more to sit in the stadium-style seats had to tread warily or risk falling into the pit. The actors were almost always men, playing both male and female parts. Audience members were both unkempt and unruly, so actors had to endure the insults, taunts, and jibes of the rambunctious crowd, and often had to dodge the rotten produce hurled at them. The Globe continued to thrive even after Shakespeare's death in 1616. It remained a lively and exciting place, but the dour, stolid Puritans in power disapproved of play acting. Their strict, joyless views on life contrasted with the Globe's opulent, rollicking productions, which were considered insidious and corrupting. So in 1642, Parliament ordered the Globe and all other London theatres closed. Constables were deployed to enforce the rule, actors were punished and even jailed, and anyone caught attending a play was fined. The building was dismantled, and those long-ago theater lovers were left bereft. More than 3 centuries later, the American actor and director Sam Wanamaker went looking for the remains of this historic theater. He was appalled to find only a dirty plaque that read, "This is on or around where Shakespeare had his Globe." Wanamaker started the Shakespeare Globe Trust in 1970 to raise funds to rebuild Shakespeare's historic theater. Not everyone was convinced of his vision. Early support was tentative. What some called a replica of the Globe, others dismissed as a theme park that would adulterate Shakespeare's legacy. But Wanamaker's fortitude and perseverance paid off. In 1997, Shakespeare's Globe officially opened near the site of the original. The modern Globe has proven the doubters wrong, if anything. It augments Shakespeare's reputation as the greatest playwright of all time. Today, the new Globe plays to packed houses. While most seasons emphasize the works of Shakespeare, often performed verbatim, contemporary plays are also featured. The Bard, renowned for his love of mischief, might have approved of a recent production of Much Ado About Nothing, one featuring an all-female cast in the guise of princes, lords, and soldiers. Shakespeare's Globe transports us back to the experience of theater as it was 400 years ago. Yet occasional hints of modern life, such as jets flying overhead during performances, remind us that the Globe Theatre is part of 21st century London, and not just a footnote in history books.
Adulterate. Adulterate. Adulterate is a verb meaning to make worse by the addition of something of lesser value. The word can be used like this. In ancient times, rulers often adulterated their gold and silver coins with small amounts of baser metals. Or, some people believe that the purity of a language is seriously adulterated by the presence of too many foreign words. Now let's hear you say adulterate. Try the word again. Ambidextrous. Ambidextrous. Ambidextrous is an adjective meaning able to use both hands equally well, or deceitful and hypocritical. For example, an ambidextrous tennis player can swing her or his racket equally well with either hand. Similarly, a review of a popular TV series might criticize the main characters for being morally ambidextrous. Now you try ambidextrous. One more time. Augment. Augment. Augment is a verb meaning to make larger or increase. A millionaire may spend fabulous sums at auctions to augment his or her collection of rare porcelains. Or the state government may do all in its power to augment the workforce available in a certain area. Now it's your turn. Say the word augment. And again. Bereft. Bereft. Bereft is an adjective meaning to be deprived or made unhappy through loss. A book reviewer may complain that a certain novel was totally bereft of interest. By the same token, a celebrated film star may observe that the last character she played was bereft of all dignity. Now you say bereft. Repeat the word. Deploy. Deploy. Deploy is a verb meaning to position or arrange, or to form up. A chess champion can usually deploy his or her chess pieces to best advantage. Or you may hear critics complain that the government never deploys its fiscal resources wisely or effectively. Your turn. Say deploy. Once again. Dour. Dour. Dour is an adjective meaning stern and unyielding, or gloomy and ill-humored. The Puritans, for example, were noted for their dour attitude toward human failings. Or you may know someone who pursues fame or wealth with a kind of dour and joyless determination. Now let's hear you say dour. Try it again. Fortitude. Fortitude. Fortitude is a noun meaning courage in facing difficulties. A person may resist the slow encroachment of a fatal disease with extraordinary patience and fortitude. Or the people of a certain country may exhibit great fortitude during a period of social upheaval and economic breakdown. Your turn. Say fortitude. One more time. Gape. Gape. Gape is a verb meaning to stare with open mouth or to open wide. After a tornado has passed, you may be left gaping in disbelief at the damage it has caused. Or a meteor may have struck the earth with such force that it created a gaping crater at the point of impact. Now let's hear you say gape. And again. Jibe. Jibe. Jibe functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb meaning to utter taunting words. My older brother used to take great delight in jibing at me for some real or imagined failing. Jibe can also be used as a noun meaning an expression of scorn. The prisoners, for instance, may have patiently endured the jibes and taunts of their captors. Now it's your turn. Say jibe. Once more. Guise. Guise. Guise is a noun meaning an external appearance, cover, or mark. The heroine of a romantic novel may discover a stranger of noble guise in her front parlor. Similarly, before the fateful Battle of Agincourt, Shakespeare's King Henry V prowls about the English camp in the guise of a lowly captain. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word guise. Once again. Insidious. Insidious. Insidious is an adjective meaning intending to deceive or entrap, or sly and treacherous. Cleopatra, for example, exerted an insidious charm on the Roman general Mark Antony. Or a certain type of virus may prove particularly insidious because no vaccine has been developed to combat it. Now you try the word. Say insidious. Once more. Intimation. Intimation. Intimation is a noun meaning a hint or indirect suggestion. The appearance of crocuses in the garden usually gives us our first intimation that spring is on the way. Or a famous English poet wrote that he gleaned intimations of immortality from the wonders of nature around him. Now let's hear you say, intimation. Try it again. Opulent. Opulent. Opulent is an adjective that means wealthy and luxurious, or ample. The American portrait painter John Singer Sargent always placed the subjects of his pictures in truly opulent settings. Or, on a gorgeous summer day, your garden may be opulent with flowers. Now you say opulent. Repeat the word. Pliable. Pliable. Pliable is an adjective meaning easily bent or influenced. Someone might go into a sporting goods store in order to buy the kind of pliable rod designed for deep-sea fishing. Similarly, the movie ratings code is designed to protect the pliable minds of young children from exposure to material unsuitable to their age. Now you say pliable. And again. Reiterate. Reiterate. Reiterate is a verb meaning to say again or repeat. For instance, it is usually necessary for a teacher to reiterate the directions for taking a test. Or, when the noise of a passing train drowned out my words, I was forced to reiterate them. Now say, reiterate. Try the word again. Stolid. Stolid. Stolid is an adjective meaning not easily moved, mentally or emotionally, or dull and unresponsive. In Wisconsin, one often sees stolid herds of cows grazing placidly in the meadows. Or someone you know may speak in a stolid tone of voice. Now it's your turn. Say stolid. One more time. Tentative. Tentative. Tentative is an adjective meaning experimental in nature or uncertain and hesitant. Business people often develop tentative marketing strategies based on sales projections. Or someone you don't know at all well may greet you with only a tentative smile. Now you say tentative. Repeat the word. Unkempt. Unkempt. Unkempt is an adjective that means untidy, not properly maintained, or rude. Dilapidated houses and unkempt lawns can give a neighborhood a run-down appearance. Or locks of unkempt hair may constantly be falling in someone's face. Now it's your turn. Try to say unkempt. Once more. Verbatim. Verbatim. Verbatim functions as two parts of speech. It can be an adverb, meaning in exactly the same words. For a homework assignment, you may be asked to memorize one of Hamlet's soliloquies verbatim. Verbatim can also be used as an adjective, meaning corresponding word for word to an original text or source. Court stenographers, for instance, are trained in the verbatim recording of the testimony at a trial. Now you say verbatim. And again. Warily. Warily. Warily is an adverb. It means cautiously or with great care. A person might walk warily down a dark, deserted street at 2 in the morning.
By the same token, a lab technician might wait warily for the results of an experiment. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say warily. Once again.
Fashion victims. Informational essay. Some people spend a lot of time scrutinizing the image their clothes project. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Some outfits are practical, impervious to rain or wind or sun or biting insects, while other outfits are chosen to express the quintessence of the wearer. People may not always be aware of it, but clothes offer hints about wealth, status, and even political standing. For as long as humans have worn clothes, adroit observers have discerned these clues. Color. The color of clothes often tells a story. For millennia, societies around the world extolled the color purple. It came to represent royalty, wealth, and power because dyeing cloth purple required expensive ingredients. Ancient Greek writers were meticulous when describing the recipe for purple dye, a product derived from mollusks. For 1 gram of dye, the Greeks needed nearly 10,000 shellfish. Thus, obtaining purple clothing was not feasible for any but the wealthiest people. Chinese officials in the Tang Dynasty also favored purple robes, which were dyed with ingredients from a different mollusk. With the expansion of the Spanish Empire in the 16th century, purple found a near rival in a deep, bright crimson, which came from a dye made of crushed cochineal insects found in Central and South America. After the British Army adopted red, the soldiers sent into battle came to be known as the belligerent army of redcoats. White, in many cultures, suggests purity and spirituality. In the African countries of Nigeria and Zambia, people wear white for good luck at joyous occasions, but it is the color of bereavement in India and Asia. In Europe and the United States today, black is the color of mourning. Dyers in days gone by saturated cloth many times to ensure the darkest possible color. Because the dyeing process was labor-intensive and thus expensive, only wealthy Europeans could afford black cloth. Social and political status. Throughout the world, rulers historically passed laws that controlled their subjects' consumption of certain foods, building materials, and clothing. Rule breakers put their freedoms in jeopardy. In ancient Rome, only citizens could wear togas, and usually only in the natural off-white color of wool. Citizens running for public office could bleach their togas white, so even a cursory glance told the observer who was running for office. These Romans came to be known as candidati, or extra white men. In Revolutionary-era France in the late 1700s, the sans-culottes became a political force and participants in the country's revolution. Sans-culottes means without breeches. Wealthy people rode horseback, and so wore breeches. The sans-culottes were working class and wore trousers. Eventually, laws that restricted consumption disappeared in every area but fashion. But this was not the result of the edicts of benevolent rulers. The impetus that drove such laws had been the desire to segregate people into visible, hierarchical categories. Regulations on fashions were designed to penalize duplicity among commoners who might try to get ahead by dressing like aristocrats. For years, rulers believed that people who dressed as they wished would not be amicable subjects. Yet, even as support for these laws turned tepid and they fell into disuse, purple remained the prerogative of the well-born and wealthy until 1856. That's when an 18-year-old Englishman named William Perkin developed an inexpensive artificial dye of intense purple, which made the color, like fashion itself, accessible to all.
Adroit. Adroit. Adroit is an adjective meaning skillful or expert. The word can be used like this. A person who is elected head of a labor union must be an adroit negotiator. Or, a speaker's adroit replies to a group of hecklers may soon have an audience convulsed with laughter. Now let's hear you say adroit. Try the word again. Amicable. Amicable. Amicable is an adjective meaning peaceful or friendly. For example, the lawyers in a divorce case may strive hard to achieve an amicable division of common property. Or, you and your sister may try to work out some kind of amicable agreement regarding the use of the bathroom. Now it's your turn. Say the word amicable. And again. Averse. Averse. Averse is an adjective meaning having a deep-seated distaste for, or opposed or unwilling to. George Washington was averse to foreign entanglements of any kind. Or, as the poet Thomas Gray once asked, what cat's averse to fish? Now you say averse. Repeat the word. Belligerent. Belligerent. Belligerent functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective meaning combative or aggressive. Drivers stuck in heavy traffic can sometimes become belligerent. Belligerent can also be used as a noun, meaning one engaged in war. Germany, France, and Britain were among the principal belligerents in World War I. Now you try to say belligerent. One more time. Benevolent. Benevolent. Benevolent is an adjective meaning kindly or charitable. A group of benevolent alumni may donate the money to build a new school gym. Or, the activities of the Policemen's Benevolent Association include looking after the widows and orphans of slain officers. Your turn. Say benevolent. Once again. Cursory. Cursory. Cursory is an adjective that means hasty or not thorough. Your mom or dad might not have the time to give the morning newspaper more than a cursory inspection. Or, an eyewitness might get no more than a cursory look at the person who committed a crime. Now let's hear you say cursory. Try it again. Duplicity. Duplicity. Duplicity is a noun meaning treachery or deceitfulness. Audiences still wonder why Othello never saw through Iago's duplicity. Or, during a trial, the prosecution may claim to have evidence of the defendant's duplicity. Now let's hear you say duplicity. And again. Extol. Extol. Extol is a verb meaning to praise extravagantly. Mark Antony insists that he will neither extol nor blame his fallen hero. Or, an ad campaign may be designed to extol the merits of a new brand of toothpaste. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word extol. Once again. Feasible. Feasible. Feasible is an adjective that means possible or able to be done. The most feasible solution to a problem may not always prove to be the most ethical. Similarly, it might take your mom and dad some time to determine a feasible way to supplement the family income. Now it's your turn. Try to say feasible. Once more. Grimace. Grimace. Grimace functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun meaning a distorted facial expression. For example, the faces of the gargoyles on many medieval cathedrals are contorted into hideous grimaces. Or, grimace can be used as a verb meaning to make a wry face. I always grimace whenever my doctor reaches for a hypodermic needle. Your turn. Say grimace. One more time. Holocaust. Holocaust. Holocaust is a noun meaning vast slaughter, or large-scale destruction. More than 100 people lost their lives in the Holocaust that consumed our town last summer. Or, In the view of many people, an atomic holocaust seems less likely now than it did 40 years ago. Now you try the word. Say Holocaust. Once more. Impervious. Impervious. Impervious is an adjective that means not affected or hurt by, or admitting no passage or entrance. For example, the Boxer warriors of late 19th century China believed that their bodies were impervious to bullets. Or, you may know someone who is impervious to criticism. Well, it's your turn now. Say impervious. One more time. Impetus. Impetus. Impetus is a noun that means a moving force, impulse, or stimulus. A new arts complex may give enormous impetus to the cultural life of a city or town. By the same token, you may know someone who feels no impetus to do well in school. Now you say impetus. Repeat the word. Jeopardy. Jeopardy. Jeopardy is a noun meaning danger. The driver of a car must take every precaution against putting the safety of his or her passengers in jeopardy. Or, a fugitive from the law may travel only by night because that way he or she feels in less jeopardy of being apprehended. Your turn. Say jeopardy. And again. Meticulous. Meticulous. Meticulous is an adjective meaning extremely careful or particular about details. A certain lawyer may be famous for the meticulous presentation of evidence at a trial. Similarly, a general may attribute the success of a particular military campaign to meticulous planning. Now say meticulous. Try the word again. Nostalgia. Nostalgia. Nostalgia is a noun that means a longing for something past. A TV program might cause a person to feel a twinge of nostalgia for the carefree days of his or her youth. Or a traveler may experience a feeling of nostalgia while driving through the part of the country where he or she grew up. Your turn. Say nostalgia. And again. Quintessence. Quintessence. Quintessence is a noun that means the purest form of something, or the most typical example of it. Many people consider the legendary Paul Bunyan to embody the quintessence of rugged American individualism. Or, as a famous writer once observed, melody is the quintessence of music. Well, it's your turn now. Say quintessence. One more time. Retrogress. Retrogress. Retrogress is a verb meaning to move backward, or to return to an earlier condition. Extreme old age may cause a person to retrogress into a kind of second childhood. Similarly, national disasters like floods or famines may cause a particular society to retrogress to a lower stage of economic development. Now it's your turn. Say retrogress. Once more. Scrutinize. Scrutinize. Scrutinize is a verb meaning to examine closely. Security officers may scrutinize a person's credentials before allowing her or him to enter a building. Or, someone may scrutinize your face with great care in search of telltale signs of insincerity. Now you say scrutinize. And again. Tepid. Tepid. Tepid is an adjective meaning lukewarm or marked by an absence of interest. Lemonade that has been left out on the counter too long, for instance, may become unpleasantly tepid. Or, audience reaction to a new blockbuster movie may be decidedly tepid. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say tepid. Once again.
Finding the Facts. Techniques of Modern Crime Scene Investigation. Expository essay. Centuries ago, it was common for criminals to escape a punitive fate. If there were no witnesses to a crime, and if the craven wrongdoer had run off and could not be found or could not be coerced into confessing, investigators had to rely on both careful reasoning and observation of the crime scene. Yet, it was not enough for early investigators to examine a crime scene and then withdraw in order to muse on what they had seen. They needed to find actual evidence to convict the criminal. Following the precedent set by detectives in the past, today's crime scene sleuths perpetuate law enforcement's reliance on reasoning and observation, but they also use powerful modern techniques made possible by the progress of science. A well-known method of modern crime scene investigation is the use of fingerprints to identify criminals. Fingerprints are left behind when a person's hands touch an object, but such fingerprints are usually invisible to the naked eye. To find such evidence at a crime scene, investigators rely on artifice. They use special powders to dust for fingerprints on walls, doorknobs, or other surfaces. They apply powder to the surface and brush it away. If a fingerprint is in the area, some of the powder will stick to it and reveal its unique pattern. The investigators lift the fingerprint with sticky tape and send the tape to a crime lab, along with other objects that may contain invisible fingerprints, such as articles of clothing, knives, or other culinary tools or handguns. At the lab, scientists use computers to compare the new fingerprints with others they have on file. When the scientists find a match, this evidence can help prove that a suspect was at the crime scene or that he or she handled a weapon used in the crime. Another technique of modern crime detection is the use of chemicals like luminol to find blood at the scene. Even if a criminal has cleaned up the blood after the victim's demise, blood stains are often left behind that are difficult to remove entirely. Because these blood stains can be invisible to the naked eye, investigators use luminol to reveal their location. The investigators mix luminol powder into a liquid solution and spray it evenly onto a surface. If there are traces of blood in the sprayed area, the liquid will glow bright blue. The pattern of the blood stain can help investigators figure out how the crime was committed, and a sample of the blood that is found is sent to the crime lab for further testing. A more recently developed practice is the use of DNA analysis. The victim of a crime may have scratched the attacker, leaving the skin of the adversary under his or her fingernails. Clothing, weapons, or other objects may carry traces of blood, even if they have been cleaned or left outdoors in inclement weather. Even minute samples of skin, hair, or blood that once would have been considered negligible are now removed from the crime scene and sent to the lab to be tested for DNA. Like fingerprints, DNA testing can provide evidence connecting a suspect to the crime. While criminals may hope to get away with their crimes, investigators continue their important work. These detectives are exhilarated by every scientific development that advances their ability to solve crimes. The tools of modern crime scene investigation make it harder for criminals to avoid punishment. These tools also make it more likely that the wrongs committed by those who unfairly harass or harm other people will be redressed in a court of law. Then it is up to the judge and jury to ensure the punishment fits the crime.
Adversary. Adversary. Adversary is a noun meaning an enemy or opponent. The word can be used like this. During the wars of the 18th century, Great Britain repeatedly defeated her old adversary, France. Or, a senator's command of the English language may make him or her a formidable adversary in debate. Now let's hear you say adversary. Try the word again. Alienate. Alienate. Alienate is a verb meaning to make hostile or to transfer. A troubled teenager's behavior may be so disruptive that it alienates everyone in a class. Or, an embezzler may not succeed in hiding the fact that he or she has alienated funds from company accounts. Now you try alienate. One more time. Artifice. Artifice. Artifice is a noun, meaning an ingenious device or a clever trick. What a clever person may not be able to do by hard work, he or she may be able to accomplish by artifice. Similarly, the famous city of Troy was taken by artifice. Now it's your turn. Say the word artifice. And again. Coerce. Coerce. Coerce is a verb meaning to compel or force. Governments have often tried to coerce people into accepting the status quo by imposing stiff penalties on dissent. Or, Charles I's attempts to coerce Parliament into submission failed when civil war erupted in England. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word coerce. Once again. Craven. Craven. Craven functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective, meaning cowardly. People jeered at the governor's craven proposal to surrender the city without a fight. Or, craven can be used as a noun, meaning a coward. Many a young knight was no doubt haunted by fears that he would prove to be a miserable craven on the battlefield. Your turn. Say craven. One more time. Culinary. Culinary. Culinary is an adjective, meaning referring to cooking or the kitchen. The Culinary Institute of America is one of the most prestigious cooking schools in the country. Or, the chef and her staff spent the day preparing culinary treats for a distinguished party of guests. Now let's hear you say culinary. Try the word again. Demise. Demise. Demise is a noun, meaning the death or termination of something. The unexpected demise of a king may leave a government in the hands of a child. Or, the demise of a great newspaper adversely affects the entire reading public. Now let's hear you say demise. And again. Exhilarate. Exhilarate. Exhilarate is a noun, meaning to give spirit or liveliness to. Word of Lord Nelson's great triumph at the Battle of Trafalgar exhilarated the entire British nation. Similarly, clear, crisp winter air usually has an exhilarating effect on people's spirits. Now you say exhilarate. Repeat the word. Fallow. Fallow. Fallow functions as three parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective, meaning reddish-brown or inactive. A pack of hounds, for instance, may suddenly spot a herd of fallow deer and race off after it. Or, my mind lay fallow all night. Fallow can also be used as a noun, meaning land left unseeded. In Shakespeare's Henry V, a character observes that our vineyards, hedges, and fallows have grown to wildness. Finally, fallow can be used as a verb, meaning to plow but not seed. Traditionally, April is the best month to fallow a field. Now you say fallow. Repeat the word. Harass. Harass. Harass is a verb meaning to disturb or trouble by repeated attacks. Laws forbid professional beggars from unduly harassing passers-by. Or, during the infamous retreat from Moscow in 1812, Cossacks repeatedly harassed French troops. Now you try the word. Say harass. Once more. Inclement. Inclement. Inclement is an adjective meaning stormy or harsh in attitude. There is perhaps no more inclement and hostile climate on earth than that of the North Pole. Similarly, the Greek hero Odysseus complains that he has become the victim of a cruel and inclement fate. Now let's hear you say inclement. Try the word again.
Liquidate. Liquidate. Liquidate is a word meaning settle the affairs of by determining the debts and applying the assets to pay them off. Here are a few ways liquidate can be used. Investors attempted to liquidate their assets in an attempt to preserve acquired wealth. The accountant liquidated my parents' tax information in order to prevent an audit. Now let's hear you say liquidate. Try the word again. Liquidate. Liquidate. Liquidate is a word meaning to eliminate. Here are a few ways liquidate can be used. The supermarket will liquidate all of its stores in Florida in the upcoming year. The assassin was hired to liquidate an enemy of a major crime lord in the city. Now let's hear you say liquidate. Try the word again.
Muse. Muse. Muse is a verb meaning to think about in a dreamy or thoughtful way. The English poet William Wordsworth would muse on the glories of nature for hours at a time. Or, a scientist may spend most of his or her professional life musing on the mysteries of the universe. Now you say muse. Repeat the word. Negligible. Negligible. Negligible is an adjective meaning extremely unimportant. The cost of computerizing a company's filing system may be far from negligible. Or, it may be many months before a patient shows more than the most negligible signs of recovery. Now it's your turn. Try to say negligible. Once more. Perpetuate. Perpetuate. Perpetuate is a verb meaning to make permanent or long-lasting. Egyptian pharaohs sought to perpetuate their memory by building great monuments. Similarly, modern medicine may be able to prolong life, but it cannot perpetuate it. Now say perpetuate. Try the word again. Precedent. Precedent. Precedent is a noun, meaning an example that may serve as the basis for later action or imitation. Lawyers constantly ransack whole law libraries in search of precedents for the motions they plan to lay before a judge. Similarly, the voters of a certain state may break precedent by electing a woman governor. Now you say precedent. And again. Punitive. Punitive. Punitive is an adjective meaning inflicting or aiming at punishment. A civil court will often award not only compensatory but also punitive damages. Or, some people believe that the punitive clauses of the federal tax code are harsh and unfair. Now you say punitive. Repeat the word. Redress. Redress. Redress functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to set right or remedy. There is no calamity which right words cannot begin to redress. Or, redress can be used as a noun, meaning relief from wrong or injury. Shakespeare's King Richard II declares that things past redress are past care. Now it's your turn. Say redress. And again. Sojourn. Sojourn. Sojourn also functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun, meaning a temporary stay. The children of Israel's sojourn in the wilderness lasted 40 years. Or, sojourn can be used as a verb, meaning to stay for a time. Every year, my neighbors spend a month sojourning in the English Lake Country. Your turn. Say sojourn. One more time. Urbane. Urbane. Urbane is an adjective meaning refined in manner or style. Lord Chesterfield's letters to his son are noted for their urbane tone and solid common sense. Or, you may know people whose conversation could be described as witty and urbane. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say urbane. Once again.
Patronage of the arts, help or hindrance, narrative nonfiction. Is not a patron, my lord, one who looks with unconcern on a man struggling for life in the water, and when he has reached ground encumbers him with help? So wrote the British author Samuel Johnson to Lord Chesterfield in 1755. In his letter, Johnson bitterly protested the supercilious tone of Chesterfield's belated offer of patronage. Having lived in near poverty while creating the first dictionary of the English language, Johnson got the last laugh. In his book, he defined patron as a wretch who supports with insolence and is paid in flattery. A cogent and convincing account of patronage of the arts would have to acknowledge its long productive history. Beginning with the European Renaissance, the period from the 14th to 17th centuries, art patronage, financial support of an artist by wealthy noblemen, members of the aristocracy, and the papacy flourished. While this system kept artists employed, the artists had to make whatever their patron wanted, whether a flattering portrait of the patron's wife or a statue of the patron in the role of a biblical figure. Artists composed poems, plays, operas, and symphonies, and hoped their patron liked the results. The patronage system bequeathed countless masterpieces to future generations. Scholars have ascertained numerous instances in which the needs of patron and artist converged. In a quest for glory, on the one hand, and for funds on the other, two such cases are shown in the careers of Jean Racine, a French playwright, and George Friedrich Handel, a music composer in England. Jean Racine was born into a middle-class family and orphaned before the age of 4. By an uncanny stroke of good fortune, he was privileged to attend the school of Port Royal near Paris. There, he acquired such a mastery of classical literature as to make him seem virtually omniscient on the subject. By the age of 20, Racine's literary attainments had won the young writer considerable esteem. Later, Racine produced a play on the life of Alexander the Great, conveying a scrupulous parallel to the reign of Louis XIV, well known as a patron of the arts. Racine's goal was transparent. He wished to be affiliated with the royal court. Royal patronage, however, did not free even a talent like Racine from criticism. Many contemporaries regarded him as France's greatest tragic playwright, but malevolent rivals attacked him and called his work historically inaccurate and without drama. In Germany, the young George Friedrich Handel was growing up in the town of Halle. Like Racine, Handel, a music composer, showed phenomenal talent at an early age. After 3 years of travel in Italy, he made his first visit to England in 1710. Within 3 years, he had won royal patronage at the court of Queen Anne. He spent most of his long life in England, achieving success writing many musical forms: opera, oratorio, orchestral overtures, choral anthems, and chamber music. Much of his work might not have been produced without the financial support of patronage. Artists have always had to walk a straight line to keep their patronage. Even minor, venial offenses might disenchant a patron. Yet it is hard to imagine how artists such as Mozart or Michelangelo might have fared without patronage. Would their works ever have been created and widely dispersed? In the end, while art patronage influenced the works of some of history's greatest creators, it has also produced an infinitely rich heritage that has proved invulnerable to the passage of time.
Affiliated. Affiliated. Affiliated is an adjective and participle, meaning associated or connected. A law school or a technical institute may be affiliated with a particular university, or local labor unions are affiliated with a national trade federation. Now let's hear you say affiliated. Try the word again. Ascertain. Ascertain. Ascertain is a verb meaning to find out. Polls are not always reliable instruments for ascertaining the mood of the country during a political campaign. Similarly, it is not always possible to ascertain the truth. Now it's your turn. Say the word ascertain. And again. Attainment. Attainment. Attainment is a noun meaning an accomplishment or the act of achieving. Winning the National Spelling Bee is a truly remarkable attainment for a sixth grader. Or, a young person may inherit a fortune upon the attainment of her or his 18th birthday. Now you say attainment. Repeat the word. Bequeath. Bequeath. Bequeath is a verb meaning to give or pass on as an inheritance. William the Conqueror bequeathed the province of Normandy to his elder son, Robert. Or, as an old saying goes, an empty purse will hardly bequeath its owner a good dinner. Your turn. Say bequeath. Once again. Cogent. Cogent. Cogent is an adjective meaning forceful or to the point. Simple experience provides us with the most cogent reason for conserving our natural resources. Similarly, the Old Testament book of Job has some cogent things to say about the nature of wisdom. Now it's your turn. Say cogent. And again. Converge. Converge. Converge is a verb meaning to move toward one point or to come together. The Sudanese town of Khartoum is situated just below the spot where the Blue Nile and the White Nile converge. Or, historians are still trying to determine exactly what forces converged to produce the Industrial Revolution. Your turn. Try to say converge. One more time. Disperse. Disperse. Disperse is a verb meaning to scatter or spread far and wide. Toward afternoon, the clouds dispersed and the sun came out. Or, a little stirring quickly dispersed the dye throughout the liquid. Now you say disperse. Try the word again. Esteem. Esteem. Esteem functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to regard highly. Sir Laurence Olivier's performance of Hamlet was much esteemed in its time. Esteem can also be used as a noun, meaning a highly favorable opinion or judgment. The poems of Longfellow are no longer regarded with the same esteem they once were. Now you try to say esteem. One more time. Expunge. Expunge. Expunge is a verb meaning to erase or destroy. A famous Egyptian pharaoh sought to expunge the name of his predecessor from the record of history. Similarly, an atomic bomb is capable of expunging the entire population of a large city in a matter of seconds. Now let's hear you say expunge. Try the word again. Finite. Finite. Finite is an adjective meaning having limits or lasting for a limited time. Medicine's ability to cure disease or prolong life is definitely finite. Similarly, a person's financial resources may be very great, but they are still finite. Now it's your turn. Say finite. And again. Invulnerable. Invulnerable. Invulnerable is an adjective meaning not able to be wounded or shielded against attack. Before the advent of gunpowder, military experts considered the walls of Constantinople invulnerable. Or, great wealth and an exalted social position do not render a person invulnerable to criticism. Now you try the word. Say invulnerable. Once more. Malevolent. Malevolent. Malevolent is an adjective meaning spiteful or showing ill will. A candidate for public office should expect to be subjected to close and sometimes malevolent scrutiny. Or, ancient peoples often believed that national disasters were the handiwork of malevolent supernatural beings. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word malevolent. Once again. Nonchalant. Nonchalant. Nonchalant is an adjective meaning cool and confident, or unconcerned. A person's reaction to bad news may be surprisingly nonchalant. Or, a friend's attitude toward schoolwork may be too nonchalant for her or his own good. Now you say nonchalant. Repeat the word. Omniscient. Omniscient. Omniscient is an adjective meaning all-knowing. By literary convention, the narrator of a novel is presumed to be omniscient. Or, sometimes a child's questions are so puzzling that only an omniscient deity can answer them. Your turn. Say omniscient. And again. Panacea. Panacea. Panacea is a noun, meaning a remedy for all ills. Too often, people think that a winning lottery ticket will serve as a panacea for all their personal troubles. Or, politicians who believe they can devise a simple panacea for a country's economic woes are bound to be disappointed. Now you say panacea. Try the word again. Scrupulous. Scrupulous. Scrupulous is an adjective meaning careful about details, or having high moral principles. An orchestra may play a certain piece of music with scrupulous precision and clarity. Or, a justice of the Supreme Court may be noted for the scrupulous fairness of his or her opinions. Well, it's your turn now. Say scrupulous. One more time. Skulk. Skulk. Skulk is a verb meaning to move about stealthily or to lie in hiding. A photograph, for example, may show a group of half-starved children skulking in the doorway of a run-down tenement. Or it may show a lioness skulking through tall grass in search of her next meal. Now you say, skulk. Repeat the word. Supercilious. Supercilious. Supercilious is an adjective meaning proud and contemptuous. Camels are proverbially extremely supercilious animals. Similarly, a snob may have a supercilious smile permanently plastered across his or her face. Now it's your turn. Try to say supercilious. Once more. Uncanny. Uncanny. Uncanny is an adjective meaning strange or beyond explanation. Some people are possessed of an uncanny ability to predict the future. Or an archer may be able to hit the center of a bullseye with uncanny consistency. Now you say uncanny. And again. Venial. Venial. Venial is an adjective meaning pardonable. Laughter, for example, is perhaps the best cure for the venial follies of youth. Or, some sins are considered mortal, others are merely venial. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say venial. Once again.
Democracy, from Athens to America. Speech. As your student body president, it is my pleasure to address you during the celebration of the anniversary of Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. Lincoln spoke with unfeigned love for democracy when he delivered his magnificent speech. Today, we not only honor that momentous event, but also acknowledge the history behind it that reaches back over 3,000 years. Lincoln's United States was a fledgling democracy, an experiment, really, or perhaps a stage in a long, plodding journey. that our forebears had boldly embarked upon. But in 1863, the country was divided by the Civil War. So when Lincoln stated that ours was a government by the people, for the people, he expressed his indomitable belief in democracy. What is democracy? It is a form of government in which political authority rests with the people and is conducted by and with their assent or agreement. In a democracy, all citizens are entitled to equal opportunity and equality before the law. Furthermore, democracies are committed to the idea of majority rule. Although in practice democracy is not infallible, it is the most natural form of government we know. For as the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle asserted, man is by nature a political animal. The roots of our democracy go back to ancient Greek city-states. These entities were small, fortified, independent communities made up of a city and the surrounding countryside. Athens was the most populous, and the one where democracy first took hold. It was ruled by its citizens rather than by monarchs or aristocrats. But at a time when diffident and obedient populations ruled by tyrants or kings were the norm, democratic ideas did not take hold overnight. Rather, they emerged over time to the point we are at today in this country. But democratic ideas did take hold eventually, after their early start some 2,600 years ago, when the aristocrat Draco gave Athens a written code of laws. These laws were harsh but clear, and though they favored the nobility, they became a foundation. Democratic ideas built on these laws a generation later, thanks to the altruistic and generous reformer Solon. He repealed many of Draco's harsh laws and replaced them with ones allowing for clemency. He also gave citizens a greater voice by establishing a lawmaking assembly. But it was under the leadership of Pericles that ancient democracy peaked and Athens entered its golden age. Pericles believed in citizen participation in government, and he had the temerity to give all citizens the right to criticize their leaders and generals. At a time when there was a dearth of individual rights, the forerunner of the modern democratic state had arrived, and with it came the first politicians, for Athenians prized the skills of oratory and persuasion. While we must praise the Athenians for introducing democratic ideals to the world, we would be remiss not to recognize the discrepancies between their form of democracy and ours. Ours is a representative government, while theirs was a limited, direct form in which only Athenian men participated. Indeed, only men who owned land were entitled to citizenship then, and only they could get an education or participate in cultural festivities. Women shared none of those rights. Neither did slaves, though they made up 1/4 of the population. That said, I believe it would be facile and insincere of me to condemn outright the shortcomings of the world's first democracy. Out of it developed the country that Abraham Lincoln was trying to unite and preserve on the day he dedicated a cemetery for the repose of the Civil War soldiers at Gettysburg. The gifts handed down to this country from ancient Greece and defended by our citizens and our leaders through the ages are something we should all cherish.
Altruistic. Altruistic. Altruistic is an adjective meaning unselfish or concerned with the welfare of others. A philanthropist is a person who devotes his or her life to altruistic projects. Or, we must learn to separate our purely egotistical instincts from our more altruistic impulses. Now, let's hear you say altruistic. Try the word again. Assent. Assent. Assent functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to express agreement. Your parents may or may not assent to your wishes in a certain matter. Assent can also be used as a noun, meaning agreement. They may, however, indicate their assent by nodding their heads. Now you try to say assent. One more time. Benefactor. Benefactor. Benefactor is a noun, meaning one who does good for others. A generous group of benefactors may set up a scholarship program for needy students. Or, a number of famous celebrities may be among the patrons and benefactors of a local choral society. Now it's your turn. Say the word benefactor. And again. Chivalrous. Chivalrous. Chivalrous is an adjective meaning knightly or marked by honor, courage, and courtesy. Sir Galahad is traditionally regarded as the embodiment of the chivalrous ideal. Or a certain general may be noted for his chivalrous treatment of captured enemy soldiers and officers. Now you say chivalrous. Repeat the word. Clemency. Clemency. Clemency is a noun, meaning humaneness or mildness. Putting a dying animal to sleep is usually regarded as an act of clemency. Or, you may be delighted by the unexpected clemency of the weather during your stay in Canada. Your turn. Say clemency. Once again. Dearth. Dearth. Dearth is a noun that means an inadequate supply or lack of something. It also means a famine. There never seems to be any great dearth of candidates for public office. Or, as the Bible says, then there came a dearth over all the land of Egypt. Now, let's hear you say dearth. Try the word again. Diffident. Diffident. Diffident is a noun, meaning modest or lacking in self-confidence. A very shy person may greet a stranger with no more than a diffident smile. Or, it is amazing how a normally shy and diffident youngster can suddenly become the life of the party. Your turn. Say diffident. One more time. Discrepancy. Discrepancy. Discrepancy is a noun, meaning a difference or lack of agreement. The discrepancy between a person's words and her or his actions may be painfully apparent. Or, statements by eyewitnesses to a crime may be riddled with discrepancies. Now, let's hear you say discrepancy. And again. Embark. Embark. Embark is a verb meaning to go aboard a ship, to make a start, or to invest. The minute the rain let up, we embarked on the next leg of our journey. Or, your mom and dad may be embarking on a new business venture. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word embark. Once again. Facile. Facile. Facile is an adjective meaning easily done or superficial and insincere. Over 60 novels flowed from the writer's facile pen. Or, the official explanation of a rather puzzling turn of events may strike you as too facile to be likely. Now say facile. Once again. Indomitable. Indomitable. Indomitable is an adjective meaning unconquerable or refusing to yield. You may know someone whose pride is indomitable. Or, one of your relatives may possess an indomitable will. Now you try the word. Say indomitable. Once more. Infallible. Infallible. Infallible is an adjective meaning free from error or absolutely dependable. No one's memory is absolutely infallible. Similarly, no battery of medical tests is entirely infallible. Now it's your turn. Say infallible. And again. Plod. Plod. Plod is a verb that means to walk or work slowly. As the English poet Thomas Gray once wrote, "The plowman homeward plods his weary way." Or, you may spend a great deal of time plodding through the want ads in search of a job. Now you say plod. Repeat the word. Pungent. Pungent. Pungent is an adjective that means biting or causing a sharp sensation. Indians and Pakistanis use a great many pungent spices in their cuisine. Similarly, the Roman poet Martial was noted for his pungent epigrams. Well, it's your turn now. Say pungent. One more time. Remiss. Remiss. Remiss is an adjective meaning careless or neglectful in performance of one's duty. One should not be overly remiss in paying one's bills. By the same token, students shouldn't be remiss about handing in homework assignments. Now you say remiss. Try the word again. Repose. Repose. Repose functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to lie, rest, or place. Our whole system of justice reposes on a single principle, the presumption of innocence. Repose can also be used as a noun, meaning rest, relaxation, or peace of mind. Many religions offer prayers to God for the repose of the dead. Now you say repose. Repeat the word. Temerity. Temerity. Temerity is a noun that means rashness or boldness. A person with the temerity to speak out against a repressive government is greatly to be admired. Or, the Carthaginian general Hannibal was noted for the temerity of his battle plans. Now it's your turn. Try to say temerity. Once more. Truculent. Truculent. Truculent is an adjective meaning aggressive or scathingly harsh. Some lawyers are famous for their truculent assertion of their clients' rights. Or, a debate on the Senate floor may be marred by a truculent exchange of unpleasantries. Now say truculent. Try the word again. Unfeigned. Unfeigned. Unfeigned is an adjective meaning sincere or without pretense. You may feel an unfeigned twinge of regret at the passing of your childhood. Or, the citizens of a besieged town may greet their liberators with unfeigned jubilation. Now you say unfeigned. And again. Virulent. Virulent. Virulent is an adjective meaning extremely poisonous or full of malice. A particularly virulent form of a disease may suddenly strike the population. Or, supporters of a candidate for public office may launch a virulent attack on his or her opponents. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say virulent. Once again.
When the wall came tumbling down. Oral history. My grandparents' generation came of age in a divided country. In 1961, East Germany's communist government built the Berlin Wall, which divided the city in two. The construction of this wall was a premeditated act, planned by a vengeful regime determined to brandish its power in the decades following the Allied victory over Hitler's Germany. My grandmother said isolating West Berlin from the rest of Soviet-controlled East Germany was a way for the regime to thumb its nose at Western democracies. In a deft statement of doublespeak, East Germany's leaders claimed that the wall would shelter its people from the ravages of capitalism. Even if the wall's real purpose had not been made explicit already, the truth was soon obvious to all. It prevented East Germans, like my grandparents, from fleeing to West Germany in search of freedom and a better life. By the time I was born, that ugly concrete wall with its ominous watchtowers was a daily reminder of East German control and repression. Rather than protect us, the Berlin Wall was a cruel blockade that cost nearly 300 people their lives. Some tried to climb or fly over it, and others tried to dig under or around it. But most failed in their attempts to breach that barrier. They were all trying to escape a country in which everyday life was marked by our political leaders' officious rules. Every law was rigidly enforced by the venal secret police. We both despised and feared them. Despite our fears, despite the guards, it was regular people like me who finally brought down the wall simply by walking through its checkpoints. Ironic, isn't it? What happened was this. During the late 1980s, the East German government gradually became less rigid. Bit by bit, it began offering its people more freedoms. Then, in 1989, its leaders declared that on November 9th, anyone who had a proper visa could visit West Germany. I did not have a visa, but I went to the wall anyway with some friends. Within hours, the crowd had become huge, and it was clear that the guards were overwhelmed. They could no longer keep back the thousands and thousands of people who wanted to pass through the checkpoints. I'm not sure if it was that the guards were outnumbered and scared, or that they too wanted freedom. But suddenly the barricades were open, and when people began to walk through, the guards let them. That's really when the wall came down. We did not physically tear it apart, brick by brick, but it was clear the wall no longer served as a threat or a barricade. In our minds, it was already gone. I will never forget what it was like to be in Berlin that November. Everywhere in the streets, people were dancing and laughing. You could hear horns and music from one end of the city to the other. I saw people spray painting democratic slogans on the wall and even hammering off chunks to keep as souvenirs. Everyone was smiling and laughing. It was an amazing contrast to the gloom I used to feel when walking past the wall as a kid. On November 10th, my friend Anya and I went to the stately Brandenburg Gate, the centuries-old symbol of Berlin that had been cut in two by the wall. People were still gathering in the streets, still dancing, still laughing. We were all celebrating freedom, something most of us probably never thought we would experience. Suddenly, as Anya and I were dancing, an armed soldier left his post by the wall and walked toward us. That made Anya and me nervous. He reached out to shake our hands. Then he and I swapped caps. We each had a huge smile on our face. I swear, it was the pinnacle of our lives, the happiest day ever. Imagine the solace that comes from realizing that in just 24 hours, we had gone from being enemies to being friends. Although joy was rampant and evident in everyone's eyes, within days our delight was muted by concerns about what was ahead for our country. We were no longer trapped behind the wall, but we had lived for generations under a harsh regime. To get by, East Germans had learned to suppress their hopes and dreams. Citizens had to accede to the rules of the communist system, or face prison, or worse. Now that the wall was down and our government was weakened, how would we extirpate the fears and anxieties that had plagued our lives? These were the questions people asked in the days and weeks after the Berlin Wall fell. But during those glorious first days, all we knew was that we were making history, and that soon the two Germanys would be reunited as a single nation.
Accede. Accede. Accede is a verb that means either to yield to or to assume a dignity or office. Accede can be used like this. Your parents may or may not accede to your wishes in regard to the choice of a college. Or, Elizabeth I acceded to the throne of England in 1558. Now let's hear you say accede. Try the word again. Brandish. Brandish. Brandish is a verb meaning to wave or flourish in a menacing fashion. A person may brandish his or her fist defiantly at a rival or at the heavens. Now you try brandish. One more time. Comprise. Comprise. Comprise is a verb meaning to include or contain, or to be made up of. The audience attending a young person's concert may be comprised of teenagers. Or, the dozen essays a book comprises may all be written by the same person. Now it's your turn. Say the word comprise. And again. Deft. Deft. Deft is an adjective meaning skillful or nimble. A lumberjack may be able to split a log with a single deft blow. Or the president may congratulate a top diplomat on her or his deft handling of a tricky international situation. Now you say deft. Repeat the word. Destitute. Destitute. Destitute is an adjective meaning deprived of, lacking in, or penniless. Although the Arctic is a forbidding environment, it is not entirely destitute of life. Similarly, the economic dislocations of the Civil War left many a wealthy Southerner entirely destitute. Your turn. Say destitute. Once again. Explicit. Explicit. Explicit is an adjective that means definite or clearly stated. Your parents may make their wishes in a certain matter quite explicit. Or, there may be no explicit evidence to back up a suspicion that someone is guilty of wrongdoing. Now let's hear you say explicit. Try the word again. Extirpate. Extirpate. Extirpate is a verb that means to tear up by the roots, or to destroy totally. Your dad may be intent on extirpating crabgrass from the front lawn. Or you may wish to extirpate an unpleasant memory from your mind. Your turn. Say extirpate. One more time. Inopportune. Inopportune. Inopportune is an adjective meaning coming at a bad time or inappropriate. The telephone may suddenly start ringing at a very inopportune moment in your family's day. Or the inopportune arrival of unexpected guests may throw your household into turmoil. Now let's hear you say inopportune. And again. Ironic. Ironic. Ironic is an adjective meaning sarcastic, or suggesting a difference between what might be expected and what actually happens. The tone of a novel, for instance, may be amusingly ironic. Or a witty social critic's comments on the passing scene may be consistently ironic. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word ironic. Once again. Musty. Musty. Musty is an adjective meaning stale or out of date. The cellar of the state capitol may be the final resting place of the musty old records of bygone administrations. Similarly, A custom may be nothing more than a musty relic of the distant past. Now you try the word. Say musty. Once more. Officious. Officious. Officious is an adjective that means meddling or excessively forward. A headwaiter might be a bit on the officious side. Similarly, a busybody is by definition annoyingly officious. Well, it's your turn now. Say officious. One more time. Ominous. Ominous. Ominous is an adjective meaning unfavorable, threatening, or of bad omen. An ominous bank of black rain clouds may appear on the horizon just as you arrive at the beach. Or, an ominous scowl may spread across a friend's face every time you mention a certain subject. Now it's your turn. Try to say ominous. Once more. Pinnacle. Pinnacle. Pinnacle is a noun that means a high point or peak. For example, a sports figure may reach the pinnacle of her or his profession at a relatively young age. Or a flag may be flying from the pinnacle of a ship's main mast. Now you say pinnacle. Repeat the word. Premeditated. Premeditated. Premeditated functions as an adjective or participle meaning deliberately planned. A person may be convicted of premeditated murder. Or victory on the battlefield may be as much the result of accident as of premeditated strategy. Now it's your turn. Say premeditated. And again. Rampant. Rampant. Rampant is an adjective meaning running wild or growing unchecked. Weeds may grow in such rampant profusion that they choke out all other forms of plant life. Or, on several occasions, a form of bubonic plague called the Black Death ran rampant through Europe. Now you say rampant. Try the word again. Solace. Solace. Solace functions as two parts of speech. It can be a noun, meaning comfort or relief. A person may be so saddened by the loss of a close friend that he or she can derive no solace from the usual pleasures of life. Solace can also be used as a verb that means to comfort and console. The Bible, for instance, asks us to solace widows and orphans. Now let's hear you say solace. Try the word again. Stately. Stately. Stately is an adjective meaning dignified or majestic. Marble House and other stately homes in Newport, Rhode Island are open to visitors during the summer months. Or, witnessing the stately splendor of the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace is one of the highlights of any trip to London. Now you say stately. Repeat the word. Supple. Supple. Supple is an adjective meaning bending easily or readily adaptable. A person may have a supple mind, for instance. Similarly, some types of leather are extremely supple. Now let's hear you say supple. Try the word again. Suppress. Suppress. Suppress is a verb meaning to stop by force or put down. A military dictatorship may attempt to suppress its political opponents. Or you may have difficulty suppressing a yawn during a long and boring speech. Now you say suppress. And again. venal. Venal. Venal is an adjective meaning open to or marked by bribery and corruption. Venal judges pose a serious threat to the well-being of any system of justice. Or those involved in organized crime may attempt to make venal arrangements with local government officials. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say venal. Once again.
Emmeline Pankhurst. Biographical sketch. Time magazine declared Emmeline Pankhurst to be one of the 100 most important people of the 20th century. Many people, though, have never heard of this influential woman and of how she transformed the lives of women in England at the beginning of that century. Emmeline Goulden Pankhurst was born in 1858 to a wealthy family in Victorian England, where she proved a dutiful daughter, wife, and mother of 5. She was also a renegade, an outspoken suffragist, and a leader in the struggle to gain British women the right to vote. Mrs. Pankhurst, as she preferred to be called, was struck by an incongruous fact. Women could own property and pay taxes if they held a job, but they had no legal right to vote. By 1903, the traditional women's suffrage organizations had met with little success. Disillusioned and angry over the government's backpedaling and broken promises, Pankhurst formed a more militant group, the Women's Social and Political Union, WSPU. The WSPU engaged in political activism. Members introduced chaos into a society that was used to order. They broke windows and started fires, shaking things up to draw attention to their cause. WSPU's battle cry was Votes for Women. Its motto was Deeds, not words. These were turbulent times. Most politicians, at this time all men, were vociferous in their opposition to women's suffrage. They jeered and taunted and spoke as if they abhorred women. Newspapers published scathing, corrosive editorials that criticized the WSPU and its tactics. One of London's daily papers originated the term suffragette to ridicule the protesters. The name stuck. In fact, WSPU members embraced it and used it themselves. Some of the activities of the suffragettes, such as breaking windows and starting fires, were viewed as reprehensible, but the actions of the government, police, and prison wardens were worse. Women were battered and buffeted in demonstrations, and some were implicated in plots to destabilize straight-laced British society. Arrested protesters were jailed in squalid conditions, and many who waived their right to food to protest their incarceration were brutally force-fed. Pankhurst was imprisoned 12 times in 1 year alone in an attempt to obviate her continued participation in WSPU activities. During one court hearing, she said, "We are here not because we are lawbreakers. We are here in our efforts to become lawmakers." Pankhurst influenced American suffragist Alice Paul, who led a celebrated march of 5,000 people, women and men, in Washington, D.C. in 1913. Paul had protested in London, been jailed, and forcibly fed, and this experience galvanized her into action when she returned home. The march she led was a turning point for U.S. women's suffrage. Although it was to take 7 more years before the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, giving women full voting rights was ratified. Back in Britain, women over 30 were awarded the right to vote in 1918. 10 years later, the year Pankhurst died, the law was amended, and women were accorded the same voting rights as men. Pankhurst's historical legacy is controversial. Some people view her as a forward and clear-thinking heroine who had discerned the only effective way to get the vote for women. Critics say she was a self-serving martinet who demanded complete loyalty from her followers. One thing most can agree on: the determination and courage of one genteel, soft-spoken woman inspired a revolution, the effects of which persist to this day.
Abhor. Abhor. Abhor is a verb meaning to regard with horror or to hate deeply. It may be obvious from looking at someone that he or she abhors exercise of any kind. Or, in the Old Testament story, disease makes Job so loathsome that even his clothes abhor him. Now let's hear you say abhor. Try the word again. Amend. Amend. Amend is a verb meaning to change in a formal way or to make better. Congress may pass a bill designed to amend flaws in the nation's healthcare system. Or, a person may review her or his life with the intention of amending it where necessary. Now you try amend. One more time. Buffet. Buffet. Buffet functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to strike repeatedly, or to drive with blows. During a storm, fierce gales and heavy seas may buffet a ship unmercifully. Buffet can also be used as a noun, meaning a slap or blow. Shakespeare's Timon of Athens continually rails against the vile blows and buffets of the world. Now it's your turn. Say buffet. And again. Chaos. Chaos. Chaos is a noun, meaning great confusion or disorder. A careless clerk can reduce a filing system to total chaos in a surprisingly short time. Or, the murder of the boy emperor, Severus Alexander, in 235, ushered in an era of political chaos in the Roman world. Now it's your turn. Say the word chaos. And again. Commodious. Commodious. Commodious is an adjective, meaning roomy or spacious. A growing business may be planning to move into commodious new offices. Or, the great harbor in Alexandria was one of the most commodious ports in the ancient world. Now you say commodious. Repeat the word. Corrosive. Corrosive. Corrosive is an adjective, meaning eating away gradually, or bitterly sarcastic. Quicklime produces a powerfully corrosive reaction when brought into contact with any kind of organic material. Or, Gulliver's Travels is a very corrosive satire on human weakness and stupidity. Your turn. Say corrosive. Once again. Discern. Discern. Discern is a verb that means to see clearly or to recognize. The fog may be so thick that drivers have difficulty discerning the road ahead of them. Or, the priests of ancient Rome attempted to discern the will of the gods by studying the flight of birds. Now let's hear you say discern. Try the word again. Extant. Extant. Extant is an adjective, meaning still existing, or not destroyed or lost. Only a small portion of the vast output of the ancient Roman and Greek writers is extant. Or, though dinosaurs have long since passed from the scene, their fossilized remains are still extant. Now let's hear you say extant. And again. Implicate. Implicate. Implicate is a verb meaning to involve in or to connect with. A lawyer may deny that her or his client is in any way implicated in a crime. Or there may be no hard evidence to implicate a stockbroker in an illegal insider trading scheme. Now it's your turn. pronounce the word implicate. Once again. Inter. Inter. Inter is a verb meaning to bury or to consign to oblivion. One ancient historian wrote that in peacetime, children inter their parents, but in wartime, parents inter their children. Likewise, a national hero may be interred with great solemnity. Now you say inter. Once more. Martinet. Martinet. Martinet is a noun that means a strict disciplinarian or a stickler for the rules. Not everyone who insists on playing by the rules should be dismissed as a hopeless martinet. In like fashion, someone who applies ethical guidelines too rigidly might be considered a moral martinet. Now let's hear you say martinet. Try the word again. Obviate. Obviate. Obviate is a verb meaning to anticipate and prevent, or to dispose of. A freezer that defrosts itself obviates the necessity of performing that unpleasant chore oneself. Or, the use of bills of exchange obviates the risk involved in transporting large sums of money from one country to another. Your turn. Say obviate. One more time. Renegade. Renegade. Renegade functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun, meaning a deserter or an outlaw. The pirate fleets that plied the ancient Mediterranean were manned by social outcasts, fugitive slaves, and other renegades. Renegade can also be used as an adjective, meaning traitorous or unconventional. A renegade monk named Gregory briefly occupied the Russian throne in the early 17th century. Now it's your turn. Say renegade. And again. Reprehensible. Reprehensible. Reprehensible is an adjective that means deserving of blame or punishment. Someone's behavior during a crisis may be reprehensible. Or, some faults may be more reprehensible in princes than in peasants. Now you say reprehensible. Repeat the word. Somber. Somber. Somber is an adjective meaning dark and gloomy or melancholy in spirit. Some people find the somber skies and chilly weather of a late November day truly invigorating. Or, the mood of our country was decidedly somber during the painful days that followed President Kennedy's assassination. Now you say somber. Try the word again. Squalid. Squalid. Squalid is an adjective that means filthy, wretched, or debased. The squalid living conditions of the urban poor in some third world cities are truly appalling. Or, the streets of the poor section of a town may be lined with squalid little bars and hotels. Well, it's your turn now. Say squalid. One more time. Turbulent. Turbulent. Turbulent is an adjective meaning violent or stormy. The years between 1789 and 1815 were a turbulent era in the history of Europe. Or, the turbulent waters of Whirlpool Rapids at the base of Niagara Falls are a major source of hydroelectric power. Now you say turbulent. Repeat the word. Vociferous. Vociferous. Vociferous is an adjective that means loud and noisy or compelling attention. A government may find it difficult to ignore vociferous demands for reform. Or, the defendant in a criminal case may make vociferous protestations of his or her innocence. Now it's your turn. Try to say vociferous. Once more. Voluminous. Voluminous. Voluminous is an adjective meaning of great size, number, or length. 16th century Spanish ladies often wore such voluminous skirts that they had to go through doors sideways. Or, the Roman historian Livy was one of the most voluminous writers of antiquity. Now you say voluminous. And again. Wave. Wave. Wave is a verb, meaning to give up or to put off. Club officers may decide to waive the rules in order to admit a special new member. Or, someone may waive a claim to a certain piece of land. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say waive. Once again.
Anita Stockton talks about risk and reward on the stock market. Interview with an expert. By John X. Pike. Published April 19th, 2012. Although the stock market affects all Americans, both those who invest in the market and those who don't, many people have little or no understanding of how it works. This reporter sat down with Anita Stockton, a retired stockbroker, to find out more about this important financial institution. What does the stock market do?
The stock market plays a crucial role in the global economy, enabling companies to raise money by selling shares of ownership to investors. The cash generated by sales of stock helps many companies grow, which increases competition and growth in the economy and provides consumers with more goods and services at cheaper prices.
Some people get rich from the stock market. How do they make money?
Owners of shares, or shareholders, seek to profit from investments in stocks, but there are no guarantees. Occasionally, some companies distribute dividends, a sum of money to shareholders for each share they own. Shareholders also sell their shares to other investors through a stock exchange, and they may revel in their profits when they sell for more than the original cost. Stock trading has become increasingly complex, with thousands of companies publicly traded and multifarious strategies available to traders. But buy low, sell high is a rule that will never become obsolete, and that investors will always commend.
Sounds like easy money. Is there risk involved?
Unfortunately, there is no sure way to predict fluctuations in stock prices. There can be reprisals for careless investing. The market can be an omnivorous beast that will pick clean the portfolios of the savviest investors. Even the wise lose more money than they gain, so putting one's money in the stock market is not for the ingenuous. Stock analysts measure the value of a company in terms of its assets, debts, and earnings. But such analysts cannot project future earnings with certainty. Nevertheless, when analysts determine that a company is likely to grow faster than its competitors, investors rush to purchase shares. Consequently, demand for the company's stock increases along with expectations for future performance, and the price of the shares rises. When the company's earnings are compatible with expectations, the share price may continue to rise. Investors keep their shares in anticipation of further gains or sell for a profit at the new price. Sometimes, a company's profits may fall short of expectations, and such results, once reported, can have a stultifying effect on the demand for the firm's stock. Apprehensive investors watch the value of their investment shrink as the share price drops.
What a roller coaster ride. Do many people lose money?
The uncertainties of the stock market put many would-be investors in a quandary. Some investors regard the stock market with animosity and buy low-risk investments with parsimonious payoffs like government bonds. Conversely, many a daring investor in the stock market has derided himself for his insatiable appetite for risk once he felt the sting of losses. The volatility of the market scares many investors away and punishes the imprudent.
With so much uncertainty, who invests in the stock market?
For many investors, the possible gains of the stock market prove too great to ignore. Disciplined investors balance potential losses against potential rewards. They diversify their investments, maintaining reasonable expectations and a moderate appetite for risk. They research the companies whose stocks they buy. In short, apathy is not recommended for potential investors. But if you have no interest in studying the market yourself, mutual funds and money managers can fill this role, affording you the opportunity to benefit from the power of the stock market and from professional expertise. Overall, cautious, prudent, and well-informed investment in the stock market has proven to be one of the best ways for investors to increase their wealth.
Animosity. Animosity. Animosity is a noun meaning a strong dislike or bitter hostility. Animosity can be used like this. There may be a long history of animosity between rival leaders of a political party. Or, long-standing racial and religious animosity eventually led to the outbreak of civil war in Bosnia. Now let's hear you say animosity. Try the word again. Apathy. Apathy. Apathy is a noun meaning a lack of feeling, emotion, or interest. People suffering from certain mental illnesses may view the world around them with total apathy. Or, someone who is resigned to his or her fate may sink into a profound state of apathy. Now you say apathy. One more time. Apprehensive. Apprehensive. Apprehensive is an adjective meaning fearful or anxious, especially about the future. It's normal, for instance, to feel a little apprehensive on the first day of a new job. Similarly, a patient facing major surgery is likely to be a little apprehensive about its outcome. Now it's your turn. Say the word apprehensive. And again. Commend. Commend. Commend is a verb meaning to express approval or to commit to the care of. A general may commend an entire brigade for extraordinary bravery on the battlefield. Or a court may commend an orphan to the care of a foster family with a proven record of success. Now you say commend. Repeat the word. Compatible. Compatible. Compatible is an adjective meaning able to get along with or to work together. If a marriage is to have any hope of lasting, the two people involved in it must be compatible. Or, a particular software program may or may not be compatible with the type of computer you own. Your turn. Say compatible. Once again. Condolence. Condolence. Condolence is a noun that means an expression of sympathy. It is customary to send one's condolences to a friend who has lost a close relative. Or you can buy pre-printed condolence cards in stores dealing in different kinds of stationery. Now let's hear you say condolence. Try the word again. Consecrate. Consecrate. Consecrate is a verb meaning to make sacred or to set apart for a special purpose. In his Gettysburg Address, Abraham Lincoln said, "The brave men who struggled here have consecrated this ground far above our poor power to add or detract." In like manner, a person may consecrate his or her life to helping the underprivileged. Your turn. Say consecrate. One more time. Decrepit. Decrepit. Decrepit is an adjective meaning old and feeble or worn out. It is often best to put a decrepit pet to sleep rather than let it go on living in pain and suffering. Or, 65 years after the end of the Civil War, a few decrepit veterans of that conflict still met once a year to recount their youthful exploits on the battlefield. Now let's hear you say decrepit. And again. Deride. Deride. Deride is a verb meaning to ridicule. Jonathan Swift took great delight in deriding the claims and pretensions of the ruling class of his day. Similarly, critics of a particular presidential administration may take every opportunity to deride its policies and proposals. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word deride. Once again. Ingenuous. Ingenuous. Ingenuous is an adjective meaning innocent or sincere. A remark may be ingenuous, for example. Or, you may find the ingenuous faces of young children a heartwarming sight. Now you say ingenuous. And again. Multifarious. Multifarious. Multifarious is an adjective meaning having great variety or numerous and diverse. A philosopher may spend a lifetime contemplating nature in all its multifarious forms. Similarly, the responsibilities of government may grow far too multifarious for any one person to handle. Now you try multifarious. Once more. Obsolete. Obsolete. Obsolete is an adjective that means out of date or no longer in use. Technological advances may render a piece of equipment obsolete. Or, changes in the way a language is spoken may make certain words or grammatical forms obsolete. Well, it's your turn now. Say obsolete. One more time. Omnivorous. Omnivorous. Omnivorous is an adjective that means eating all kinds of food or having a wide variety of tastes. Many dinosaurs are now known to have been omnivorous. Similarly, you may know someone who is an omnivorous collector of stamps or dolls or baseball cards. Now you say omnivorous. Repeat the word. Parsimonious. Parsimonious. Parsimonious is an adjective meaning stingy or meager. It isn't always wise to be too parsimonious in one's tipping habits. Or, a person may be very parsimonious in his or her use of superlatives. Now let's hear you say parsimonious. Try the word again. Quandary. Quandary. Quandary is a noun meaning a state of perplexity or doubt. Trying to decide what is the lesser of two evils can often leave a person in quite a quandary. Similarly, a person might be in a bit of a quandary about how best to solve a problem. Now you say quandary. Try the word again. Recalcitrant. Recalcitrant. Recalcitrant is an adjective that means stubbornly disobedient or resistant to authority. A car motor that refuses to start on a cold winter morning might be described as recalcitrant. Or, revolutionaries usually find it necessary to take strong measures against the more recalcitrant sectors of the citizenry. Now it's your turn. Say recalcitrant. Once more. Reprisal. Reprisal. Reprisal is a noun meaning a repayment in kind. Alexander the Great attacked the Persian Empire in reprisal for an earlier Persian invasion of Greece. Or, during the Second World War, the Nazis often executed innocent civilians in reprisal for attacks on their own troops. Now you say reprisal. Repeat the word. Revel. Revel. Revel functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb meaning to take great pleasure in. An athlete who wins a gold medal at the Olympics is entitled to revel in his or her success. Revel can also be used as a noun meaning a wild celebration. At the close of Shakespeare's Tempest, Prospero says, "Our revels now are ended." Now it's your turn. Say revel. And again. Stultify. Stultify. Stultify is a verb meaning to cripple or to have a dulling effect on. A home environment that is too restrictive or protective may stultify a child's emotional growth. Similarly, a government that is too centralized may end up stultifying local or individual initiative. Now you say stultify. Once more. Suave. Suave. Suave is an adjective meaning smoothly agreeable or pleasing to the senses. A politician may be noted for the suave way in which he or she fields reporters' questions. Similarly, a virtuoso pianist may exhibit a suave mastery of keyboard technique. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say suave. Once again.
My last day in Pompeii, diary entry, August 26th, the year 79 BCE. I arrived in Pompeii the day before the volcano Vesuvius swallowed the city. Our ships were heavy with Syrian goods, leather works, dyes, and silk. I oversaw the men unloading the cargo, and when this job was done, I set out with 2 companions into the city. After our long journey, I exulted at the prospect of a decent meal and assumed my friends' desire to satisfy their appetites was as ardent as my own. One of them surprised me with a spontaneous plan. He insisted that we deviate from our goal to stop at the Temple of Fortuna Augusta. If only we'd had an inkling of the city's fate, how many lives would have been spared? But who can predict the whims of the capricious gods, having made our offering in haste? We descended the steps of the temple in a rush to fill our stomachs. We passed the market, winding through crowds of people carrying foodstuffs they had purchased: meat and fish, fruits, breads, and cakes. Soon we found a restaurant and sat down to the business of eating grilled goat meat, copious servings of vegetables cooked in fish sauce, and a palatable wine. Satisfied, we made our way to the baths to wash off the grime of our voyage. I parted ways with my companions and walked to the home of Marcus Durmius, a wealthy merchant who had invited me to be his guest. Along the way, I noticed an emaciated old nobleman dressed in purple silk. As our paths crossed, the ground trembled, one of those minor quakes with which the inhabitants of Pompeii were all too familiar. Afraid the nobleman might fall, I grabbed him by the arm to steady him. The tremor passed, but rather than thank me for my trouble, the old man looked at me with rancor, as if I had been impudent to assist him, and he walked off without a word. I spent the rest of the day with Marcus Durmius in his garden. We exchanged news and discussed the price of wine, staring at the limpid water of his fountain, which was surrounded by the gnarled branches of his laurel trees. Excited by my report of prices in the East, the assiduous merchant outlined a plan for us to ship his wine immediately for sale in Palmyra. I awoke early in the morning and returned to the harbor to make the arrangements, and it was there, awaiting Marcus Durmius's porters, that I felt the shock of Vesuvius's eruption. Looking over the city, I saw a plume of smoke climbing into the air. An uproar swept over the harbor, the shouts of men overwhelming the sounds of the bay. We watched in horror as the cloud approached, showering the temples in dust, setting rooftops ablaze. Our captain, recognizing the sign of an omnipotent God determined to chastise the city's inhabitants, commanded that we fill our vessel with as many souls as it could carry, and within 2 hours we were at sea. In the distance, we now saw a second column of smoke rise from the mountain, much larger than the first, like a sinister tree sprouting in the sky. We watched the poignant scene as this new cloud spread over the city, and we were certain that Pompeii was doomed.
Allocate. Allocate. Allocate is a verb meaning to set apart for a special purpose, or to distribute. Allocate can be used like this. Even the busiest corporate executive must allocate some time for recreation. Or lately, there has been a lot of talk about how best to allocate our natural resources. Now you say allocate. Try the word again. Ardent. Ardent. Ardent is an adjective meaning very enthusiastic or impassioned. Patrick Henry, for example, was an ardent patriot. Similarly, Martin Luther King's ardent appeals for racial justice touched the hearts of many Americans during the 1960s. Your turn. Say ardent. One more time. Assiduous. Assiduous. Assiduous is an adjective meaning persistent or diligent. Someone you know may be an assiduous collector of stamps or coins or dolls. Or that person may be an assiduous reader. Now it's your turn. Say the word assiduous. And again. Brash. Brash. Brash is an adjective meaning prone to act hastily or impudent. A general, for example, may have difficulty restraining the brash young officers on his staff. Or some stand-up comedians are famous for their brash jokes and wisecracks. Now you say brash. Repeat the word. Capricious. Capricious. Capricious is an adjective meaning subject to whims or passing fancies. A king who rules in too capricious a manner may soon lose both his crown and his life. Or, capricious application of the laws can undermine a people's confidence in the justice system. Your turn. Say capricious. Once again. chastise. Chastise. Chastise is a verb that means to berate or to correct by physical punishment. A book reviewer may chastise the author of a novel for wooden characters or unrealistic storylines. Or modern educators and psychologists usually regard spanking as an inappropriate way to chastise a child. Now let's hear you say chastise. Try the word again. Copious. Copious. Copious is an adjective meaning abundant or verbose. Someone may weep copious tears at the death of a beloved pet. Similarly, copious amounts of food and drink may be consumed at a class picnic. Your turn. Say copious. One more time. Deviate and deviate. Which pronunciation you use depends on how the word functions in a sentence. Let's see how this works. If word ate is being used as a verb meaning to turn aside or to stray from the norm, it is pronounced deviate. Deviate. Moralists down the centuries have warned us not to deviate from the straight and narrow. Or just above Budapest, the Danube River deviates sharply to the south. Well, it's your turn now. Say deviate. Once more. The other pronunciation of word ate is deviate. Deviate. This pronunciation is used when word ate functions as either a noun, meaning one who departs from the norm, or as an adjective, meaning unconventional. Some modern choreographers have been criticized for their deviate approach to the art of the dance. Now you say deviate. Try the word again. Let's recap. Word ate has two pronunciations. When it is used as a verb, it's pronounced deviate. When it's used as a noun or an adjective, it's pronounced deviate. Emaciated. Emaciated. Emaciated is an adjective meaning made unnaturally thin. Roads may be strewn with the emaciated corpses of refugees who died of hunger during their flight to safety. Or the state legislature may fail to pass even an emaciated version of a controversial bill. Now let's hear you say emaciated. And again. Exalt. Exalt. Exalt is a verb meaning to rejoice greatly. I could not help but exult over my unexpected good luck. Similarly, the success of a daring market strategy may cause the entire sales force to exult. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word exalt. Once again. Gnarled. Gnarled. Gnarled is an adjective meaning knotted, twisted, or lumpy. 2 rows of gnarled old oaks may line the approach to a famous mansion in the deep south. Or a fierce electric storm may topple a stately old elm, exposing its gnarled roots to view. Now you try the word. Say gnarled. Once more. Indemnity. Indemnity. Indemnity is a noun meaning a payment for loss or damage. A homeowner's policy usually provides no indemnity for flood damage. Or the courts may order an airline company to pay a sizable indemnity to the relatives of the victims of an accident involving one of its planes. Your turn to say indemnity. One more time. Inkling. Inkling. Inkling is a noun that means a vague hint or notion. Most of us haven't the faintest inkling of what the future holds for us. Or, when Howard Carter first uncovered the door to King Tut's tomb, he had no inkling of what lay on the other side. Now you say inkling. Repeat the word. Limpid. Limpid. Limpid is an adjective meaning clear and transparent, or readily understood. A person's eyes may be limpid. Similarly, a famous singer may possess a pure and limpid soprano of great range. Now let's hear you say limpid. Try it again. Omnipotent. Omnipotent. Omnipotent is an adjective meaning having unlimited power. An omnipotent creator is worshipped in many religious traditions. Or, however much power we humans acquire, we soon learn that we are not omnipotent. Now say omnipotent. Try the word again. Palatable. Palatable. Palatable is an adjective that means agreeable to one's taste or sensibilities. A restaurant, for example, may be famous for its light and palatable Mediterranean fare. Similarly, some state legislators may not find the governor's suggestions for tax reform at all palatable. Well, it's your turn now. Say palatable. One more time. Poignant. Poignant. Poignant is an adjective that means deeply affecting or sharp in taste or smell. A movie about the untimely death of a child may contain many poignant moments. Or you may be moved by the poignant spectacle of homeless children begging in the streets. Now it's your turn. Say poignant. Once more. Rancor. Rancor. Rancor is a noun meaning bitter resentment or ill will. Discriminatory practices in the workplace may cause a great deal of rancor. Similarly, those who believe they have been victimized by society may feel tremendous rancor in their hearts. Now it's your turn. Say rancor. And again. Sophomoric. Sophomoric. Sophomoric is an adjective meaning immature but overconfident. A person's attitude toward life, for instance, may be a bit sophomoric. Or one's sense of humor may be depressingly sophomoric. Now you say sophomoric. And again. Spontaneous. Spontaneous. Spontaneous is an adjective meaning arising naturally or not planned in advance. Bacterial fermentation may cause spontaneous combustion in a pile of damp hay. Or spontaneous bursts of laughter may greet a stand-up comedian's jokes. Now you say spontaneous. One more time.
Hakoah Athletes, From Strength to Victory, Historical Nonfiction. By the mid-1930s, while swimmer Judith Deutsch was still an Austrian teenager, the sinuous freestyle form that she brought to competition had enabled her to claim every women's middle and long-distance record in her country. She was awarded Austria's prestigious Golden Badge of Honor in 1936. It was not a surprise then when Deutsch was chosen to represent her nation in that year's Summer Olympics in Berlin. The surprise was that Deutsch refused to compete at those games. The allure of Olympic gold had a less powerful hold on her than the Jewish athlete's moral convictions. "I refuse to enter a contest in a land which so shamefully persecutes my people," she stated. publicly protesting the German Nazis' politics of hatred. The pressure on the 17-year-old swimmer was enormous, but Deutsch refused to acquiesce. Calm and displaying a sonorous dignity when she spoke, she stood firm in her protest against the treatment of Jews by Germany's new Führer, Adolf Hitler, thus infuriating the Nazis allied with Germany. In retribution, the Austrian government banished Deutsch from all competition. Soon, the Austrian authorities expunged her many victories from their record books as well. In an abhorrent time, hers was a righteous human act. To those who believe there's no education like adversity, it would seem fitting that Deutsch got her athletic training from an organization founded as a bulwark against prejudice. Hakoah was a Jewish sports club started in Vienna in 1909, a time of contentious Aryan laws that barred organizations from including Jewish participants. The founders of Hakoah were exponents of political views professed by the Hungarian social critic Max Nordau. He believed that muscular Judaism was a way to challenge the widely held image of the intellectual but physically weak Jew. The name chosen for the sports organization, Hakoah, was thus no misnomer. The word means strength. Hakoah encouraged its members to train vigorously in order to demolish this damaging stereotype. Respect, as much as winning, is what its athletes coveted. Hakoah Vienna grew rapidly, and by the 1920s, it had become one of Austria's largest sports clubs. Members found there not only a stage upon which to exhibit their athletic prowess, but also a respite from the growing anti-Semitism of their time. As a result, Hakoah was in the vanguard of community and civil rights groups, serving as a model for the many that followed. Judith Deutsch is only one of Hakoah Vienna's success stories. Many other club athletes ranked among the finest in early 20th century Europe. Consider the 1923 men's soccer team. Its players traveled to England and defeated the fierce West Ham United players. If the humbled West Ham athletes and their fans were crestfallen, the victorious Jewish players were jubilant. They became the first visiting team to defeat a British squad on its own soil. 2 years later, the same team won Austria's national championship, and at the 1932 Olympics in Los Angeles, Hakoah wrestler Mickey Herschel earned 2 medals. After the Nazi takeover of Austria in 1938, life for Jews in Vienna became untenable as the Nazis intensified their anti-Semitic campaign. Hakoah Vienna was forced to disband. Friendships and connections forged during the club's heyday enabled many of its members to flee what was first seen as lamentable and then became deadly persecution. A tip from Hakoah's swim team president, for example, saved the life of a young swimmer named Fred Marcus. After escaping the Nazis, Marcus was placed aboard a ship alone to Uruguay. There, he became a celebrated swimming and diving champion before emigrating to the United States. Watermarks, a documentary film from 2004, examines the rise and fall of Hakoah Vienna and its athletes. The poignant return to the pool where Deutsch and other members of the women's swim team had once blithely spent many youthful hours shows the emotional reunion, after 65 years apart, of many of these extraordinary athletes. In celebrating both the athletes and the organization that brought them together at a dangerous time in history, the film is a powerful tribute, one that is more lasting than any medal or trophy.
Acquiesce. Acquiesce. Acquiesce is a verb meaning to accept without protest, or to submit. Someone may try to acquiesce to another person's wishes as gracefully as possible. Or, no honest business person would willingly acquiesce to a scheme to defraud the public. Now let's hear you say acquiesce. Try the word again. Allure. Allure. Allure functions as 2 parts of speech. It can be used as a verb meaning to tempt or be attractive to. Greek myths tell of beautiful sirens whose melodious voices allured sailors to their destruction. Allure can also be used as a noun meaning the power to attract or charm. Many a young man cannot resist the allure of the sea. Now you try allure. One more time. Askew. Askew. Askew is either an adjective meaning crooked or an adverb meaning disapprovingly. At one point, Hamlet walks onto the stage with his clothing all askew. Or a picture in your living room may be hanging askew. Now it's your turn. Say the word askew. And again. Blithe. Blithe. Blithe is an adjective meaning cheerful, light-hearted, or unconcerned. You may hear the blithe sounds of party music coming from the house next door. Or a friend's blithe disregard for safety precautions may shock you. Now you say blithe. Repeat the word. Contentious. Contentious. Contentious is an adjective meaning quarrelsome or inclined to argue. A particular session of Congress may be surprisingly contentious, or a certain issue may prove to be very contentious during a presidential election. Your turn. Say contentious. Once again. Covet. Covet. Covet is a verb that means to desire something that belongs to another. As the Bible says, "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, or field, or servant." Or, every soldier covets the opportunity to achieve honor and glory in battle. Now let's hear you say covet. Try the word again. Crestfallen. Crestfallen. Crestfallen is an adjective meaning discouraged or dejected. Some people may become crestfallen at every minor setback in life. Similarly, a baseball team may appear a bit crestfallen after an unexpected defeat. Now let's hear you say crestfallen. Try it again. Disheveled. Disheveled. Disheveled is an adjective meaning rumpled or disordered. Your hair and clothing may be a little disheveled after a long journey in a cramped airplane seat. Or, the lawn and garden may appear a bit disheveled after a heavy thunderstorm. Now let's hear you say disheveled. And again. Exponent. Exponent. Exponent is a noun meaning an advocate, or in mathematics, the power to which a number, symbol, or expression is to be raised. A certain politician may be a leading exponent of healthcare reform. Or, young children usually begin to learn about exponents in their 5th grade math classes. Now let's hear you say exponent. Try the word again. Garrulous. Garrulous. Garrulous is an adjective meaning talkative or tediously chatty. According to Cicero, old men are garrulous by nature. Or, you may be treated to a somewhat garrulous account of a friend's vacation. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word garrulous. Once again. Insuperable. Insuperable. Insuperable is an adjective meaning incapable of being overcome. Lack of a sound education usually proves an insuperable barrier to career advancement. Similarly, there may be an insuperable gulf between a person's ambitions and what he or she can actually achieve. Now try to say insuperable. Once more. Lamentable. Lamentable. Lamentable is an adjective that means to be regretted or pitied. An advertising campaign may evidence a lamentable lack of imagination. Or, one of your friends may exhibit a lamentable tendency to say the wrong thing at the wrong time. Well, it's your turn now. Say lamentable. One more time. Misnomer. Misnomer. Misnomer is a noun that means an unsuitable or misapplied name. Geographic names like Iceland and Greenland are pretty much misnomers. Similarly, the nickname a person acquired in childhood may become a misnomer for an adult. Now you say misnomer. Repeat the word. Profess. Profess. Profess is a verb meaning to claim or to state belief in. During a trial, a key witness may profess total ignorance of the defendant's links to organized crime. Or, a general may profess unshakable faith in the courage and resiliency of the troops under his command. Now it's your turn. Say profess. And again. Respite. Respite. Respite is a noun meaning a period of relief and rest. Enemy cannon may bombard a besieged city for weeks without respite. Similarly, over-the-counter remedies may afford a person little or no respite from certain kinds of pain. Now say respite. Try the word again. Retribution. Retribution. Retribution is a noun that means a repayment or a punishment that is deserved. Those involved in feuds may be ruthless in exacting retribution for real or imagined injuries. Or a jurist may warn of the dangers of interpreting justice purely in terms of retribution. Now it's your turn. Try to say retribution. Once more. Sinuous. Sinuous. Sinuous is an adjective that means lithe and flexible, or having many curves. Sinuous ribbons of lava may slowly snake down the sides of a volcano during an eruption. Or, the course of the River Thames is remarkably sinuous between Oxford and the sea. Now you say sinuous. Repeat the word. Sonorous. Sonorous. Sonorous is an adjective meaning rich in sound or impressive in style. At exactly 8 p.m., the orchestra struck up the first sonorous notes of the national anthem. Or, for centuries, ordinary human beings have been mesmerized by the sonorous language of the King James Version of the Bible. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word sonorous. Once again. Vanguard. Vanguard. Vanguard is a noun meaning the foremost part of an army, or the leading position in a field. The mounted archers that formed the vanguard of the army were a formidable attack weapon. Or people in the vanguard of change are usually exceedingly impatient of delay. Now you say vanguard. And again. Wastrel. Wastrel. Wastrel is a noun meaning a spendthrift or good-for-nothing. For most of his life, critics regarded the Duke of Windsor as little more than a royal wastrel. Similarly, Shakespeare's Prince Hal surrounded himself with wastrels and rogues. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say wastrel. Once again.
Should government sponsor the arts? Debate. Today's topic for the debate teams of Central High School and Western High School is this one. Be it resolved that government should provide sponsorship of the arts. Central High is taking the affirmative, which has first response, and Western High will take the negative. This debate is being broadcast over local public radio by Central High's student DJs.
Without government subsidies, arts such as regional dance companies, local playhouses, and art institutes face stark and unpleasant futures. Museums will be unable to maintain their artistic integrity if they have to placate wealthy donors who possess a merely superficial knowledge of art, or no knowledge at all. Artists could not afford to take the risks that come with new and innovative art forms, and cultural and societal decline will be the inevitable result. Art is the daughter of freedom, and a country should be proud to support it.
There are many potent arguments against government sponsorship of the arts. Our national test scores are far lower than those of other countries with exemplary education systems. Government cannot ignore the fact that schools need more funds for math and science programs. It is wrong to take tax money from where it is desperately needed, to fund extra classes and school lunches, and fritter it away on elitist pastimes.
It is difficult to fathom what would happen if government withdrew its support. One would have to be clairvoyant to foresee all of the consequences. No doubt, museums would have to charge admissions. The opposing side alluded to children on school lunches, and those same children might never go to a museum because of the cost. Our shared wealth of culture and beauty would be shut off to the average person, a clear disadvantage to the very people the opposing side wishes to support.
There are dangers inherent in government subsidies for the arts, and not just the fact that the money might support projects some citizens find disreputable and obnoxious. History proves that government patronage can backfire if it is just a pretext for making artists promote a regime's goals and values. In the past, artists worked to please the monarchs who paid them, and, more recently, subsidized artists disseminated the ideologies of tyrants and dictators. Furthermore, a responsible government should use its limited funds where the needs and endemic problems are greatest. The best arts organizations will sustain themselves through the powers of the free market, and if they cannot, they misconstrue their importance to society. One example of such a policy is the case of the local public radio station. When government support for this station was withdrawn, listeners contributed money to the station, and it is still on the airways.
It is easy to recognize the connection between defunding the arts and the disintegration of social structure. Consider the example of one county that cut funding for its after-school choral society. Low-income students who took part in this activity at no cost had higher GPAs than the county's average. When the county defunded the program, 75% of the choral members saw their GPAs drop, and some former members were turned down for scholarships they had been on track to receive. This is conclusive evidence that supporting the arts is money well spent.
Thank you. Our judge will now consider your arguments and determine the winner of today's debate.
Allude. Allude. Allude is a verb meaning to refer to casually or indirectly. Allude can be used like this. In a poem, a poet may allude to the events of his or her childhood. Or, a letter from a friend may allude to some unspecified family problem. Now let's hear you say allude. Try the word again. Clairvoyant. Clairvoyant. Clairvoyant functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective, meaning supernaturally perceptive. One doesn't need to be clairvoyant to realize that playing with fire is dangerous. Clairvoyant can also be used as a noun, meaning one who possesses extraordinary powers. Some Americans consult psychics and clairvoyants on a regular basis. Now you try clairvoyant. One more time. Conclusive. Conclusive. Conclusive is an adjective meaning serving to settle an issue. Though an argument may be persuasive, it need not be conclusive. Similarly, the results of a battery of medical tests may not be conclusive. Now it's your turn. Say the word conclusive. And again. Disreputable. Disreputable. Disreputable is an adjective meaning not respectable or esteemed. Tourists are usually advised to avoid the disreputable sections of the town or city they're visiting. Or, For centuries, acting was considered a disreputable line of work. Now you say disreputable. Repeat the word. Endemic. Endemic. Endemic is an adjective that can mean native to, characteristic of, or prevalent in. Sleeping sickness is endemic to certain parts of Africa. Or, bribery and corruption are often endemic to the governments of third world countries. Your turn. Say endemic. Once again. Exemplary. Exemplary. Exemplary is an adjective that means serving as a model or worthy of imitation. A person's behavior under trying circumstances may be exemplary. Similarly, the Spanish author Cervantes wrote a series of exemplary novels. Now let's hear you say exemplary. Try it again. Fathom. Fathom. Fathom has two uses. It can function as a verb, meaning to understand or get to the bottom of. Scientists spend much of their time trying to fathom the mysteries of the universe. Fathom can also be used as a noun, meaning a measure of water depth. A famous poem in The Tempest begins, "Full fathoms 5, my father lies, his bones are coral made." Now let's hear you say fathom. Try the word again. Guile. Guile. Guile is a noun meaning treacherous cunning or deceit. The Bible warns us to keep our tongues from evil and our lips from guile. And what a person cannot achieve by honest means, he or she may be able to obtain by guile. Now let's hear you say guile. And again. Integrity. Integrity. Integrity is a noun meaning honesty or completeness. Critics may question the integrity of a presidential candidate. Or, the U.S. government may pledge to guarantee the territorial integrity of a foreign country. Now it's your turn. Pronounce the word integrity. Once again. Itinerary. Itinerary. Itinerary is a noun meaning a travel route or a travel record. You may discuss the itinerary of your trip to Europe with a travel agent. Or, you may decide to drop a side trip to Sardinia from the itinerary of your tour of Italy. Now you try the word. Say itinerary. And once more. Misconstrue. Misconstrue. Misconstrue is a verb that means to mistake the meaning of. You may misconstrue another person's actions or intentions. Similarly, pollsters may misconstrue the mood of the country at a given period of time. Well, it's your turn now. Say misconstrue. One more time. Obnoxious. Obnoxious. Obnoxious is an adjective meaning highly offensive or arousing a strong dislike. A person's behavior at a dinner party may be obnoxious. Similarly, another person's views or ideas may be thoroughly obnoxious. Now you say obnoxious. Repeat the word. Placate. Placate. Placate is a verb that means to appease or soothe. You might try to find a way to placate your indignant parents. Or, in ancient times, people tried to placate the gods by offering them animal sacrifices. Now it's your turn. Try to say placate. Once more. Placid. Placid. Placid is an adjective meaning calm or peaceful. Cows are notably placid animals. Or, the atmosphere during a round of peace talks might be remarkably placid. Now say placid. Try the word again. Potent. Potent. Potent is an adjective meaning powerful or highly effective. Fear may often prove as potent a motive for human behavior as desire. Or, every day, potent new remedies for illness and disease come onto the market. Now it's your turn. Say potent. And again. Pretext. Pretext. Pretext is a noun, meaning a false reason or deceptive excuse. Some people will seize upon almost any pretext to justify their actions. Or, a friend may devise a clever pretext for not honoring a promise. Now you say pretext. Repeat the word. Protrude. Protrude. Protrude is a verb that means to thrust forth or stick out. You may notice a rolled-up newspaper protruding from your best friend's back pocket. Or, an archaeologist may notice the fossilized remains of a dinosaur protruding from the hillside. Now you say protrude. Repeat the word.
Reparation. Reparation. Reparation is a word meaning a payment made for a wrong or an injury. Here are a few ways reparation can be used. The reparations paid to the United States after the war drastically improved the economy. The company is seeking any reparations to recover from the sharp decline in its share price. Now let's hear you say reparation. Try the word again.
Stark. Stark. Stark is either an adjective, meaning harsh or unrelieved, or an adverb, meaning utterly. You may see the stark outlines of a volcano silhouetted against the evening sky. Or, a person may run stark naked from a burning building in the dead of night. Now you say stark. And again. Superficial. Superficial. Superficial is an adjective. It means shallow or concerned only with what is on the surface. The family car may sustain only superficial damage in a traffic accident. Similarly, a person may have only a superficial knowledge of American history. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say superficial. Once again.
Do not forget our earliest cultures. Letter to the editor. To the editor. In an otherwise excellent article on early cultures of South America, South America's Ancient Diversity, April 22nd, author Rigoberto Ruiz Nunes ignores the lasting significance of the Aymara people. Although the Aymara Empire collapsed over 1,000 years ago, the Aymara are not an irrelevant footnote in the history books today. Their empire once spanned the south-central Andes Mountains, and today an estimated 2 million of their descendants live in Bolivia, and another 500,000 in Peru. The Aymara have made an indelible mark on this region. Saying that the Aymara suffered during colonization is a platitude that explains nothing. Millions of Aymara were callously worked to death in Spanish silver mines. The Aymara were forced to abjure their traditional religion and culture, although some practices continued in a clandestine way. For almost 500 years, Bolivian leaders showed no compunction about the mistreatment of the Aymara. Not until 1952 did Bolivia adopt a more indulgent policy, granting the Aymara the same civil rights as other Bolivians. How did the Aymara survive such adversity? For one thing, there has always been a tacit agreement among the Aymara to help members of their community. In times of crisis, the Aymara work together, an arrangement that strengthens the group. In addition, centuries of high-altitude living gave the Aymara extraordinary lung capacity. They could live at elevations that left the colonizers faint, a further challenge to any attempts to quell rebellions in Aymara communities. High in the Andes today, many Aymara continue their inveterate traditions, including their reliance on potato farming. They were among the first to cultivate this food, and llama and alpaca herding. Others have settled into modern society with tangible results. An Aymara political party sends members to the Bolivian Congress, and Aymara TV shows and music groups are popular. The tourist trade provides a ready market for sought-after Aymara woolen goods and weavings. So more than a millennium after the fall of their august empire, the Aymara remain a vibrant people, carrying on age-old traditions while exploring modern possibilities. To the editor, your recent article about the diverse peoples who populated early South America gave short shrift to an important ancient culture. The Mochica people inhabited the river valleys and coastal plain of northern Peru between AD 100 and AD 800. You rightly note that archaeologists are elated by recent discoveries in the region. The sophisticated Mochica built pyramids, temples, and irrigation canals and produced extraordinary ceramics and murals. Yet the article offers no trenchant explanation for why the Mochica disappeared. Scholars have long ruminated on the causes of the Mochica collapse. Evidence from glacial ice cores shows that the area experienced 30 years of flooding, followed by 30 years of drought. This weather event from AD 536 to 594 could have disrupted the Mochica food supply. Furthermore, Mochica leaders were charged with ensuring stable weather through religious practices, and their failure to do so may have destabilized the people's faith in their leadership. Although the Mochica had no known enemies, a few of their later settlements did have fortifications. What was the purpose of these defenses? Perhaps food shortages led to bitter infighting among the Mochica. Such acrid conflicts could have led to the death of thousands and hastened the civilization's decline. The full story of the Mochica collapse may never be known. However, I hope articles such as yours will inspire some of your readers to study this and other ancient civilizations.
Abjure. Abjure. Abjure is a verb meaning to avoid or repudiate. Voters who consider themselves independents abjure affiliation with any political party. Similarly, it is inconceivable to most Americans that anyone would voluntarily abjure his or her U.S. citizenship. Now let's hear you say abjure. Try the word again. Acrid. Acrid. Acrid is an adjective meaning harsh in taste or odor, or sharp in manner or temper. Acrid smoke from a fire may make your eyes tear and your throat sore. Or, two lawyers may engage in an acrid exchange of unpleasantries during the course of a trial. Now you try acrid. One more time. August. August. August is an adjective meaning majestic or inspiring admiration. An august matriarch may preside over the reunion of 4 generations of her family. Or, the august words of the preamble to the Constitution are forever engraved on the hearts of all Americans. Now you say august. Repeat the word. Callous. Callous. Callous is an adjective meaning unfeeling or emotionally hardened. Callous treatment of the poor has been a root cause of more than one revolution. Or, a callous career criminal would not be expected to show any remorse for his or her crimes. Now it's your turn. Say the word callous. And again. Clandestine. Clandestine. Clandestine is an adjective meaning secret or underhanded. In Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, Friar Lawrence unites the young lovers in a clandestine wedding ceremony. In like fashion, a film might tell the story of the clandestine activities of an FBI undercover agent. Your turn. Say clandestine. Once again. Compunction. Compunction. Compunction is a noun that means regret or remorse. A person may show no compunction about cheating on a test. By the same token, Joseph Stalin acted without compunction to eliminate anyone who opposed him. Now let's hear you say compunction. Try the word again. Conflagration. Conflagration. Conflagration is a noun meaning a large destructive fire. Ruptured gas lines were a major cause of the conflagration that followed the earthquake. Or, during a prolonged dry spell, a small campfire in the woods can easily turn into a raging conflagration. Now let's hear you say conflagration. And again. Elated. Elated. Elated is an adjective or participle meaning extremely pleased or in high spirits. Scientists were elated by the photographs and other data gathered on the Mars mission. Or, our neighbors were elated to discover that they had a winning lottery ticket. Now it's your turn. Pronounce elated. Once again. Indelible. Indelible. Indelible is an adjective that means memorable or not able to be erased. The most indelible experience of your trip to Hawaii may have been a tour of Volcanoes National Park. In like fashion, a role model can have an indelible impact on the lives of countless young people. Now it's your turn. Try to say indelible. Once more. Indulgent. Indulgent. Indulgent is an adjective meaning yielding to the wishes or demands of others. The dean of a college is not likely to view student misbehavior with indulgent eyes. Similarly, nature, like an indulgent mother, has furnished the United States with an abundance of resources. Now you try the word. Say indulgent. Once more. Inveterate. Inveterate. Inveterate is an adjective meaning habitual or firmly established. Inveterate gamblers are likely to find themselves short of cash on a regular basis. Or, a congresswoman may be an inveterate supporter of a free trade policy. Now let's hear you say inveterate. Try it again. Irrelevant. Irrelevant. Irrelevant is an adjective that means not to the point or not applicable. A congressional investigating committee may make no headway if it begins to concentrate on irrelevant side issues. Or, a playwright may be criticized for introducing minor characters who are irrelevant to the main plot of the drama. Now you say irrelevant. Repeat the word. Nocturnal. Nocturnal. Nocturnal is an adjective that means of or occurring in the night. Many desert animals are nocturnal hunters. In like fashion, Macbeth makes a nocturnal visit to the three witches in order to find out what the future holds. Now it's your turn. Say nocturnal. And again. Platitude. Platitude. Platitude is a noun meaning a commonplace or trite remark. Many romances are populated by trite characters who speak in platitudes. Or, a sermon may amount to nothing more than a collection of tired old platitudes. Well, it's your turn now. Say platitude. One more time. Quell. Quell. Quell is a verb meaning to subdue or put down forcibly. The king's army may be unable to quell a rebellion. Similarly, you may be unable to quell your doubts about the wisdom of a certain course of action. Now say, quell. Try the word again. Quiescent. Quiescent. Quiescent is an adjective meaning inactive or at rest. Certain viruses can remain quiescent in the body for a surprisingly long time. Or, many animals spend a quiescent period during the cold winter months. Your turn. Say quiescent. And again. Ruminate. Ruminate. Ruminate is a verb that means both to think about at length or to chew the cud. Birthdays often cause people to ruminate on the choices they have made during their lives. Or, I knew that cows ruminate, but I was surprised to learn that giraffes also process their food in this way. Now you say ruminate. Repeat the word. Tacit. Tacit. Tacit is an adjective meaning unspoken or implied. Your college plans may have your parents' tacit approval. By the same token, a plea of nolo contendere usually constitutes a tacit admission of guilt on the part of a defendant. Your turn. Say tacit. Once again. Tangible. Tangible. Tangible is an adjective meaning capable of being touched or real. Fossilized bones and footprints are tangible proof that dinosaurs once roamed our country. Similarly, lack of funds may present the only tangible obstacle to the successful completion of a research project. Now you say tangible. And again. Trenchant. Trenchant. Trenchant is an adjective with several meanings, including incisive, caustic, and clear-cut. A popular TV police drama may be noted for its trenchant dialogue and realistic stories. Or an activist may be admired for his or her trenchant defense of the rights of migrant workers. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say trenchant. Once again.
Life on the High Seas. Log. This is an imaginary log of a sailor aboard the H.M. bark Endeavour during Captain James Cook's epic 1768 to 1771 first voyage of discovery in the Pacific Ocean. Captain Cook visited Tahiti and charted New Zealand and the east coast of Australia. Botanists and artists on the Endeavour made important records of the people, flora, and fauna of each land. 5 September 1768. 9 days at sea and we are getting our sea legs. Tonight we dined on salted beef and slabs of cheese, but I fear this is the last of our cheese ration. Ah, for an endless supply instead of what lies ahead. Dried meats and, horrors, cabbage preserved in vinegar. Still, Captain Cook has told us we must eat plenty of this dish to prevent scurvy and to set an example for the crew. 12 December 1768. Thomas, our ship's cat, is sedate after a busy day of ratting. His exuberance for his job is an inspiration. He is always cheerful and willing and never seasick. If only that could be said of his shipmates. 21 July 1769. Endless days with no sight of land. We are infinitesimal specks on a vast sea. The men are restless due to the relentless and implacable boredom. Casks of beer and rum were damaged in last night's storm, and I fear the crew will imbibe the contents before long. 10 November 1769. The crew is kept busy with sail and rope repair. I heard Sam Jones grumbling that the breakfast biscuits are full of weevils and not fit to be consumed. I told him the weevils added flavor, but my innocuous attempt at humor fell flat. 9 January 1770. Mr. Evans, the quartermaster, is not himself. He harbors antipathy to all who question his navigational skills. Perhaps he has eaten bad meat. 6 April 1770. The captain has shown time and again what an asset he is to our king and country. Some are fearful of his stentorian commands that border on duress, but I say he must be forceful to keep order. We want no mutiny here. 12 June 1770. Disaster. We are beset with troubles. Our ship ran aground on a massive reef and sustained great damage to the hull. Midshipman Monkhouse may have saved us. His idea to plug the holes has worked well as a temporary fix. We are proceeding north in search of a harbor in which to make more thorough repairs. 3 July 1770. Weeks on land and all signs of decorum and discipline in the crew have vanished. Some good news. We enjoyed tasty fish and greens for dinner, a welcome change from the ship's rations. The men sang songs late into the night. As they say, better poor on land than rich at sea. 16 July 1770. Captain Cook has given us an ultimatum. We must complete all necessary repairs and set sail again by early August. 29 July 1770. Dined this evening with the captain, Mr. Green the astronomer, and Mr. Banks the botanist. Mr. Banks is excited about the many new plants he has encountered. He showed me great compassion when I spoke of missing my wife and children. 3 August 1770. We depart. Huzzah! Pilot whales accompanied us as we left the harbor. Perhaps a good omen. We pray for good weather, calm seas, and the continued prowess of our brave and skilled captain to guide us to the end of our journey.
Antipathy. Antipathy. Antipathy is a noun meaning a strong dislike or hostile feeling. There seems to be a natural antipathy between cats and dogs. Or, the antipathy between rival politicians may persist for years. Now let's hear you say antipathy. Try it again. Applicable. Applicable. Applicable is an adjective, meaning capable of being applied, or relevant, or suitable. The basic technique for braising meat and vegetables is applicable to a wide variety of recipes. And the requirement of proof beyond a reasonable doubt is not applicable in a civil suit. Now you try applicable. One more time. Asset. Asset. Asset is a noun, meaning a resource, something of value, or an advantage. A city's museums are among its greatest cultural assets and tourist attractions. Also, fluency in a foreign language can be a significant asset in the workplace. Now it's your turn. Say asset. And again. Beset. Beset. Beset functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as a verb, meaning to attack from all sides or to surround. An injured lion cub may be beset by a pack of hungry hyenas. Or, beset can be used as a participle that means harassed or troubled, or studded as with jewels. The first European colonists of America were beset by many hardships. Now you say beset. Try the word again. Compassion. Compassion. Compassion is a noun, meaning pity or sympathy for another's suffering. A candidate may claim that his or her opponent's social programs lack compassion. And there may be a tremendous outpouring of compassion for the survivors of a natural disaster. Your turn. Say compassion. Once again. Decorum. Decorum. Decorum is a noun that means proper behavior, good taste, or orderliness. One person's notions of decorum may not agree with another's. Or, rigid decorum was maintained during the long and tiring ceremony. Now let's hear you say decorum. Try the word again. Duress. Duress. Duress is a noun that means forcible confinement or compulsion by threat. After Richard II was forced to give up his throne, he was kept in duress in Pontefract Castle. Similarly, statements obtained under duress are not usually admissible in a court of law. Your turn. Say duress. One more time. Exuberant. Exuberant. Exuberant is an adjective meaning high-spirited or excessive or abundant. Exuberant crowds gathered in Times Square to celebrate our victory over the Japanese in 1945. Or, a 4th of July concert may have featured an exuberant performance of Tchaikovsky's 1812 overture. Now let's hear you say exuberant. And again. Facsimile. Facsimile. Facsimile is a noun that means an exact copy. Your school's library may contain a facsimile of the first folio edition of Shakespeare's plays. Or, photocopiers can produce a facsimile of an original document in a matter of seconds. Well, it's your turn now. Say facsimile. Once more. Imbibe. Imbibe. Imbibe is a verb meaning to drink, take in, or absorb. Some plants can imbibe as much nourishment through their leaves as through their roots. And a person may sit for years at a great philosopher's feet, imbibing wisdom. Now you say, imbibe. Repeat the word. Implacable. Implacable. Implacable is an adjective that means unyielding or not to be satisfied. In Romeo and Juliet, the Montagues and the Capulets feel an ancient and implacable hatred for each other. Or, a person may feel that he or she is on the horns of an implacable dilemma. Now you try the word. Say implacable. Once more. Infinitesimal. Infinitesimal. Infinitesimal is an adjective that means so small as to be almost immeasurable. Chemical analysis of soil may reveal an infinitesimal quantity of a deadly insecticide. And no river can push its delta forward without raising the level of the sea an infinitesimal degree. Now let's hear you say infinitesimal. Try the word again. Innocuous. Innocuous. Innocuous is an adjective that means harmless or insignificant. Some wild mushrooms may be innocuous, but others are potentially deadly. Or, criticisms of a new film may be relatively innocuous. Now you say innocuous. Repeat the word. Militate. Militate. Militate is a verb meaning to have effect on. A nominee's knowledge and expertise may militate strongly in favor of her or his confirmation as Secretary of State. And unfavorable weather conditions may militate against the launching of the space shuttle on a particular day. Now it's your turn. Say militate. And again. Patent. Patent. Patent functions as three parts of speech. It can be used as a noun, meaning a copyright. To protect your rights to something you have invented, you should obtain a patent as soon as possible. Patent can also be used as a verb, meaning to obtain exclusive rights over. Everyone may tell your dad that his barbecue sauce is so delicious, he should patent it. Lastly, patent can be an adjective, meaning plain or open to view. A player may be ejected from a game for a patent foul against a member of the opposing team. Now you say patent. Try the word again. Prowess. Prowess. Prowess is a noun that means superior skill or ability, or distinguished bravery. The legendary hero William Tell is famous for his prowess with a crossbow. Or, a film may celebrate the prowess of the ordinary people who took up arms against the invaders of their country. Well, it's your turn now. Say prowess. One more time. sedate. Sedate. Sedate functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective, meaning quiet, settled, or sober. Some companies have a dress code that requires employees to wear sedate colors. Sedate can also be used as a verb that means to administer a tranquilizer. Biologists studying the migration of a particular species routinely sedate and tag individual animals. Now you say sedate. Repeat the word. Stentorian. Stentorian. Stentorian is an adjective that means extremely loud. The stentorian pounding of jackhammers may give you a headache in a matter of minutes. Or, stentorian blasts from its foghorn alerted other vessels in the area of the steamer's presence. Now it's your turn. Say stentorian. Once more. Stipulate. Stipulate. Stipulate is a verb meaning to arrange specifically or to require as a condition. A tourist brochure may stipulate that room rates are based on double occupancy. Also, a will may stipulate that the money left to a child be held in trust until he or she turns 21. Now you say, stipulate. And again. Ultimatum. Ultimatum. Ultimatum is a noun that means a final proposal or statement of conditions. When Hitler rejected a British ultimatum regarding Poland, war between the two powers became inevitable. And the full text of this ultimatum can be found in many histories of the Second World War. Well, by now you know the drill. Say ultimatum. Once again.
A Short History of Hygiene. Informational Essay. Cleanliness has deep roots in human civilization. The word hygiene is derived from the name of an ancient Greek goddess. Hygeia, the goddess of health and cleanliness, was said to prevent disease, and when an epidemic threatened, the Greeks went with alacrity to her temples. Ancient Romans worshipped Hygeia too, and Rome was famous for its advanced hygienic standards. Historians laud the Romans for both building aqueducts that carried fresh water into Rome and public toilets that collected waste. Dotting the city were comfortable bathhouses, where people would gather to loll in the waters. Perhaps it was here that Romans first earned their reputation as a loquacious people, for they would pass idle time chatting with friends. An unexpected invader, however, added a dissonant note to Rome's hygienic way of life. Head lice were common, and without soap, these parasites were hard to control. To alleviate this problem, Romans covered their bodies with oil and then scraped themselves clean with an instrument called a strigil. Unfortunately, the Romans' hygienic way of life was endangered when barbarians sacked Rome in the 4th century AD. These bellicose invaders were not magnanimous to their enemies. They destroyed as much of the Roman civilization as possible. Appalled by the destruction, Romans fled for their lives, and the highly ordered Roman Empire soon collapsed. Subsequent centuries in Europe were, hygienically speaking, the antithesis of what is prevalent today. The time between AD 500 and AD 1500, disparaged as the Dark Ages, was a period when the average life expectancy barely reached into the mid-30s. Advice about hygiene in the Dark Ages seems almost droll today. A Latin proverb from the time warns people that frequent bathing causes a wasting body. Certainly, sanitation and clean water were lacking in large cities. Lice infestation was a constant problem, and diseases spread quickly. The Crusaders, soldiers in holy wars, brought soap back from the East, but it was a luxury and not widely used. Authorities issued edicts against public bathhouses, fearing their use led to immorality, and many years passed before these orders were rescinded. In colder climates, bathing was infrequent because of the lack of heating. Also, in an era of plagues, which killed over a third of Europe's population, many people believed the skin absorbed diseases from water. In the absence of scientific knowledge, and with the cause of the terrifying plagues unexplained, people accepted such misinformation. While a full bath would have been an infrequent indulgence, most people did wash their hands and face with some regularity. The discovery that bacteria caused disease, a revelation that came in the mid-19th century, brought about a sea change in hygiene and public health. To control germs, experts said it was mandatory to wash hands regularly. In addition, to avoid disease, sewage had to be disposed of safely, and water had to be pure. Meeting these goals, a challenging undertaking, continues to this day. In the quest for better hygiene, science and technology elucidated the importance of new and better ways to promote health. Even relatively simple inventions, like the flush toilet in chlorinated water, have probably saved millions of lives. Washing machines and detergents played a big role too. They helped people clean clothes quickly and thoroughly. In the struggle to prevent bacterial diseases, modern society has clearly gone the extra mile. Hygeia would be pleased, for although she is no longer worshipped as a goddess, people today are cleaner than ever.
Alacrity. Alacrity. Alacrity is a noun, meaning cheerful readiness or eager action. You may, for instance, begin a project with alacrity, but soon lose interest in it. Or, at the start of the Civil War, thousands of young men answered the call to arms with alacrity. Now let's hear you say alacrity. Try the word again. Alleviate. Alleviate. Alleviate is a verb that means to relieve or make more bearable. For instance, our community organized a food drive to help alleviate hunger right here at home. Or, some over-the-counter remedies may alleviate the symptoms of a cold, but they usually won't cure it. Now you try alleviate. One more time. Antithesis. Antithesis. Antithesis is a noun meaning the direct opposite or a sharp contrast. One person's temperament may be the very antithesis of another's. Similarly, Hamilton's idea of what was best for America proved the antithesis of Jefferson's. Now it's your turn. Say antithesis. And again. Appall. Appall. Appall is a verb meaning to fill with dismay or horror. When I arrived at the airport, I was appalled to discover that I had left my ticket at home. Or, the whole neighborhood was appalled at the damage caused by the thunderstorm. Now you say appall. Repeat the word. Bellicose. Bellicose. Bellicose is an adjective meaning quarrelsome or warlike in temperament. Kaiser Wilhelm II's bellicose foreign policy was a major factor in the outbreak of World War I. Also, in the wake of the unexpected attack on Pearl Harbor, the nation's mood turned bellicose. Your turn. Say bellicose. Once again. Disparage. Disparage. Disparage is a verb that means to undervalue or to speak slightingly of. It is a mistake to disparage the importance of good manners. And many Americans get very hot under the collar when they hear this country disparaged. Now it's your turn. Say disparage. And again. Dissonant. Dissonant. Dissonant is an adjective meaning disagreeing or not in harmony. Londoners were first apprised of Wellington's great victory at Waterloo by the dissonant clanging of the city's church bells. Similarly, the speaker at a town meeting may be interrupted by a chorus of dissonant objections. Now let's hear you say dissonant. And again. Droll. Droll. Droll is an adjective meaning amusingly odd. Our host's droll remarks kept us laughing all through dinner. Or, a volume of droll stories is an excellent gift for someone in the hospital. Now it's your turn. Try droll. Once again. Edict. Edict. Edict is a noun meaning an order issued by someone in authority. Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation is an example of a presidential edict. By the same token, since the Egyptian pharaohs were thought to be gods, they governed by edict rather than by consent. Now you try the word. Say edict. Once more. Elucidate. Elucidate. Elucidate is a verb meaning to clarify or explain. Editors of Shakespeare's plays use footnotes to elucidate the meanings of odd words in the text. In like fashion, a lawyer's opening statement may be designed to elucidate the key issues in a case. Now let's hear you say elucidate. Try it again. Laud. Laud. Laud is a verb that means to praise. The entire school may laud your efforts to organize a community cleanup campaign. And a person may be lauded for his or her accomplishments in the field of medical research. Now you say laud. Repeat the word. Loll. Loll. Loll is a verb meaning to lounge or to droop. On Saturdays, you may have an overwhelming urge to loll in bed until noon. Similarly, during the summer, many people spend their days lolling on their backs under a broiling sun. Now say loll. Try the word again. Loquacious. Loquacious. Loquacious is an adjective meaning talkative or wordy. In Hamlet, it is the loquacious old chamberlain Polonius who utters the famous line, "Brevity is the soul of wit." Or, a close friend may be in an unusually loquacious mood one evening. Well, it's your turn now. Say loquacious. One more time. Magnanimous. Magnanimous. Magnanimous is an adjective meaning generous and forgiving, or above small meanness. In his second inaugural address, Abraham Lincoln spoke the magnanimous words, "With malice toward none, with charity for all." Or, an athlete may be magnanimous in assessing an opponent's talents and record. Now you say magnanimous. Repeat the word. Mandatory. Mandatory. Mandatory is an adjective meaning required or obligatory. Although attendance at the company picnic is not mandatory, it is desirable. And, under state law, it is mandatory for students to stay in school until the age of 16. Now it's your turn. Try to say mandatory. Once more. Nondescript. Nondescript. Nondescript is an adjective meaning ordinary or not easily classified. A radiant smile may completely transform an otherwise nondescript face. In like fashion, the suspect's nondescript appearance enabled him to evade capture for many months. Well, it's your turn now. Say nondescript. One more time. phlegmatic. Phlegmatic. Phlegmatic is an adjective meaning sluggish or unemotional. An animal's phlegmatic behavior may be attributable to its low-energy diet. Similarly, a writer may have an extremely phlegmatic outlook on life. Now you say phlegmatic. Repeat the word. Rescind. Rescind. Rescind is a verb that means to repeal or cancel. A library may rescind its policy of allowing borrowers to renew books twice. Or, unexpected developments on the battlefield may force a general to rescind his initial orders. Now it's your turn. Try to say rescind. Once more. Vivacious. Vivacious. Vivacious is an adjective meaning lively or full of energy. The first act of a play may be notable for its vivacious and witty dialogue. And several of our first ladies gained great acclaim as vivacious White House hostesses. Now you say vivacious. And again. Whet. Whet. Whet is a verb meaning to make eager or to sharpen. A visit to a natural history museum may serve to whet a child's interest in dinosaurs. And a chef may whet the dull blade of a knife on an implement called a steel. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say whet. Once again.
World-famous dance troupe announces first U.S. tour. Press release. For immediate release, U.S. tour of Ballets Russes to launch in New York City. New York, January 3rd. The Metropolitan Civic Association is proud to announce its exclusive sponsorship of the first American tour of the celebrated Ballets Russes. The world's most prestigious dance company will kick off its 16-city tour of the United States with a performance in New York City. Tickets to opening night will be available at the MCA box office beginning Monday. The Ballets Russes has enjoyed great success and provoked considerable controversy since its inaugural performance 7 years ago in Paris. Unique among dance troupes, the Ballets Russes ensures its every production is an artistic collaboration with some of the most notable composers, choreographers, costumers, and set designers of our day. On stage, its accomplished troupe of 13 dancers is led by the great Vaslav Nijinsky, rightly hailed as the finest male dancer of his generation. The company was established in 1909 by the Russian impresario Sergei Diaghilev, whose zealous support of modern dance boldly thrust classical dance traditions into the 20th century. His avant-garde productions offended some early audience members who were voluble in their resistance to the Ballets Russes' break with classical ballet. Most spectators were receptive to Diaghilev's ideas, however, and critics now concur that any Ballets Russes performance is the epitome of modernism. Critical to the company's success has been the music of Russian composer Igor Stravinsky. His contributions to the Ballets Russes have not been without controversy, however. No one familiar with the recent history of this outstanding dance troupe will fail to recall reports of the 1913 fracas in Paris, when the composer's The Rite of Spring provoked the opening night audience to near pandemonium. An unfamiliar sound on the dance stage, Stravinsky's adventurous music was considered too abrasive an accompaniment to ballet. Disparaged as grotesque, the Ballets Russes dancers' movements too came under fire. Yet lovers of ballet on both sides of the Atlantic have rapidly acclimated themselves to change, and by uniting modern movement with modern music, the Ballets Russes has brought a fresh perspective to dance. Performance of The Firebird, Stravinsky's first popular sensation for the Ballets Russes, will inaugurate the American tour. The composer's Petrushka will be included in the performance schedule as well. Stravinsky created this work for Nijinsky. The fanciful plot tells the story of Petrushka, a puppet made of straw who comes to life. A love triangle reaches its climax when Petrushka is slain by his rival. However, the hero then returns to life as a ghost and visits the enemies who have repressed him. The great Nijinsky himself is rumored to be joining the tour later this season. Monsieur Diaghilev, always reticent, has refused to comment on the possibility of a performance by Nijinsky in the role of Petrushka while the troupe is on these shores. It is therefore with sincere appreciation and high hopes that the MCA commends the Ballets Russes to our friends and supporters. Tickets to the New York City performances, which begin at the Metropolitan Opera House on January 17th, will doubtless be at a premium. So we entreat art lovers not to suffer the chagrin of being turned away at the door. Do not renounce this rare opportunity to witness one of the most dazzling spectacles of this or any era. No more vehement advocate for modern art can be found than Monsieur Diaghilev. Just as a master chef selects choice ingredients and blends them to create a savory meal, Monsieur Diaghilev possesses an uncanny talent to fuse music and dance, whimsy and spectacle. His every production has stirred hitherto complacent audiences everywhere the troupe has performed. We have every reason to believe that each U.S. performance by the Ballets Russes will be met with raucous applause. For tickets to the New York performances, please contact the Metropolitan Civic Association at 51 West 11th Street, or telephone Mr. Konstantin Z. Schelling or Miss Amelie Zielkowski at Regent 4-2636.
Abrasive. Abrasive. Abrasive functions as two parts of speech. It can be used as an adjective, meaning causing irritation or wearing down. The abrasive action of wind and water on a rocky coastline can create fantastic natural formations. Abrasive can also be used as a noun that means a substance used to smooth or polish. Never use a harsh abrasive to clean a pan with a nonstick coating. Now let's hear you say abrasive. Try the word again. Acclimate. Acclimate. Acclimate is a verb meaning to adapt to a new environment or situation. Someone who has lived most of his or her life in the tropics may have a hard time acclimating to the harsh New England winter. And animals that have been brought up in captivity may not be able to acclimate themselves if released into the wild. Now you try acclimate. One more time. Chagrin. Chagrin. Chagrin can also function as two parts of speech. It can be used as a noun, meaning irritation or humiliation caused by disappointment or frustration. Sometimes it is difficult to hide one's chagrin at an unpleasant turn of events. Or, chagrin can be used as a verb that means to cause a feeling of disappointment. A child's thoughtless behavior may deeply chagrin his or her parents. Now let's hear you say chagrin. Try it again. Complacent. Complacent. Complacent is an adjective meaning self-satisfied or overly content. A society that is stable over a long period of time may tend to become too complacent for its own good. Or, a person may view his or her situation in life with an exceedingly complacent eye. Now you say complacent. Repeat the word. Concur. Concur. Concur is a verb meaning to approve, to express agreement, or to coincide. A newspaper may receive hundreds of letters concurring with one of its editorials. Or, a country's needs and resources may not always concur. Your turn. Say concur. Once again. Defamation. Defamation. Defamation is a noun that means slander or libel. In most cases, trial lawyers are protected from charges of defamation for the words they say in a courtroom. And sometimes the line between reporting the news and defamation of character is all but invisible. Now let's hear you say defamation. Try the word again. Explicate. Explicate. Explicate is a verb meaning to interpret or make clear. A corporate lawyer may explicate the terms of a contract. Or, an authority on the Bible may explicate a puzzling reference in Scripture. Now it's your turn. Pronounce explicate. Once again. Fracas. Fracas. Fracas is a noun meaning a noisy quarrel or brawl. Hotel guests may be awakened in the middle of the night by a fracas in the hallway. Or an unseemly fracas between the fans of two rival teams may break out during a sporting event. Now let's hear you say fracas. And again. Grotesque. Grotesque. Grotesque is an adjective meaning distorted or bizarre. The grotesque expression on a runner's face may indicate that he or she is in severe pain. In the same way, the grotesque creature, called a manticore, had the head of a man, the body of a lion, and the tail of a dragon. Now say grotesque. Try the word again. Pandemonium. Pandemonium. Pandemonium is a noun, meaning a wild uproar or commotion. Pandemonium may sweep through the local stadium when the home team wins a championship. Also, shouting fire in a crowded theater is more than likely to create pandemonium among the audience. Now you try the word. Say pandemonium. Once more. Raucous. Raucous. Raucous is an adjective, meaning harsh-sounding or disorderly. The raucous cries of gulls may greet you as you stroll along the beach. Or, raucous fans may rush onto the field at the conclusion of a critical football game. Now you try the word. Say raucous. Once more. Receptive. Receptive. Receptive is an adjective that means open or responsive to. Your mom's boss may be receptive to her proposal for a new ad campaign. Or, a friend may be receptive to your offer of advice. Now let's hear you say receptive. Try the word again. Renounce. Renounce. Renounce is a verb meaning to give up or resign. A monarch may renounce his throne, or a politician may renounce her allegiance to a particular cause or movement. Now you say renounce. Repeat the word. Repress. Repress. Repress is a verb that means to hold back or to put down by force. It may be difficult to repress a yawn during a long and boring speech. Or, a military dictatorship may find it increasingly difficult to repress dissent. Well, it's your turn now. Say repress. One more time. Reticent. Reticent. Reticent is an adjective meaning reserved or reluctant. A millionaire may be somewhat reticent to display his or her wealth. Or, a friend may not be at all reticent about asking you for a loan. Now it's your turn. Say reticent. And again. savory. Savory. Savory is an adjective that has several meanings, including tasty, pungent or salty, and respectable. A sauce may be made of a savory blend of herbs and spices. Or, a seedy old hotel may be home to dozens of less than savory specimens of humanity. Now you say savory. Try the word again. Somnolent. Somnolent. Somnolent is an adjective meaning drowsy or inducing sleep. You may spend a pleasant afternoon strolling through the streets of a somnolent country town. Or, the sound of the ocean may have a somnolent effect on you. Now you say somnolent. And again. Vehement. Vehement. Vehement is an adjective meaning intense, forceful, or powerful. A vehement quarrel over procedures may suddenly erupt on the floor of the Senate. Or, an attorney's vehement defense of his or her client's right to a fair trial may make the evening headlines. Now it's your turn. Say vehement. And again. Voluble. Voluble. Voluble is an adjective meaning glib or fluent. A tour guide may be exceedingly voluble. Or, as the English poet Matthew Prior says, "My tongue, so voluble and kind, always runs before my mind." Now you say voluble. And again. Zealous. Zealous. Zealous is an adjective meaning eager, earnest, or devoted. Patrick Henry's zealous defense of the rights of the colonists won him an honored place in American history. Or, Elizabeth Cady Stanton became a zealous advocate of a woman's right to vote. Well, by now you know the drill. Let's hear you say zealous. Once again.